In the California mountains, a train disappears, then reappears above itself. A century and a half old, still working every day. They call it the Tehachapi Loop. What? Mound lore. Okay. Hold on. Why is my kick stream not on? The sandwich throwing guy is on trial? I thought all the charges were dropped for that dude. Fuck. Hold on 1 second, real quick. Okay. Are we finally alive? Oh, wait, they really did. They're having a trial? They got to trial already? Was it like a couple months? Back for day two of the Sandwich Guy's trial and government opening statement. This case is about the fact that you can't go around throwing stuff at people when you're mad. Defense begins with, he did it, he threw the sandwich. Goes on to argue that the throw was an exclamation mark at the end of a verbal outburst. The officer Sandwich Guy is charged with assaulting testifies that he could feel the impact of the sandwich through his ballistic vest, and it exploded all over my uniform. He says he could smell the onions and the mustard. Defense wants gag gifts provided to the officer after the incident, included in discovery. One is a plushie. Gag gifts? What? Oh, like a joke gift. One is a plushie sandwich, and another is a patch that says, if I heard correctly, felony footlong. Sounds like we won't end up seeing these physically, but we'll hear them described. Cross-exam is underway now. Witness says he hadn't read the Making the District of Columbia Safe and Beautiful EO he was supporting that night, now admitting into evidence. Believe the order only covers federal areas, of which the corner of 14th and U in front of the subway is not one. Isn't all of DC a federal area? Or maybe it's like there's like federal jurisdiction and there's DC jurisdiction, but it's like a different thing, I guess, maybe? A bit earlier, the officer, Agent Larimore, was shown the end of an Instagram video of the incident with a subway foot long on the ground, accompanied by the text, "This sandwich is going up in history." He said he believed the video depicted the sandwich thrown at him, but had no way of verifying. Larimore, not Larimore. We're back to the sandwich video. The paper, the defense points out, is still on. You don't see there's mustard on it. You can't tell there's ketchup on it, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato. In fact, that sandwich hasn't exploded at all. Witness says the sandwich looks bent and out of shape. Defense asks about the gag gifts the officer received from the colleagues. Oh, wait, we already... Agent Larimore is done with his testimony. Prosecution asks further about the condiments and said there was mustard on his uniform and an onion hanging on his radio antenna. Oh, no! Don't think defense was going for a pun when she called him a seasoned officer. But you never know. The government's next witness, Metro Transit Police Department Detective Dana Henry, describes the sandwich throw as like a baseball pitch. Dispute over whether the prosecution can play footage of the defendant in the police station. Witness wasn't there for the most relevant portion, but can authenticate the video. These 15 or so officers remained at the scene for close to half an hour. Defense seems to be implying this was likely unnecessary. When Sandwich Guy was searched wait, is this at his house? handcuffed on a bench. Or was this when he... Was this outside? He didn't get arrested after throwing, right? Didn't they have to go to his house to find him? Also discussing how charges of assault and disorderly conduct were lodged locally. These 15 or so officers remained on the scene for close to half an hour. When Sandwich Guy was searched, officers found $14 in his wallet, nasal spray, and nothing else that would raise concerns. Defense proposes that while the dispute over jury instructions is resolved, it's a nice fall day, we should let the jury go home. The judge agrees and says counsel can go enjoy the weather too. They'll come back tomorrow morning. Wait, so this is a... No, I was about to ask a stupid question. I was going to say, do misdemeanors go to trial? But of course they do. I guess it's just hard to imagine. A misdemeanor in federal court. But I guess they could. There's no reason why not. They're still crimes, right? I wonder how often that happens. What percentage of federal court cases are misdemeanors? Fuck. Is this AI answer accurate? This says felonies account for 97% of federal court cases. I wonder how many federal judges have to preside over misdemeanor trials. LSF was making fun of your stream layout. I was going to move the chats to the top and then have like an extended, like another thing to the left, because I can stick Obsidian here. But I was hoping this would come a lot sooner. I was waiting for a thing. Fuck. It's Corsair. Is this just never going to be released? Or I don't understand. I wanted to buy this and then stick this on the side of my monitor, and then I could put Obsidian here, and I can even just have like, what are we going over right now? Like the daily topics. Like I could stick that on the left side. But I feel like I saw somebody emailed me that this thing was being created, and then I feel like it's just never been in stock anywhere, like for months. So I don't know if they like never made it or if they just announced it early and didn't. I watched your VT debate. When discussing abortion, you and a student talked a bit about how people consent to the chance of a baby when they engage in sex, but to consent would mean that you understand the risks. There are plenty of people who think condoms are 100% effective and therefore cannot consent to the consequences since they don't fully understand them. Maybe. I just don't like the word consent here at all. I think it's very different. You don't... I feel like consent is not something you usually probabilistically talk about when it comes to like serious consequences, but generally, I guess you could... I feel like it's an intuition pump using that word there, you know? It's on sale in the Corsair EU store, probably low stock in the US. How old is this? 2 months ago. Oh. So, okay, so one thing that you're never going to get from me, the aspect ratio has to be 16:9. Oh, this guy's taking that into account. Because I just want to be able to maximize my monitor. I don't want to have to fuck with screens and shit. It's annoying. So the aspect ratio has to be 16:9. This text and camera thing is annoying because there's too many times. So one of the reasons why I don't like these traditional setups, like what Loner or Hassan is doing, is that whenever you're watching other streamers, you can't like maximize their stream because then your camera is covering their camera. That was a thing that I was consistently running into. Also, chat overlaid on the screen. I run into a lot of problems with my chat being overlaid with my notes, or the chat is overlaid with some text, and then that gets annoying. Oh, he says it here. Chat is hard to read if there's anything in the background. Screen usually isn't using full width. Yeah, I think if I move my 3 chats up here and then I stick notes over here to the left, I think it'll mindfuck people into thinking it's fine. To be specific, consent includes an acknowledgement of naturally foreseeable consequences of the action. You can only consent to a prospective intervention and not an uncontrollable natural process. You can only consent. Maybe, I might agree with that. I'd have to write that down and think through it all. But yeah, there's something different going on there. Like like even in a linguistic sense, it might be strictly syntactically true. Like if you go camping, you consent to a bear eating you. Even if you bring a shotgun, it's like, you know, there's a difference between, like, I think I was kind of getting at this because I haven't gone down this line of thought before, so it was off the top of the dome. But it was like, I think the thing I ended up saying to the guy was, there's a difference between acknowledging the possibility of a thing or accepting the possibility of a thing versus consenting to a thing happening. I always fuck her name up. Is Judith Butler the one who wrote the famous abortion paper with the violin argument and all that? In her paper, I think it's 70 or 80 pages long, but they're not like huge pages. It's worth reading because this is like, I feel like it's like the foundational philosophy paper that so much comes from. I think in the same, oh, it's Jarvis Thompson, not Butler. I don't know why I say Judith Butler so much. Did she write on self-defense? Oh, a defensive abortion. It's this. Is it 80 pages? Did I just totally fucking make that up? I think in the thing I was reading, it was like 80, but they're not long. They were like small pages, but okay. I think she has an analogy in here for the people seeds. And we should also notice that it is not at all plain that this argument really does even go as far as it purports to, for there are cases and cases, and the details make a difference. If the room is stuffy and I therefore open, oh, it's, where is it? Fuck. Oh, never mind. This is too much. I don't care about this. But basically, she makes the argument of like, what if there are people seeds that can like float into your house, so you keep the windows closed? Well, what if you open the windows, but you put a screen up to block the people seeds, but there's like a hole or somehow like a person seed floats into your house, even if you don't want it to happen. Suppose we're like this. People seeds drift about in the air like pollen, and if you open your windows, one may drift in and take root in your carpets or upholstery. You don't want children, so you fix up your windows with fine mesh screens, the very best you can buy. As can happen, however, on a very, very rare occasion, this does happen. One of the screens is defective and the seeds drift in and take root. Does the person plant who now develops have a right to the use of your house? Surely not, despite the fact that you voluntarily opened your windows. You knowingly kept carpets and upholstered furniture, and you knew that screens were sometimes defective. Someone may argue that you are responsible for its rooting, that it does have a right to your house, because after all, you could have lived out your life with bare floors and furniture or with sealed windows and doors, but this won't do, for by the same token, anyone can avoid a pregnancy due to rape by having a hysterectomy, or anyway by never leaving home without a reliable army. Yeah, I don't know. There are issues that I have with her paper as well, though, but this is like a good, I feel like everybody should have to, this is just like a good starting point. Like everybody bases so much of their abortion arguments off of stuff that stems from this. I think this has the violin argument built into it as well. Yeah, it does. This is where the violin argument comes from. To buy this on Pacer? What's the violinist argument? I think the idea is that you wake up and you're attached to, like, I don't know why, but it's like the world's greatest violinist, and they're attached to your kidneys and you're helping to filter their blood. And the question is can you unplug yourself and leave even if you didn't consent to being hooked up to them, or would you be murdering? Would it count as murder or something if you unplugged? It's basically that. It's a really common anti-abortion, not anti-abortion. Yeah, anti-abortion, like pro-life argument, I think. That would be unethical to unplug that. Yeah, when you guys type stuff like this, But you don't understand how fucking annoying it is for me. Like, I'm not going to set my monitor aspect ratio like this, and then I can't full screen anything, and then everything is going to be this. Like, I understand that you make pictures like this, but it doesn't work like this. You're crunching and crushing the aspect ratio. It's no longer 16:9. It's not. This is like unworkable. The greatest violinist is just to give value to the person, other than being a stranger. It's easier to consider. Sure. We'll write stuff down later because I want to prep for this Lila Rose debate. Yes, thank you, Aerith. I already said that like this would probably be the layout I was going to go with. I just don't know why that this is like never available. I thought this was going to be available much sooner, but I could stick my, I could move the chats up here and have my Obsidian notes over here. And then even though you retards are seeing the same size window here in your brain, you're going to think it's larger and stop complaining about it because you see the full screen being full. And you're going to imagine, you're going to think you're seeing more even though you're really not, but you're just retarded. And that's how customers work. So that's all good. It's all about the user, okay? The user at the end of the day. We love our users. Okay, wait. Let me just make sure this isn't available yet. Oh. I know it was just filed. That's not a judge's order. Oh, hold on. They want to play games, so I think so. Now we're, well, I don't want to describe it as playing games because that sounds disrespectful, but they opposing counsel is a playful entity that likes to play games and have fun. Oh shit! Holy shit! Andy dropped a fuck ton of exhibits on this. Holy shit. Okay, when this becomes available, I'll read it later because this will. I mean, I can probably read it, I guess myself. I'll do it later though. Exhibits. Oh wait, is it available publicly? Yeah, I just saw because he just emailed me they filed exhibits A through S. Oh shit! There it is. Yeah. Gee. Oh no. Have I talked about? I don't want to. I just have to be careful. I don't want to violate the protective order stuff. Have I talked about any of the wacky deposition shit? These people are so fucking annoying. You guys are going on the hangout? Yes, I think we have been for about the last like month. I talked to my good friend today from the NWA. Gave him a little tip. Oh wait, hold on. Is this available? Let me check. What's NWA? Don't worry about it. Oh my God, I also just had an epiphany. I've been like, I got minorly obsessed about a month ago. When I replaced like all my USB-C cables, I also like bought a new portable battery because I was playing Expedition 33 a lot. I grinded the fuck out of that game. This is probably like this might be like my top 5 favorite games of all time. Oh, we might talk about that a little bit more today too. What a great game. And what an inspirational everything about this. Who posted that thing on the subreddit? where it's so cute. The guy posted, fuck, somebody find me this post. Apparently the guy who made this post is in my chat. You said you were. Oh, fuck. Oh, it was you. I recognize the name. Hold on. Six years ago, game. Ambitious AA game project looking for 3 female and 2 male voices. Hi, everyone, and nice to meet you. My name is Guillaume. Guillaume? I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. And I'm working with a small team of indie dev on an ambitious AA game planned to release on PC and possibly PS4 and Xbox One. We are seasoned game developers who have already worked on AAA titles, who started a passion project 1 year ago that is turning into a serious title that we want to release. For that, we are preparing a demo and a trailer to interest potential investors and or prepare a Kickstarter. And that's where we need you. Did they ever do a Kickstarter for this game? Watch the Skill Up documentary on the game. It's insane that it came together the way that it did. I might. Skill Up documentary, Expedition 33. I know you don't follow the industry, but their voice casts are absolute all-stars. Oh, I didn't know that because I think I just haven't played AAA games in so long. That I don't know who the current voice actors are. I was going to say that I actually thought the VA for this game was really good. Verso, Miles was a little bit dramatic, too dramatic all the time, but still good. But Renoir and Verso and Gustav, I loved all 3 of those voice actors so much. I thought the VA was really good. And I liked all the cute creature things, like Esky, and then, who's the guy they have to get the stone from? The rock guy in the cave. Gustav is Charlie Cox that plays Daredevil in the new Marvel show. Wait, is that true? Oh, Francois. Okay. Well, that's cute if that's true. Male being Shadowheart was such a bombshell to me. I don't know what Shadowheart is. Is that another game that I should know about? That name is pronounced Guillaume. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. I never played that one. Andy Serkis is Gollum. Oh, okay. There were a lot of really good things about this game. I think that has it become a standard now that everything uses like dynamic music? That like music like picks up and drops out. Did it as much? I feel like, I'm sorry, hold on. I'm getting scatterbrained as fuck. We went to way too many topics. I got like 1 hour of sleep last night. I don't fly into small airports anymore. I just fly into the largest airport and then I fucking drive. Okay, fuck, I hate small airports. It's too many bullshit delays or problems and I just hate them. God, I hate fucking small airports. So I drove from Charlotte to Virginia Tech, which is near, what's the city? It's near like Roanoke. I don't even remember the city. But I drove like 3.5 hours this morning to Charlotte and then flew back here to Miami and yeah. The first time it was used was in Donkey Kong for SNES. That much I am aware of. Really? You cannot be serious that you like this game. Asmongold thinks it should be Game of the Year, which makes that a Nazi slap game. Oh, fuck. Does Asmongold like it? Oh, no. Burbank Airport is the best airport in the country? What? I lived in Glendale. I know why people think that. The reality is, I feel like... I hate connecting flights. I don't think I will ever live, as somebody who travels a fuck ton now, right? I don't think I will ever live somewhere that doesn't have a major airport. I just want to go from A to B. I don't want to connect anywhere. Fuck that. It's annoying. If a flight gets delayed, it's just so annoying. It's just so fucking annoying. I can't do it. Are you going over the Moeen Rubani stuff? Yeah, I will later. To clarify, Burbank Airport is the best airport if your flight is available in a nonstop version. Yeah, but Burbank's a pretty small airport, so I don't know. Another point for New Jersey. Yeah, if you want to fly to Newark or JFK or LaGuardia. Depends on where you live in New Jersey, I guess, because you have to cross the bridge. Charter private jets. I had a guy email me that. Private jets aren't as... I think that private jets, chartering a flight like that, if you have like 10 people, I think is actually cheaper than first class or business class flights. First and business class flights are really expensive. And I think you can fuck, I feel like I looked into this once. For $10K, I think you can charter a private jet to do like transatlantic, like round trip with like 10 people, which is way cheaper. Oh, hold on. Somebody said it's $10K per flight hour roughly. Never mind. That would be way more expensive. Absolutely not. Maybe I was looking at the shitty budget tier private jets. Or maybe I'm thinking LA to New York City is what I saw. I swear to God, I saw a round trip 10K charter. Chill, bro. But maybe now you make me doubt myself. Maybe just make this up. Do you always fly first class? I rarely, if ever, fly first class. I'm a bit bougie, I'll be honest. I do the economy plus now, okay? I'm in row 9, glaring at all of the poors walking past me. But thank God I'm short enough that, because I'm 5'8", so I'm short enough that I'm not like super uncomfortable, and I can still fall asleep wherever the fuck I'm at. So I just sleep through most flights. Do you obey boarding class procedure or just big dick your way to the front at the beginning? Well, you can only board. I think since I'm American Airlines Platinum or whatever, I'm always in boarding group 3. So I generally board pretty early. Don't you care about the environmental impact at all? True. I'll stop doing events. I don't know how really fat people do it. Even when I was like 230, normal plane seats were uncomfortable. I am getting more salty against flat people. Or did I say flat people? Sorry. Flat people would be based against fat people. I was almost sandwiched between 2 on my last flight, and then we reshuffled in the plane. Thank God, because this motherfucker tried to steal my window seat, and it was so annoying. And I'm like, okay, at some point, you motherfuckers need to buy 2 seats, all right? You're putting all your business spend on a credit card, right? So you can use miles to book business. Yeah, I suck at using my miles. I think I have like 1 million Chase points and like 300,000 American Airlines miles. I'll figure out how to use them eventually. Radiant showed me that one site though, where you can, like, the problem is if you want to use your miles and stuff, you usually have to book like a month or 2 in advance to get like the good deals. So, and I never book that far in advance, so. Do you like Alaska Airlines? I guess. I feel like I've only flown them to, like, if I'm flying out of like Seattle or Portland, or I'm going to like Vancouver or something when I'm visiting Yo Mama. Didn't you say you had the best debate on Israel-Palestine recently? What convo was that? That never happened. And I never said that, and you're lying. It's really annoying, but the guy that I had that convo with, they said that they lost it. So we're trying to set up another one, which is so annoying. Fuck me. I got that email on the 21st. Hi, Stephen. Thank you again for coming in last week. Really appreciate your time in the convo. Unfortunately, with our sincere apologies, we've discovered that some of the files from the interview were corrupted. We've tried troubleshooting this and have failed. This is the first time we've encountered an issue like this, and we're incredibly sorry. We're still very keen to have this discussion with you. We're wondering if there might be a chance to refilm the interview. It was a 3-hour talk. That sucks. How critical of Israel were you during the talk? Probably fairly critical. But I think I feel like I already spoke about it on stream. Like, the guy got a little bit gaslit because I think he's seen a lot of my clips and he's seen me debate against the pro-Pally. So his assumption was that I was going to be like an unhinged pro-Zionist guy. So I think he felt a little rug pulled because I was like, oh no, I think there's a lot of this is like really bad. But yeah, his arguments were so nuanced. He had such great arguments. I really appreciated I don't remember how many examples I brought up in this debate, but like, so one of the things he says is that, like, you know, like imperialism influences a lot of the way that policy works in the Middle East. You know, and I kind of like roll my eyes like, okay, here we go. Let's do the imperialist arguments. But the argument was basically that, like, the way that the Middle East is structured is like a vestige of the original interests of the British Empire and then the United States. Because if you look at, for instance, the monarchs that are set up, like the Jordanian monarchy, the Hashemites, those were chosen by the crown, by the British. Or like the Saudi Arabian monarchy is backed by the United States, right? Or the Egyptian rulership is essentially funded, you know, in large part by the United States. Like, that's true. It's like the arguments that he was using is like it's the thing that I say when somebody's like, why do we go to the Middle East so much? It's for oil. And I was like, no, that's not really true. But if somebody's like, the reason why the United States intervenes so much in the Middle East is because we have an interest in the oil in that region. It's like, that is true. But it's not like we go there and we steal the oil. That's retarded. But like, we're very interested in like a secure and stable oil trade and OPEC and everything else, and we want it to be semi-preferential to us, right? That's very true, right? So he was very, very good on, we there was more agreement than disagreement, I think, with us having some factual disagreements about, especially like 48 and stuff, but yeah. So I appreciate that. I think when I email him back, I think what I want to do is I don't know if he'd go for it. I really want to moderate a debate between him and a very pro-Zionist guy. That would be very interesting to me. I would love to moderate an Israel-Palestine debate because then I can do, because there's just so many questions I can ask. Yeah. The distinction is that secure and stable doesn't mean the citizens are secure and stable, and that's the problem. Well, actually, it kind of does. We generally, like, as bad as Saddam Hussein's regime was, it was relatively stable, like... Could you give a percentage of how much you've shifted pro-Pally or percentage of perceived pro-Pally you've shifted? Percentage of actually shifted, 0%. The perceived pro-Pally I've shifted, probably 40 or 50%. Like, I'm very critical of... I just hate the 20-point peace plan is just fucking bullshit. It's actually such bullshit. Netanyahu is a very conniving, he's just got everything. It was just the absolute fucking dream plan, and Trump is such a fucking Israeli dick suck. And then also, no offense to my Israeli brothers, but like, you are a capable nation that, and I know everybody in Israel gets ass pained as fuck when you say this, but like, you face no real threats in the Middle East. Okay, I'm sorry, as much as you guys like to say it, you don't. You motherfuckers are intercepting rockets everywhere. Your Arab brothers are helping you intercept rockets from fucking Iran. Okay, you face no real threats in the Middle East. So to see Trump pump so much more money into Israel every single fucking year, and then meanwhile Ukrainians are getting raped and murdered, and it's like, Jesus, what the fuck? I don't know. That triggers the fuck out of me. I don't like that. That irritates the fuck out of me. Just checking. Kuwait was selling oil for cheaper than Iraq. Iraq moved all their dudes to Kuwait. We showed up and showed Iraq. That was a bad idea, right? Well, I think it was a little bit more than that. Hadn't Iraq borrowed a ton of money from Kuwait as well, and they were in debt to the country? And Saddam was like, well, if I just take them over, technically I don't owe them shit anymore. I think there was more bad shit going on there as well. Iran getting a nuclear weapon would be catastrophic. I agree that's bad, but I mean, part of U.S. foreign policy has pushed them to that point as well. Like, the Trump leaving the JCPOA was just fucking retarded. Trump is just, I have to be so careful on topics. I started reading the news again this morning, and it's so hard not to Fed post on every single thing I read. It's actually so fucking hard. I saw that fucking piece of shit fucking Scott Adams, who should rot and die in the street in a video game, in Minecraft, in real life, in a video game, in Minecraft. This loser, fucking retarded, dipshit fuck piece of shit, begging and crying like a little baby bitch, dying of fucking ass cancer or whatever, or prostate cancer, I think. Begging RFK and Trump to help him. This retarded fuck wasted a month of cancer treatment on ivermectin for cancer, and now he's begging for like a newly approved FDA drug that the majority of the research came from like the Purdue Research Institute, like all this shit that the government is attacking, is unfunding and everything else. You shouldn't be allowed. If you voted for Trump, you don't get new experimental drugs. None for you. Fuck you. Get your Advil, your fucking your Wegovy, or your fucking semaglutide or whatever the fuck, and your Viagra. That's all you get. Nothing more. No experimental drugs for you. No research shit for you. Die if you get a bad disease. Fuck you. Because that's what you're condemning everybody else in the country to. It's bullshit. I think that's crazy. Guy triggers the fuck out of me. This is the most corrupt, disgusting... On Monday, I will ask President Trump via X to help save my life. He offered to help me if I needed it. I need it. As many of you know, I have metastasized prostate cancer. My healthcare provider, Kaiser of Northern California, has approved my application to receive a newly FDA-approved drug called Pluvicto. The FDA, by the way, which Scott Adams has attacked before, by the way, But they have dropped the ball in scheduling the brief IV to administer it, and I can't seem to fix that. I am declining fast. Wasted a month on ivermectin for cancer treatment, by the way. I will ask President Trump if he can get Kaiser of Northern California to respond and schedule it for Monday. That will give me a fighting chance to stick around on this planet a little bit longer, making it worse for everyone, by the way. It is not a cure, but it does give good results to many people. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Robert F. Kennedy. Scott, how do I reach you to personally help you with your healthcare? Bullshit. How fucking insane. What an insanely disgusting. Why the fuck is my Health and Human Services head reaching out to a retarded fucking ex-comic book artist on Twitter who decided to waste months of his life eating fucking horse paste thinking that would cure his cancer? At least Steve Jobs had the decency to die after doing his retarded fucking eating oranges and apples to treat his cancer. I hate this guy so much. Oh my God, I hate this guy so fucking much. Hank Green has a great video on it. Did he make a video on this? Are you joining Kyle's fight against Joe Rogan? Kalinsky is too far over the line. I'm not going to play that fucking game anymore, okay? Maybe in the future. Listen, we're rounding the corner on my court case, okay? And then I can moving. There are so many other people that I want to work with and do stuff with. We don't need these Kalinskys and everything. Have you explored human capital arguments in the context of Israel-Palestine? It seems relevant that Palestinians and Arabs in general have never built a broadly prosperous and successful liberal democracy, and this is not a change, and this is not changing anytime soon. This is why I believe the U.S. should continue to support Israel. Maybe. One of the arguments that the other guy brought up that I was interesting is the governments that we support in the Middle East tend to be monarchies, and you're not really going to see democracies pop up. Like, would we want a democracy to pop up where we have, what is his name? Is it Mohammed bin Saud? Is it the Saud MBS? When we have like bin Salman al Saud, it's the Saud family, right? When we have like monarchs like this that are loyal to us, would we want them to have democracies? What if they vote for somebody that's not as nice to us? You know, one of the interesting arguments, and it's interesting because he was arguing that like imperialism is one of the reasons why the Middle East looks the way that it does, which is either a really retarded argument or a sophisticated and true argument, right? He made the sophisticated version of it, which I like. But his argument that I thought was interesting, he said, I think a lot of Arab states could move in democratic directions if they were freed up from the monarchs that they have, which is usually like you hear like the imperialists say that. They need democracy, you know, like we gave to Iraq. So, yeah, who knows? I mean, the Persians in Iran early on voted for, and they finagled their Islamic interpretations and everything. All their early scholars, when they were creating the first parliaments for Iran, said that like, oh no, we think that, you know, democratic forms of governance are compatible with Islam and, you know, we can do this. And now I guess they're Persians. But I mean, why am I saying this? Like, it's race realist forms of government. Like, they were Muslims, yeah. Also, people don't know this, but in all the stuff that I read for Israel-Palestine, and I've never heard anybody contradict this, so I'm pretty sure it's true. Just saying because nobody said otherwise. I'm pretty sure because of UNRWA, the Palestinians were like some of the most educated people en masse of Arabs in the Middle East. Like the Palestinians has unbelievably amazing access to education and job opportunities, a lot of them since they can work in Israel and everything else. And the Palestinians they're widely regarded as the ones that live in and have access to good UNRWA institutions. I don't know about the ones that live like in all the border cities in like fucking like Lebanon and Syria and shit. I don't know about that. Maybe they aren't. But like the ones that are living in a lot of the UNRWA places are considered some of the most educated Arabs in the Middle East, which is interesting. People don't talk about that much. People are focusing on Zoran, Disney Channel, nepotism groomed child instead of the wild Somalia political government takeover in Michigan and Ohio. Haven't read anything about that, so wouldn't be able to say. Better question would be, is the Arab world culturally ready for democracy as long as Sharia law is the prominent way of solving legal issues? I would say no. I don't know if that is the prominent way of solving legal issues in the larger countries, but... Would you vote for Cuomo or Zoran? If it was Zoran, 1 trillion%. Cuomo accepted an endorsement from Trump. Are you crazy? How many times can Mike Johnson use the I haven't heard of that before it gets nerfed? I don't know. We need to patch that out. I regret bringing that up. I know his staff, all the conservative staffers, they're watching my stream and they're like, fuck, Destiny says this is a really good debate tactic. We need to start using it. I feel like, I know he's not actually, but I feel like Mike Johnson's been employing that one more and more. And then even Trump employs it. Didn't you pardon like the most fucking guilty ass dude ever? And it's like, Trump's like, who? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't fucking know what you're talking about. It's like, dog, it's your pardon. My what? Gotta go. Yeah, auto pen, by the way. True. Ugh. That Corsair monitor is not available. Oh. Okay, sorry. Backing up to the very beginning of my stream, I made a statement. I realized I had a mini obsession with doing like USB-C batteries and getting all this bullshit in my Anchor portable charging stuff because I was playing a lot of Expedition 33. I finally realized why like gamer laptops never run well unless they're plugged in. Does anybody know the answer to this? I'm trying to figure this out for so long. There we go. Bisco has the answer. People are saying throttled or whatever. It's because there's not enough wattage. You can't have batteries don't deliver the wattage necessary for the graphics cards to run at full power. My question about that though was, are there any laptops that use, I think in this computer, I have an A4000, which is supposed to be for, it says like video encoding, but I'm pretty sure this is it a 2000 level card or what is the equivalent? I forget the architecture names, but I think this card draws like 75 watts or 150 maybe. Like the power draw on this card is way lower than the equivalent like 3000 series or 2000 series or whatever the fuck series card. Fuck, can I find this? A4000, is it TDP? Is that what it's called? Oh, 140 watts is the max draw. Do they ever make laptops that have like these super whatever cool GPUs? Because wouldn't that work? They do sell batteries that'll put higher wattages. You'll probably be limited in terms of what you can bring on an airplane, but a lot of airplanes now have straight up outlets you can plug laptops into, so maybe you'll be fine. No. On an airplane, you're generally limited to like around, and every airplane that I've been on, if you try to plug a greater than 100 watt brick into the outlet, it'll flip on you and you won't have, you won't get any power. You'll never be able, well, at least on any airplane I've been on, you can't plug in and get 240 watts out of the outlet. Business class allows more watts at the outlets. I don't know if that's true or not. If that was true, that'd be funny, but. I do 60 watts into a battery, 100 watts from battery to laptop. You can do that, but it's still not enough. Like the MSI laptop I have, the power brick is 240 watts. And I think I need that in order to fully power the laptop so that the graphics card is running at full strength. Yeah. Why not use the NVIDIA video game streaming feature on an airplane? The fuck? Get a portable reactor and take it on the plane. I thought about getting, I got mini obsessed with battery shit for a while. But it's too much memery shit. And I don't think you can even bring this onto a plane. I don't think they'd allow you. But there is a If you want to bring a big boy battery thing, oh, this might not have like 140 volt or the 120, 240 volt, whatever outlet on it. 48,000 milliamp hours. God damn. Look at that big boy. Look at that. Do you know how many girls would come up to you? Can I charge my iPhone? Whew. You can bring a lithium battery with you onto a plane. Yeah, but I think they only allow up to like 26,000 milliamp hours or something. I think there's a limit. Oh, somebody said it's 100,000. Ugreen is a China brand. Spoiler alert, basically everything you buy is a China brand. You're just not aware of it. China doesn't make bad stuff. China makes everything. Some of the cheap brands are cheap Chinese shit. The really good brands generally just use better Chinese shit. The limit is kilowatt hours, not milliamp hours. The fuck is the difference? Kilowatt hour versus milliamp hour. Milliamp hours measures electric charge used for small portable electronics. Kilowatt hours measures total energy. A 4,000 milliamp hour battery can deliver 4,000 milliamps of current. Amps of current for 1 hour. What does that mean? Wouldn't you need to know the voltage to know how much wattage that is? How are you this rich, but you've never charged your laptop in business class before? I charge my work laptop in business class all the time. It only trips if you're poor in economy. If you have a work laptop, then you probably have a loser adult laptop that doesn't have a discrete GPU for playing video games. I don't care that you're a Lenovo ThinkPad or whatever, or your whatever bullshit boring Dell, okay, with your 80-watt brick, okay, fuck you. That's a different thing. Yeah, I also, she spent a long time. Fuck, well, now I feel bad because now I'm getting less enamored with my iPad. It's just been so long since I've had like a real laptop. This isn't even the best laptop, and I got it fucking used. But every laptop I bought for the past like 10 years has been like a fucking gimmick laptop. So it's been a while since I've had like a real laptop. But I also need to I shouldn't travel. No, I'm done with this Expedition 33 game. Dude, I was sinking way too much time into that shit. But that's okay. I beat it, and now I'm done. And I 100%ed it. Every achievement. Don't tell them about the E33 DLC. Huh, I'm beating that 100% when it comes out, okay? 100%. But okay, wait. We were moving through things. Okay, I learned about that for laptops. Now I know. Now you know, because I learned. And now you know it. Are these becoming available? Oh, they are. Oh boy. This was cute. Baldur's Gate 3 is peak. I like stories with characters, okay? I like stories with characters. I don't like blank slate bullshit. I don't like fucking Bethesda. That's it, okay? Like, Baldur's Gate 3 seems like it might be a fun game with friends maybe or something, but I need my JRPG style games, okay? That's why I like Expedition 33 so much, all right? Baldur's Gate 3 is character driven. The main character is a real person? I feel like I started this game like 12 years ago and it's BioWare style companions. Baldur's Gate 3 has multiple characters with good stories. Are you retarded? Okay, yeah, we view it differently, okay? When you can pick from like 15 different characters that all have different options and shit. Like, let me put it this way. And this is going to bother some of you, okay? Where are my AP English? Because I never really went to college, I guess. Where are my English students? You will, in 200 years, you will never be in an English class because you'll all be dead. Okay. In 200 years, nobody's gonna be in English class and be like, okay, teacher, now what? On the bottom of this great literary American classic we're reading, it says, if you want him to open the door, turn to page 33, or if you want him to go down the hallway, turn to page 125. Choose your own adventure books will never be considered great literature. You cannot write that many good stories. You have to make too many compromises. It's just this bullshit. Okay. There are 7 origin characters that you can either choose to have as your own character or have as companions. No! I want one consistent, one coherent story with one set of characters, with a consistent theme, with it working and being built. That's what I want, okay? Fuck you, all right? I like games like The Witcher, Red Dead Redemption, my traditional JRPGs, my Phantasy Stars, and my Final Fantasies, and my Secret of Manas, and my Chrono Triggers, and my Metal Gear Solids. Fuck you. Okay, wait. I'm just flashing through my takes on E33. I thought the soundtrack was good. There were too many good songs, though, and I actually don't mean that in a positive way. I think they should have like narrowed the scope a little bit. I feel like that composer blew like his 10-year load on that OST and will never make anything even remotely close to that ever again. That game had a lot of bangers. That game had a lot of fucking bangers. Which was good, but sometimes I feel like I would just get like in a random fight and I'd be like, holy shit, this is a crazy ass song. And then you'd like never hear it again. Like, the fuck? Oh, it seems kind of crazy. The voice acting was good. The gameplay I thought was really good. I think it struck a really good balance of turn-based gameplay that didn't get boring or drag on, even though you couldn't skip animations, which is usually really scary for me because I'm like, oh God, I've got to sit through. But I never felt like it dragged ever. I always felt somewhat engaged with the parry feature, which I thought was cute. I feel like the Picto system, I actually really liked that I feel like it was a combination of like simplistic, but also there was like a lot of potential experimentation or fun with like combining different ones on the Luminous shit. I thought that was cute. I think the Pictos themselves could be reworked. Like it was a little bit too bleh. Like I think the stats or something maybe could have been a bit different. I don't know. There's definitely areas for improvement, but I thought it struck a good balance of simplicity versus complexity. Like I liked that it only took 4 battles to learn a Picto, because that's definitely, I feel like in traditional RPG world, back when I played games, I haven't played any AAA games in so long, it would be like 50 wins to max out a Picto and make it available for everybody. Maybe it could have been 10 battles or 5 instead of 4 or something, but the story I thought was ambitious. I liked it was like a relatively original story with a pretty mature theme dealing with grief, which I think are all, and it's an original story, or maybe it was based on a book or something, but I appreciate that. I feel like, is it Act 3? Should have centered on Mael. I feel like it was a mistake that didn't happen. Did you get Verso in Act 2? I feel like Act 3 should have centered on Mael. I think that was a mistake for it not to. I think that one thing that I don't know what the writer was going for, because I feel like I read interviews with the director where he said that there's no real true ending, that both endings can be canon, or rather there's not like a good or a bad ending. But I feel like they needed to justify way more for it to be emotionally and philosophically fulfilling. They needed to do way more to build up the idea of Mael losing herself forever in the canvas. That's just, I don't think they did enough to build that up. The Verso ending, I think if you're engaging with the material in a mature, honest, intellectual way, the Verso ending is like clearly and obviously the morally, artistically correct choice, I think, if you want to show like a positive, good message or something. Yeah. I think. Why do you support Zoran over Cuomo? Is it vibes? At the very beginning of the race, I might have supported Cuomo, but I really need to. I would have to look into the sexual stuff more. I just don't know enough because I feel like some of the things I read sounded retarded. But maybe there might be bad stuff there, and I just didn't dig into it enough. And I think Cuomo is a little bit more of like that center left versus Zoran, who's like the far left kind of guy. But the accepting the endorsement from Trump, fuck Cuomo. I don't like that at all. And then didn't Cuomo, he lost the primary, but he was still going to run in the general, right? I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it. I think they should have shown more how in pain and how miserable Alicia was in the real world and why the painted world was so appealing. Yeah, I think that they could have done it a little bit better there as well, for sure. Because it... I guess she couldn't talk. Oh, like one way they could have showcased that, because there was one cutscene where Verso plays the piano and Mael sings. There should have been more of her singing, or music should have been a bigger part of her life or something. Because it just didn't seem like as big of a deal. Like your voice is fucked, I guess, in the real world, but yeah, I don't know. I think there also needed to be a bigger consequence for destroying the canvas as well. Like she wouldn't be able to paint anymore. Like all of her power or whatever was wrapped up in this one canvas, and if they destroy it, she can never paint again. So that it feels more like there's more totality or finality or whatever in her destroying that canvas, because she could always just like paint another canvas in the future if she wants. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit unsatisfied, but it's fine because this is a very ambitious game, and I really appreciate the mature subject matter. Dealing with grief and loss is a very human thing, and the way that they showcase and everything, with the balance of like goofy, funny characters, and then you find out like, oh, like these goofy, funny characters asking everything were like a brother and sister, painting and drawing and going on adventures and shit. It reminded me a little bit of I barely remember this movie, but this movie was a mindfuck when I watched it. Am I making this? I don't want to spoil. Has anybody seen a movie called Bridge to is it Terabithia? Oof. I feel like I watched this a long time ago, but that was like a, oof. Why is there contention on the two endings? It's obvious Verso's ending was the correct choice. I think that people get hung up on trying to, like Foxip and Food Shops of this, where like, oh no, painted people have consciousness, and the consciousness. The problem is once you've established that one world is fake, unless this is you would have to spend a lot of time diving into this thematically to really artistically justify. I don't know how to express this concept. If you want to deal with a certain thing in an art medium, you have to give it its due diligence for it to truly be considered honestly by somebody that's partaking in the medium. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like in Harry Potter, I always go to Harry Potter. I don't know why. Fuck, I can't think of an example right now. But like sometimes like a medium will lightly deal with a topic, but not like heavily, and then people are like, oh no, and they're really heavily factoring that in. The idea of like the other people being conscious or whatever is just not. I just don't think that's an important thing. I consider this way more akin to Inception, and I think for Inception, I thought about this more, and I kind of spoke with a friend about this more too because I was considering this idea more. The problem with Inception is twofold. One is there is a real world, and if you know there is a real world, then the fake world can't be as good as the real world, right? Like in Inception, why was it so important that Male? What does he call her? It's not Mel. It's not Mael. Mal? What does Leonardo DiCaprio call his wife? Is it Mal? Why does he want her to come out of the dream? Like, why can't they just live in the dream forever? You know? And the reason why is because there's a real world, right? And there are children there, and there are real decisions, and there are other people that can make choices and that can do things otherwise. And it's just, yeah, it's important to be a part of the real world. The real world has to mean something. I can't debate that. It's just axiomatic. The real world has to mean something more than a fake painted world. and to pretend that the game paid enough attention to the concept of building out characters that have their own contradictions. Nah, I don't know. I feel like I'm sympathetic to where people come from, kind of in that, but I would actually argue that that was a mistake in the game, and that the game focused too much in the third act on Verso, and that was inappropriate. The third act should have centered on Mael. It shouldn't have been Verso having his own adventures with like Lune and CL or whatever. It was incongruent, I think, with the ending choice and like what the direction of the game, I think. Yeah. But in Inception, the problem is that in the dream, the people are your own imagination of the people. E33 seemed to me to present the people of Lumiere as independent consciousnesses. I mean, you can say that, but ultimately they're fake and drawn anyway, right? Like, you can draw whatever, you can change whatever, you can, if you don't like the way it is, you can redo it. Yeah. The creator is saying that there isn't a bad ending. Doesn't make any sense with the Mael ending. Yeah, I also don't. I would have to go and read. Now I'm curious if the director actually said that, because artistically, they really do communicate that that the Mael ending is bad. Like that is communicated through the medium. Absolutely. And there is a way to communicate this where it doesn't seem bad, but like this is such a fucked. What is this aspect ratio? Could you play the game like this? I knew it! I bet this is on PS5 or whatever. They do this to get 60 FPS or whatever and high resolution bullshit, is they put it in a crunched 4:3 aspect ratio, and that's why that over the shoulder, the field of view sucks. Actually, maybe not. There's no way the PS5 is a 4:3 like it's playing on TV. Everything I just said didn't make sense. Never mind. I'm retarded. Forget that. Like, there's no way that it was like, this is not communicated as being like a good wholesome ending. And there are ways that they could have done it too, you know? Like, to point back to Inception, you know, like the Inception ending being ambiguous, it thematically makes sense, and it's dealt with appropriately too, you know? Like, is this real or is it fake? He clearly doesn't care, but it's not like he walks outside and his children are frozen, seemingly inhuman things, right? It's that the children are, they're his children, right? So he's like happy and enjoying life and everything. So, you know, the fact that the top is spinning, does it matter, does it not matter, right? It makes more sense. It's dealt with in a more appropriate manner artistically to actually have a valid consideration. Yeah, so I really don't like, I don't know, I need to stop quoting, because I actually, especially given how many of you retards chose Mael, I should just watch the director talk about it instead of going by what other people say the directors say. It's not ambiguous, the top wobble. It's absolutely ambiguous. Please stop.
Bro.
Quick, you got 3 minutes. What's up?
Okay, so in the ending to Inception, I think the implication was that he doesn't care about whether or not his children are real or fake, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So doesn't that help my point more? As in, like, what is considered real is really just...
No, but the point I'm making is that in Inception, right, it's accurately communicated in the medium that he doesn't care because everything is like great and awesome and he sees his children. In the ending of Expedition 33, the artwork, direction, and everything else makes it seem like a fucked, fractured reality. It's like the banging the piano and the him sighing and then the cut to her painted face leaking it doesn't seem...
Yeah, sure. However, in Mael's ending, if it didn't show any consequences, it would have been too happy. I think that was the direction they probably have gone with.
But
That's
that doesn't make any
unfortunately.
sense because Verso's ending seemed very happy and wholesome.
Yeah, because it's actually very sad in material sense, right?
No.
Like they yes, they reach acceptance from my perspective, and you'll never agree with me on this. From my perception, like they are all consciousness. Like you spend the entire game building up these bonds, talking with these motherfuckers, learning that they have
Oh no,
lives
I'm
and
just
how
saying. I'm saying
they'll
that
deal with
when they go to
trauma
the real
and all
world
that.
in
Yeah.
Verso's ending, the family, like everybody is, they've accepted their grief and they've moved on. Like that's like a happy
Yeah,
ending.
that's not really a happy ending because think about it. Even though the tone is happy, like Mael probably has a fucked up voice for the rest of her life. She doesn't be epic and cool anymore. She has to paint her own world. Um, she has to deal with the trauma. She like
But it's
I
dealt
think the
with. That's
lesson.
that
I
the.
think I think I I have a question for you. What do you think
Wait, no,
about?
stop. Hold on. The dealing with grief is a part of
Mhm.
life. Just because you become injured or something
It is.
happens to you
Yeah.
doesn't mean the rest of your life is misery or sad. Generally speaking, it's an unspoken rule in the world of art. You're trying to convey positive
Yeah.
messages to the audience. There's almost always a universal rule in art. Even if an artist isn't aware of it, you're almost always trying to convey some sort of positivity, right? In the end of a movie where somebody's accepted grief and they've learned to like move on, it's not like, oh my God, it's a sad ending because they're always going to be disabled or dead. It's no, they finally processed this. They don't have to hide in a fantastic delusion anymore. They've accepted Verso's gone. They moved on. She'll figure out how to live her life. And then that's like the next step. That's the next stage of life. It's not like, oh my God, it's sad. She lives a disbelief forever.
Yeah, sure. I would like generally agree with that, but another part of the game's messaging about guilt is that guilt also guilt like survivor's God, what is it called? Survivor's guilt, I think, right?
Uh huh.
Is a big part of it because Aline wishes that Mael was dead, right? Instead of Verso, because I think Aline liked Verso more, but it's been a few months, so I probably have forgotten. Um,
Wait, hold on. Remind me of who all
I
these
think
people are again. Wait. Aline
Aline is the
is
mother, the Pinterest.
likes Verso more than Mael.
Yes, I
When you
think
say
that's the
likes Verso
implication.
more than Mael, you mean likes Verso more than Alicia or whatever?
Uh, the painted Alicia, right? Well, yes. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's why she made Alicia's face, um, like that's why she made her scarred. Even the painted versions get
Yeah,
scarred,
I understand, but like,
just
wasn't the
simply
mother? But the
because
mother was also
she
getting
made
lost in that
paper.
canvas too. But wasn't the mother finally pulled out as well? Like, I don't think at the end of the Verso's ending, it's
Yeah.
communicated that the mother hates Mael. I think she's accepted everything that's happened, or that she hates Alicia. She's accepted what's happened, and they've moved on as well, right?
Yeah. She's also moved on. Yeah, sure.
So she shouldn't hate her. So the family is in the real world. They've
Yeah,
processed their grief with Verso, and they're
no,
moving
no,
on
no,
to the
no.
next stage of life.
But from my perspective, right, one family being able to accept and process their grief is a good thing, but it's not a better thing than preserving the
Sure,
lives
I
of
understand because you think
everybody
it's
by
all
the
real and there's
right?
no difference between the
Yes,
two. I
because
got it. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
sure, yeah. Which is the big difference. Because here's the thing: if you are right in the sense that like everybody there is just simply a simulation, and they don't really have the same moral consideration as anybody from above, then sure. Um, but I just think it's just extreme that like you go through the entire game. Otherwise, what is the point of Gustav in the first place? Like, what is the point of any of the bonds? Like, a lot of side quests, a lot of stories would then just mean nothing in the end. Like, none of it would mean anything. Like, what is it just escapism for escapism's sake?
Well, it
Also,
literally
you have to
is,
keep in
right? It
mind.
literally all is
Well,
escape. The whole canvas is escapism, right?
yeah, but then a lot of the messages from the game seems to clearly indicate that like these people are exactly like the Descendres. Like exactly, if not more, right? Because part of it is also like because I think it was Lune who said like, bro, you didn't even ask us like what we thought of this. It wasn't like you even considered us to be real people. You betrayed us, right? What that why did the director put that in? Like
Well,
they
because they
wouldn't put
would
that
feel
in
that way,
just for
sure,
to
but they're
disregard
also,
that,
but they're
right?
not real.
But if it wasn't real, then what is the point of that dialogue? That dialogue is meant to evoke some kind of um, thought to the gamer, right? That shows that okay, maybe what Verso did wasn't entirely right. And you have to keep in mind, Alicia. I think Alicia was the painted one, by the way. was the one that gave Verso the letter, right? The letter that said, "Oh yeah, one paints life, one paints death. Maybe you can find another way." The correct answer is maybe a little bit of escapism is always okay to process grief. It's not entirely wrong for someone to not play video games when a family member dies in order to distract from everything else, right? Because in essence, you're kind of doing the same thing, right? You're playing Expedition 33 as a way to escape from the grief of
Yeah,
the
but there's
lawsuit,
there's
right?
no okay, hold on. There's no
Yeah.
the no, that's the ending is not her temporarily escaping though. The implication is she will die in the canvas. 100%.
I'm pretty sure it was she will go insane IRL, right?
Yeah, she'll die in the canvas. Yeah, she'll lose her mind.
Sure.
Like
But
what
that's not
like what Mal was going to do in Inception, like losing
I
herself in the dream world
right.
forever.
So I don't even think that's true.
It
The
has to
reason
be true.
why
Otherwise, your
no, no,
answer
no,
is
no, no.
obviously correct.
I
It's absolutely
sure,
100% true. It's obviously
sure, sure,
true.
sure, sure, sure. No. Hold on. Sure, Aline was shown to be suffering, right? When after Renoir's fight, like she was shown to be like, oh, right? Um, well, the thing is that one key line says, well, they have Clea says, oh, they have spent more time in other paintings. Are you really saying that Mayel isn't going to get any kind of character development once she's trapped in there?
No, the development is leaving the canvas. Staying in there is arrested development. She's never going to grow up. She's literally 16 years old twice. Like, yeah, I don't think she's ever going to grow up in the canvas. At what point do you remember? Have you seen all of House?
Look,
have you seen all of House? You haven't seen? Have you seen? You haven't seen like House's head and Wilson's heart, where Amber dies?
No, but I play Undertale. Does that count?
Oh my god. There's a part where Amber is on bypass, and at some point she has to be disconnected to be killed or to die basically. And Amber is
wait, is my audio fucked?
No, don't worry about it. You're not using the right microphone, but it doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
Amber says something along the lines of like I'm tired, like I think I want you to disconnect me. And then Wilson is like, no, I need like a little bit more time. And then Amber says, we're always going to want a little bit more time. There's no point where Mael, it's the same thing for Mael. There's no point where Mael's going to, okay, I'm good now to leave behind Verso and everything. Like, it's the implication is that she will die in that campus. That's why her dad is working so hard to free her.
And I think that's okay, right? Because if it's true that I consider everybody else...
Yeah, I know, but that's just boring. But I understand, yes. If it's a whole other universe of a ton of people, then yeah, of course, yeah, you should preserve the whole universe.
That's not a boring thing.
It's boring because the answer is obviously correct, and it's not the subject matter of the game.
I don't disagree with you all that much. No, if you think about it, I don't even disagree with you all that much. Obviously, excessive escapism is bad, right? Like if you played...
No, not in what you're saying. No, not in what you're saying, because for you're saying it's not excessive escapism. They're just going to another place because all those people have the same conscious experience and moral considerations as every normal human. So the answer is obviously she should stay there forever, and obviously destroying the campus is immoral because you're comparing one person to a universe of people. So the answer is very obvious. It's no thought. It's not thought provoking at all.
No, but that's where we have a fundamental disagreement, because I'm sure you would agree that if everyone in the painted world is worthy of the same moral consideration, then fuck the Desandres, right?
That's what I just said, yeah. But that's not even an interesting or thought-provoking question. You're just saying, like, should you save one world of like a billion people or just save one family?
You can have both. But the thing is that you can have both, right? Because if there was a reality in which Mael actually manages to get character development or something like that, you can have
She can't get. This is the story. She's not going to develop. It's whether she's going to remain arrested.
Verso wants to die, right? So if you can kill Verso, have the little painted boy still keep painting, everyone gets to live inside the canvas, and Mael exits to the real world occasionally and comes back for visits. Like,
yeah, but that's not the story. That's not the options presented.
Yeah, because it's clear obscure. It's a clear obscure, right?
Okay, in a world where we can invent like character growth and development after the story ends, then yeah, any ending can be like fine, I guess, because you can just pretend or imagine that they're going to grow up or change after the story is over. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Well. I mean, then I'm sure you can agree that. Okay, I'm not even sure if you'll like agree with this, just mean because you're so psychotic. But do you consider both endings to be bad? Because I actually consider both endings to be bad in a way.
No, I don't.
No? Okay, you're lost to the sauce.
Mael waking up and leaving the fantasy world and going back to the real world and processing her grief is better than the arrested development of living in a fake world forever.
Okay, great, but who cares about Mael?
The real
That's a
Mael
boring,
should. What do you mean?
that's a
It's
boring conversation,
the
right?
whole
The
family
entire
cares about Mael.
no, the entire conversation isn't just no. The an important part of the story is the selfishness of the Desandres. That
No,
everything
that's a
happens
side plot that you've made up because you
because of
think
the
they all get
selfish.
moral
No,
consideration and
it's
you think it's
not.
selfish. It created a
It's
whole
not
new
a side
universe.
plot. I promise you, you're missing the entire theme because you're
Okay.
stupid. Okay.
Okay. I understand
For
your perspective.
example,
I fundamentally disagree with it. So
no,
everything that
no,
follows from
no,
this, I'm
no,
going to
no,
disagree. I understand
no,
what you're saying. I
no.
just
You miss dialogue. Like you are actually missing dialogue.
okay.
Like for example, when Verso was talking with Mael, what did Verso say in Act 3? Oh, it's because of the Desandres' inability to process grief is why everybody else has to suffer. It's not that Verso is denying the sentience of all the painted beings. It's that he acknowledges the sentience of the painted beings, but he still chooses to kill them all anyways for the selfishness of himself. Therefore, even though the painted Verso is just a painted version, he is still just as much selfish as the real Verso would have been. That is part of the complicated messages and the black and white and shades of gray theming that goes on.
Okay.
But otherwise, there'd be no point to any of the dialogue ever. You just
Well, no,
otherwise
it
you
makes sense that
invalidate
it
so
makes
much
sense that he
dialogue.
has his own
It
feelings and
invalidates so much story.
It makes sense that he has his own feelings about things. Like that makes sense because he's a thing. But at the end, he still wants to die because he recognizes that he's not real. That he wants the real life sister of the person that inspired him to move back to the real world, like the mom has, like the dad is, and to process her grief and to be a part of the real world. He's not like begging her to stay and celebrating her staying there. He thinks
Sure.
it's a catastrophe for her to suicide to live in a fantasy
Yeah, sure.
Delulu land.
Fine. I'm okay with assisted suicide. Okay, I'm okay with that. But Verso can just simply choose to die because guess what? Have you fought Alicia? Painted Alicia?
Yeah, I did everything, but I don't think Verso
Okay.
can choose to die. She can literally just repaint him.
No, Mael can gamage away Verso.
Yeah, but he can't literally. He literally is immortal in the game.
No, Mael gamaged away Alicia, right?
Okay.
Can she not gamage away Verso?
Yeah, but she's not going to. She wants them around.
Yeah, sure, but like Verso should have considered that, right? Verso should have been like, bro, I really need you to kill me right now. Okay, I really need it really badly right now.
That was the whole ending. What he was begging for.
No, he wanted to take out the entire world with him. He was like the Unabomber or like a suicide bomber.
Because he wanted her to go back to the real world.
Like it wasn't enough for them to give his life to Allah. He had to take out the entire mosque.
Well, because he was the only, I think he was the only like painted creature thing besides like the family members. Well, he kind of sort of was the family members that had the wherewithal to understand the whole context of what was happening. Like the other fictional characters in the canvas don't really, like Lune and Ciel aren't going to understand that they're not real, but Verso does have that understanding. So of course he's advocating for Mael to leave and go back to the real world.
Sure, but Verso is selfish. He's not considering the lives of everybody around him.
I understand it's boring. I understand. I agree. If you're going to say they're all conscious beings, then yeah, he's bad. That's not good.
From his perspective, that's his perspective. I'm not saying from your
His perspective is not being selfish. His perspective is being selfless. He's making a decision for
No.
Mael that he thinks that she's not mature enough to make.
That's like the Joker. That's like the Joker wanting to blow up Gotham City and saying, "Oh yeah, it's an act of mercy." I don't care what they think. It's an act of mercy that I'm having everybody die because everyone is deep down inside dark and evil.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're saying they're all other conscious beings that are just the same as human beings, then sure. But I'm saying that like
you're assigning collective punishment. It's like if
yeah, but I already agree with you. There's not even an interesting conversation. If you think they're all real, then obviously she should just stay in the canvas and die.
How is that not an interesting conversation?
Because the answer is obvious at that point. She should stay in the canvas and die. There's no argument you can make for her genociding an entire world if you think all those people are real.
Die. The entire Desandre family is allowed to die. Nobody's stopping them from dying. And the thing is that
no, wait, you're not understanding me. What I'm saying is if that's an entire universe of people, then the answer is obvious. Yeah. She should stay in the canvas forever. She can't genocide a whole universe just to go back to one family. She should just stay there. But that's like not even, you don't even have to contemplate that.
Yeah, but like to escape escapism, you don't need to genocide an entire group of people. If you can't escape from that universe, that's a skill issue, right? You can't genocide because you have a skill issue.
We're talking, yes, okay.
No, if you have a skill issue to be unable to process your trauma or you process your guilt or grief in a productive way, you shouldn't be compensating for that in order to genocide an entire fucking world.
I
What?
understand. I keep telling you that if we're going to say that you're killing real people, then of course your answer is obviously true.
Yeah. But your argument is that you think it is a more interesting conversation if you only look at it from the escapism angle. But I'm telling you, there's way more themes in the story that your bad faith representing, deliberately ignoring, or just straight up lying on.
In Inception, do you think the other people in the fantasy world that that Leo and his wife are, do you think the other NPC people walking around, are those like real conscious people?
The NPCs, I'm not entirely sure. They don't explain it in the story. However, the wife specifically, because she's actually just a recreation, right? Like, I'm just double checking the.
Well,
facts.
I'm saying the backstory is that the wife and him were real, but they were lost in a dream world.
No. The wife died IRL, right?
Yes, because she got lost in a dream world and he wanted to break her out, and she couldn't process her. I don't know, I guess say grief or whatever, but
yeah. Okay, if she was fake, if she is a recreation.
She's a what?
Movie. If she was a recreation, right?
No, that's not what. That's not what I'm talking about. No, stop! I'm not talking about when she was a recreation. I'm talking about when Leonardo DiCaprio and when his wife had their own fantasy universe. That was the backstory. Is that they created a dream world for them to live in forever, and I'm saying that was them leaving that dream world. If there were other NPCs in that dream world, is that like unethical to you?
No. Because keep in mind that a scene in Inception is a bunch of elderly people hooked onto Inception machines in order to live out the rest of their years.
What is Mayel if not hooked up to the Inception machine to go to the painting?
Yeah, that's not inherently bad.
Why is it inherently bad in Inception but not inherently bad in Expedition 33?
No, both are not inherently. The only reason, and I'm pretty sure Expedition 33 says this, the only reason why the game considers it to be bad is because it brings grief to Renoir and it brings grief to Elaine. And not to Elaine, sorry. It brings grief to Renoir specifically.
Well, hold on. Like in a very like in a very applied sense, yeah, but in like a thematic sense, it's bad because it represents an inability to process grief. It represents an escapism and unwillingness to accept a harsh reality or a harsh truth in reality.
But how you process that grief is part of the conversation, right?
Yeah, and they process it by escaping into a fantasy world.
Sure. I would ask you, like, do you think it's good to process grief by playing a video game to distract you sometimes?
Sure, it can be, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So why am I wrong?
Because Mayel is not playing a video game to distract herself sometimes. She's going to sit playing the video game until she dies. And she's going to abandon her whole real-life family. They're going to have to watch her die as well.
She is literally living an entirely different world. Inside, she leads a different life.
It's a fake life, though. It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah, but then that just wraps us back around. We're going in circles.
Yep, I know. That's why I said we very fundamentally disagree on this. But it's fake. It's not like she's gonna. She wouldn't live like in poverty in her canvas, right? She's literally painted her own reality.
Here's the thing. I wish we would move past the conversation of whether or not we could argue that they are sentient, real beings worthy of the same moral consideration. But I feel like if your axioms are not grounded in that, we are unable to have.
I agree with you. That's why I said there's no point because it's not an interesting conversation. Yeah. If I accept that they're all a whole universe full of other people, then it's not that she stepped into a canvas, that she's gone to another planet.
But my new issue now is that you specifically are ignoring the other themes of the game when you say you love the game so much. How could you say to love the game when you ignore or deliberately misrepresent a lot of other parts of the game?
Like
all
what?
All the side quests, all the dialogue. Well, I said so before, right? Remember, Verso said, oh yeah, because of Desandre's selfishness and like guilt and grief, they cause everybody around them to suffer. Everybody around them. That isn't just the Desandres, right? Because keep in mind that there is no other IRL person presented other than Desandres. So who is everyone? Everyone is everybody inside the painted world.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, of course you have to go back, but I memorized everything.
I'm saying, first of all, there are other real people. They're called the writers, number one. Okay, number two, the reason why I say I have to go back, especially because I don't trust your reading of any of the script.
You say you consider the writers to be a part of everyone? They are suffering because of the Desandre's inability to process grief?
I'm saying that those are other real people that are referenced.
Oh, yeah, so? they're not shown for a reason, right? Are they
I don't know. I'm
suffering?
just saying
Because
there are
they're
other real
happy
people that
and
are referenced. You're
celebrating,
saying
right?
no other real people in the whole thing were referenced. I'm saying
There's certainly no, but they're not shown.
I
If
never
they're
said they
clearly
were shown.
the
You said
direction,
no
the
other real
director
people. You said
clearly.
no other real people are referenced, and I said there's at least one other
Yeah,
family
I
that's
mean,
referenced that's
but
real.
listen, if you were actually right, okay, if you were actually right, my friend, um, they would have shown like a family friend coming
No,
in
I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just taking issue with the
say,
one
"Oh
statement.
my
I'm just
God,
taking issue with the one statement that you said that no other real people are referenced. There is
yeah,
at
but
least one.
the evidence doesn't support your argument. Your argument is flawed. If you're even making an argument in the first place, you don't have an argument.
Okay. Anything else?
I love you. Okay.
I love you too. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Okay. What were we doing before this? Yes, they are. Destiny is saying that the people in the canvas are real/real enough is a boring interpretation, and that the ending where you abandon them is the objectively correct ending, and I disagree with that for those reasons. All I'm saying is that there has to be a difference. Like, there has to be a reason. This is just axiomatic. There has to be a reason to prefer reality over fantasy. I really do feel like of all the media I've consumed, which I guess is not much, Inception is the one that maps the most cleanly onto this game. There has to be a reason. Why do we want Leonardo DiCaprio and his wife? I don't remember Leo's name. Why do we want them to wake up? Why can't they just live in the dream world forever? Like, what's wrong with that? Because there has to be a preference for reality. And now, why should we prefer reality to fantasy? I mean, you can go into, like, I would say that fundamentally true things have to be more important than not true things, than fictional things. And I would say that interacting with other authentic human beings, other moral agents that can choose otherwise and make choices is an important part of like our existence. But there has to be a reason to prefer reality over fantasy. There has to be a reason for that. Regardless of fake or not, shouldn't a creator have the final say over their own creation? Almost like in an abortion debate. No, actually. I'm not 100% on this. I thought a little bit more about the question of like, what is art? In thinking about this game and thinking about the AI stuff, because it's coming up more and more. And one of the things that I think we kind of settled on last time in having this conversation, because, you know, we debate the great philosophies here and everybody in the world follows us and what we take, our takes on everything, is that art requires intention. And that's the difference between like a beautiful scenery in nature and a photograph of the same scenery or a painting of the same scenery, right? It's a human intention to create art. I'm borrowing a little bit from another philosopher I've never read before, the Wittgenstein stuff, in terms of like private language. It doesn't really map the same. I don't know if I believe in the concept of private art. I almost feel like the intentionality to create art, that for it to be art, it almost requires it to be shared with another person, maybe. I'm not 100% sold on that, but I'm like 85% on that. Meaning, necessarily, when you create art and you give it to the world, you lose a say in how people engage with that art. So you can create art with the intention of creating art, and then you can give it to the world with the intention of evoking or provoking certain feelings in people. But once you've done that second step of the art, which is to give it to the world, you lose control of that art, and you no longer have a say with how people choose to engage with it. I thought of this actually in reference to, because what did I say? I went down the rabbit hole on some crazy Twitter thread. Was it about furry porn? I don't even know what the fuck this was about. Or maybe it was Expedition. Somebody posted something where they were like, if I draw a character and I have this character, you guys aren't allowed to make porn of it or something. They were like, I don't appreciate when people draw my characters like that. And it's like, once you've created the art and you've given it to the world, you have no more say over how people engage with it. You can't dictate that. That's up to them. Now, you know, it can be up to you to convey the message as cleanly and as clearly as possible, such that there is very little room for disagreement or interpretation. So, like, for instance, Harry Potter again, right? Voldemort is clearly and obviously a bad guy. Or in Lord of the Rings, Sauron is very clearly and obviously a bad guy. And Aragorn and all them very clearly and obviously represent good guys. It's very hard to escape that interpretation because of how the media is presented. But in other things, it could be maybe more ambiguous, yeah. But anyway, all of that's my interpretation of things, okay? All of that said, that's why I think the third act should have focused more on Mael, and the third act should have focused more on her suffering in the real world. Because if Mael's, because I think, like you, if I hate reading in between the lines. One of the things you guys do the most that triggers the fuck out of me is you make a bunch of assumptions about the world that might be like reasonable assumptions, but they weren't actually conveyed in the media. I hate it when people interpret art that way, right? But I feel like I am drawing a little bit outside here, but I feel like they wanted to convey it more in the game. I just think they didn't do a great job at it because there are a few lines of dialogue here about this, but it felt like in the game they wanted to convey the idea that Mael's real-world existence entailed a great deal of suffering. I don't believe they did a great job of conveying that. She cried a little bit about it at the end, but I think more attention should have been paid to her real-world existence. Although maybe you could argue you kind of saw it through the painted, painted Alicia or whatever, and her inability to talk and have the scarred face, maybe. But I feel like they could have done a better job of that, because if it truly was a miserable fuck existence in the real world, if she truly was losing access to so many things, then the argument for the painted world, but I think it all centers on Mael at the end of the day, yeah. Sometimes there's legitimate vagueness, though, and everyone brings their own baggage into interpreting things. True, there could be, but other times, like, there can be vagueness that's intentional, but there could also be vagueness that's, like, unintentional. There's, like, bad vagueness. So, like, I would argue that the ending of Inception, there is vagueness around the concept of, is it a real world or is it a dream world? But that vagueness is intentional to provoke the thought of arguing back and forth, does it even matter, right? I think that that's important for the viewer to consider, right? And I think that's intentional on the part of the artist. Or on Christopher Nolan, I guess you would say, right? Okay, Camille Lovestrain. If you consider the story from real Renoir's perspective, it's actual nightmare fuel, watching your entire family destroy itself. Yeah, for sure, of course. From the entire family's perspective, right? I'm trying to think, I still feel like it's hard to follow the story. I mixed up the fuck out of a lot of like the painted and real people. So the mother, okay, the very first canvas was painted by, it was Verso and Clea. The real world, those are two real people, right? And then Verso and Clea were drawing a thing. Eventually Verso dies in real life because of a fire that, it wasn't caused by the writers, was it? Or was it? I don't remember. I don't think that was important. But a fire happens. I don't know if Verso dies saving Alicia or something happens, but then Alicia is scarred or disfigured. I think it's something like that, right? Alicia is scarred or disfigured in real life. The mother has, the real life mother, whose name is Aline, is that it? Has a lot of resentment because her wonderful son died, and she already has 2 fucking daughters, okay? And so the real world Alicia, is it Alicia or Alicia? I think it's Alicia. The real world Alicia is scarred, and when the mother goes into the canvas, she paints, the mother is the one that paints the adult Verso as being a handsome, strapping Chad, Giga Chad, fucking all the women, strapping young lad. And she paints Alicia as being scarred and disfigured still, which is fucked, right? Not cool, not good. Hold on, is that true? Somebody said the fire was caused by the writers, and Mael, and by Mael you mean Alicia, is implied to have had some fault in allowing it to happen. If she had some fault, it was like an innocent young like fuck up, or it was just Verso trying to save her. I don't think it's implied that she caused it like intentionally or something, right? Maybe she was reckless or something. Fuck, is there somebody vlog me or something? She was duped by the writers. Yeah, okay, yeah. She didn't like do it like intentionally or something, right? But yeah, sure, that might have been the case. So the father goes into the painting. Oh no. So Aline is in the painting. That's the mom, right? She paints everything. She starts to get kind of lost in the painting. Who's the one who does all the Nevrons? Is that Clea? Does she draw the Nevrons to help Renoir destroy the painting from inside? Is that why she draws the Nevrons? Yes and yes. Okay. So Renoir and Aline, Renoir and Clea want to go into the canvas to break the mother free. They're slowly destroying everything. The mother is using all of her painted power to try to save everybody. So that's like the big twist, is that the gommage that's happening, it's not that the mother is writing a lower number to show that, like, oh, she's killing everybody. It's that these are the only people she's still able to protect, right? Eventually, I don't remember when it happens. Is it at the end of the game? Is it when you defeat the paintress? Is the paintress Aline? Or is the paintress, when you defeat the paintress, that's when Aline is ejected from the canvas? Is that how that works? Or is the paintress a painted Aline? Okay, no, it's yes. Okay. The paintress is Aline. So when you defeat the paintress, Aline is ejected from the canvas. So she's essentially saved. And then Renoir is trying to save Maëlle or Alicia as well. Why does Aline come back in at the end? Why does the paintress come back in at the end to fight against Renoir? Can someone explain that? Is that Aline or is that like a painted paintress? To save the painting? Well, because why doesn't she just come back in? She wanted the canvas to survive. Okay. Another thing that I feel like they failed at dealing with in the game that I don't think they give enough attention to this is like, why didn't they just save the canvas? Like, could they really just not lock it in another room? Like, I think the implication is supposed to be that if the canvas survives, then that means that Aline and Alicia are going to get lost in it again or something like that. I guess is the implication, that they have to destroy it. But I wish they could have... They should have said something more about that. Like, maybe like once you start a canvas, you can never move it. And so it would be impossible for them to lock it up because it was like in the main room or something dumb like that or whatever. It's implied that Aline will always try to find a way to go back in. Yeah, okay. I wonder why. So what is the story for why is they do move it before Alicia jumps in? Maybe they do. Clay might have mentioned that. I wonder why Aline comes back in to try to save Alicia. That's a thing I've never really considered. But maybe the mom is still like mind fucked and she's just like doesn't want it to die, I guess. Yeah. So I think yeah, Renoir is fighting to save his family. Renoir is the hero, truly. Renoir is the hero of the game. And Clea is kind of the hero, although I don't know why she's just a cunt. She just seems mean. I don't know why Clea doesn't have a larger role. Or maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention to those. I feel like if you describe all the characters, I feel like you would imagine Clea would have a larger role in the game, but it seems like she's kind of... But she's also mogging the fuck out of her sister constantly and everything. She's fighting the writers in real life. She's French. Okay, maybe. All of the characters are a stage of grief. Clea is anger. Oh, maybe I haven't looked at it. Maybe that's an analysis or whatever. What is Gustav? Who painted Gustav, or what is Gustav supposed to represent? Did Alicia paint Gustav to be Maëlle's like Verso fill-in, or what's up with that? Is it Gustav or Gustav? I think it's Gustav, sorry. Gustave? Aline made the Lumiere people. Aline cheated on Renoir with Gustav. Shut the fuck up. Gustav seems like a replacement for IRL Verso, so I don't know. Yeah, but why not just use Verso? Because she painted Verso as well, so why would she paint Verso and Gustav or Gustav? Isn't Gustav just a oh, maybe, yeah. Actually, no, yeah, because I think when Mael is born, Aline doesn't know Mael is Alicia. So Gustav is just a random person that's just another painted person. So okay, maybe, yeah. He stole Asmongold's take on the ending 25900. Aline is running out of ideas for new people. So just reprints them based. Fuck. What timestamp did he say to go to? 259. Did he actually play through and beat this game?
Is there like a canon option? Because I'll make my decision, but like I don't want to know if it's gonna mess me up. I'm gonna be real. It's obvious. Verso is right.
This is way too pretentious for gamers. They should make this from the perspective of a gooner instead, escaping reality and their cave of depravity, and you have to drag them out of their goon coma.
He's right. It's so obvious. Mael is fucking delusional. She's living in a fantasy land. That's it. And it's fucking up her mom and her dad and everybody else. It's not just fucking her up, it's everybody else. Verso's not even real. He's dead anyway. It's the right decision. It is. He gets it. It is, right. And it would be one thing if it was her just fucking her own life up. That'd be whatever. But it's like everybody else in the family's getting fucked up from this too. And also, it's betraying Verso's sacrifice by sacrificing himself for her if she just stays in the canvas to live with a body pillow of Verso. We're fighting as Verso.
True. E33 was pretty big in the culture wars, if I recall. It was used as an example of what happens when a game isn't woke. Isn't woke. I mean, it feels just like standard JRPG to me, no? I feel like JRPGs are like unintentionally kind of woke. Because like usually the females are strong characters and they all have like good stories and, right, like... But they just kind of like normalize their wokeness and they're not like super... They're generally not super preachy, I think. Destiny, because the women are hot, that's all. It's not even a hot take. You guys are just retarded. I don't actually agree that the women in this game were drawn exceptionally hot. Maybe if you have yellow fever, maybe Lune kind of, but like I feel like CL is a prime example of the type of person that gamers would take a screen cap of and go, oh my god, look at how they're drawing women in games these days. I don't think CL was drawn to be like super fucking... I think they look normal. I would say even Lune looks like normal. Like they look normal, attractive people or whatever.
The problem is that Mael is really overpowered, and
I would say the men look hotter than anything else. Gustav and even fucking Renoir, fucking Verso, Playboys, hell yeah.
Probably shouldn't have picked the character that I didn't give any of my upgrades to.
Yikes! This guy's playing with a fucking keyboard and mouse.
Verso, stop! You can't just decide this for everyone.
We're all hypocrites, doing the same thing to each other.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I get another turn. Okay, good. Thank God. Okay.
Fuck. I'm not gonna do it because I'm just not gonna invest the time in it. But I bet this game has a lot of replay value too. Like if you go back and listen to all the lines, like everything makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
I think I can take it all the way to A rank or S rank in the next level. All I have to do is do one correctly.
I forgot, I don't know if you saw this, but you can see on the beach landing, Verso saves Mael. Oh, I saw this posted on the E33 subreddit yesterday, I think.
Go back!
I don't think I watched this because it was on my phone or whatever.
Go back!
When am I supposed to see this? Did it already happen? Oh, is that him? Oh my god, it is! Oh, look at how cute and hot he is. God, Verso is... I would let him... I would paint 20 versions of him to fucking rail me. How cute!
Stop! Come on, we need to go!
From a character design aspect, I will say I don't like that Gustav looked so similar to... Unless it was intentional. I think Gustav looked too similar to Verso, and the fact that they shared weapons and everything, that was... I thought there was going to be some reveal where, like, Verso was, like, the older version of Gustav or something. I was like, I thought that was kind of confusing. It didn't need to be that way. I don't think there was any reason for it to be that way. Oh, people, unless it was like, maybe it was an intentional misdirect. Yeah. Like I thought the twist was going to be, I thought the twist was going to be something like it was like going back and forth in time, and Renoir and Verso and Gustav were all the same person or something. That's what I thought it was going to end up being.
He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
It's funny you mentioned that you should watch the documentary. Fuck. I'm not gonna be. I don't have time for that right now. Favorite track from the game? It's that one fucking random banger track that pops up that does the electronic shit. I don't know. There's a lot of good music though. This was just such a random track. It just came out of nowhere and it just got super banger. This one just out of nowhere. It's just such a banger. It was just such a banger. The dialogue is written so well, it's insane how every line takes on a new meaning when you replay the game. Yeah, I was looking at a couple of screenshots and stuff from earlier in the game. I'm like, oh yeah, that is true. That's why I'm saying I think this game probably has a lot of replay value.
Well, I mean, like, when I used that ability, I thought it was 3 attacks. I thought it was 3 attacks. Like, because it was 3 attacks. Like, I know what that ability is. It's 3 hits. And now it's 7? What the fuck? That's not even my fault. She's still dead. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Final Fantasy Tactics, I think, is the only game that doesn't do this. Where he's talking about, like, you ever notice how you have, like, a character in your party and then they defect to the enemy team and all of a sudden they have, like, a whole new fucking skill set and everything else? And it's like, excuse me, fuck you. The fuck? Why didn't I have these abilities when the guy was on my team? But I think in Final Fantasy Tactics, this is kind of cheating. Spoiler alert, Algus? Was that the blonde kid that killed Teta? Delita's sister? Delita? I don't know how you pronounce these names. I've only ever read them. I've never heard them voice acted. But like in Final Fantasy Tactics, before big story battles like that, I think if you unequip everything and like you change their class to some bullshit before the battle, when they turn on you in the battle, I think they're just empty and they have nothing equipped or whatever, and then you can kill them. It's much easier. I think in Tactics you could do that.
I'm still winning. Get out of here.
Same when Verso was a match for Renoir and then he joins your party and is the same level. Feels like shit. I agree with you that absolutely feels like shit. But when you get further on in the story, I think that it makes more sense why I think Renoir wouldn't want to kill Verso. Or actually, I don't think Renoir even could kill Verso. I don't think he could kill him. He might be stronger than him, but the mother's power, I think, is always dedicated to keeping him alive. So I think he literally couldn't, right? He couldn't be killed, I think.
Fuck you. Fuck you. That's right. Yep. Welcome back to the real world.
You can't job change Final Fantasy Tactics in guests? Oh, maybe not, because they all have special job classes. If they're guests and they don't permanently join, oh yeah, because that join screen pops up and then you can change jobs out maybe. But I'm pretty sure you could take off their equipment, right? Or am I thinking of a different game? I know there's some RPG I played where you can remove all of their equipment before the story battle, and when you do that, it makes the story battle, it's cheating, but it makes it much easier.
Yep.
Don't do this. Don't leave me again.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, huh? You've got this incredible power to paint. You'll never have to suffer a life you don't want. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Do you recognize the two Xanarkin inspiration? I don't think it actually is, but it just sounds like it because there's a when you start high and then you go low and you go high again. I don't know how to explain it. Would you call it texture? It's that two Xanarkin theme. Well, I don't know why it's like this. What is this fucking sound? I don't know how to use it. I need to learn how to use this keyboard for real. Where the fuck is the power button? There it is. Damn.
Had to do it to him.
Is this going? Is it E? I think it says bom bom. Fuck, I don't know. But it's like it's just that sound of like starting high and then coming low and then going back up the arpeggio. For some reason, it has like a texture, and then there's a part in that song that sounds like that. I don't think it's that. I don't actually think it's an inspiration from the Two Xanarkin theme. I think it's just that movement. It just sounds similar. Are you going to cover the New York election tonight? No, I'm not going to watch anything having to do with the election at all. Nothing.
The two dogs.
Why not? I'm just kidding. I'll turn it on when it's closer. I'm not just going to live breaking coverage of fucking poll results. Wait, I'm going to rant about something after this. Hold on.
Damn.
Verso ending players think this is a good ending. That's a joke, right? Fuck, that guy's trolling me. You can always tell when people are retarded because I don't know how you describe these, but there are certain emotions. There's like the level 1 emotions, and then there's like the level 2 emotions. And the autistic people are looking at this and like, oh my God, this is such a sad scene. And it's like, no, this isn't sad. This is, the word I would use is like bittersweet, maybe. Maybe there's a better word for it, but it's like, it's kind of sad, but it's sad for like a better purpose. It's bittersweet. Melancholy? I feel like melancholy is sullen, depressive, not forward-looking. A feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious. Yeah, I wouldn't say melancholy. I would. Bittersweet, another term for the woody nightshade. I don't know what that fuck is.
Oh shit. Was she mad?
Fuck, was I fighting with chat on this? What a loser. Not gonna lie, the scene made me laugh when Lune was trying to aura farm through the portal. Like, stop being such a pussy, at least go walk in and out like a gay kid.
It's okay. It's over. Us.
That's what I thought.
Will you do core memes today? Yeah, after this I will. Do you agree with the sentiment that this game is ugly? I joked a lot about the Unreal Engine and saying that it's ugly and all that. There's a super retard take, there's a retard take, and then there's a Giga Chad take. The super retard take is that, oh my God, it's such a good looking game. The retard take is that like, oh my God, Unreal Engine 5, so horrible. Now, I would have to look actually at the size of the team for this, but given that it was a small project, Double A Studio, my guess is the Giga Chad take is that it's awesome that there are such powerful engines available that a team of indie developers can create like a real, authentic 3D game using the Unreal Engine without having to hire a studio of like 300 fucking people to do so much work. So like, could this look a lot better? For sure. But, you know, absent things like Unreal Engine 5, we'd be playing Undertale 3, you know, or 2, whatever.
Oh, shit. Wow. Oh.
I just mean the art direction is bad. I do not like it, Destiny. I think you can argue maybe for that a little. A little bit, maybe. That might have been a budget thing, maybe, yeah. Because, like, the world is, like, fragmented and coming apart always. I feel like that could have been more of a thing in, like, Act 2 or 3 instead of starting off that way. Did it start off that way? Are there fragmented shit and everything fucked him in the beginning? I'm trying to remember. Or maybe, no, maybe it does become that way more in Act 2 and 3, I think. I'm trying to think of what other game or media I've seen that represents that. Where, like, shit is, like, fucked because you can tell you're in a fake world, I guess. Maybe a little bit. Inception? Not really. The Spider-Man movie, maybe?
Is this back in the real world? Let me see. Yeah, it is. Because it's not... It's a wreck now.
There are a lot prettier 3D art styles they could have done that wasn't generic Unreal Engine slop. Yeah, but my guess is that would have been a fuck ton more money to do. And given that, isn't that the studios, this is their first game, right? How much did it cost to make this? What was the total cost for this? Expedition 33, development cost. It hasn't been released, but estimates suggest it was under 30 million, and likely in the range of 5 to 8 million. Why did they say under 30 million? 33 million? Oh, I don't know. It was likely at least 20 million. Actually, that 5.5 million figure might have been the budget per year, so we're looking at around 30 million. I don't know. Lapin de rêve, où le chagrin s'efface. L'autre. I feel like there's one visual effect that they lean into a little bit too much. It looks cool, but they lean into it. I call it like the black hole effect, where there's like it's like a two-dimensional thing where you, no matter what angle you view it from, it's like the black hole with the light that's like coming from the outside or something. I don't know how else to explain it. I just call it the black hole effect. They lean into that like visual too much, I think. I don't know why, but.
Where's his sister? Where's her sister? Oh, there's the plushie.
Kinda, well, it's like I think in a black hole you're seeing fuck me. Like if you look at like the black hole in Interstellar, this light I think here is supposed to be the ring on the other side, but you see it come over the top because of gravitational lensing. So you're seeing that this is the light from behind the black hole. And this style of image where you have this like black hole and this light from around, and then no matter what angle you look at it from, there's like that type of art shows up a lot throughout the game. I think because it feels like it looks cool. And so they use it in a lot of different places. And I don't know if they need to, because it's like a pretty striking piece of artwork. And to see it show up so many different, I don't know, it's kind of weird now. Event horizon. The event horizon is when you are past the point of no return and you're too deep in your mom to get out in time before you've blasted your first jet of baby goo inside of her.
Bless you. Do we need to see Asma's reaction to anything? Well, I don't know. Why was I link this? I mean, it's another...
She said, change next year, the year after, and the year after. Right? Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change...
What's funny about it is that the truth is that he probably knew about Expedition 33. I mean, it's another European game studio. The probability of him knowing about this game is like 100%, right? He probably even played it.
just
Wait, who is this guy? Does he know every single European game being made?
It's a modern Oracle, so they made me sign an NDA. But I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The Oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 is going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps
He won last Game of the Year. Oh, this is the Baldur's Gate 3 director. Gotcha.
on getting lost.
Oh, wait, or the CEO of Larian. Was he the director, or was he just the CEO of the studio?
Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to service the brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted in function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and
Fuck, you're gonna trigger the fuck out of me. I hate artists. Don't make me defend artists, okay? But somebody linked this and they said, this game was literally made by 2 people. You're telling me it would have been too hard to make the game prettier? Art direction is really important when it comes to like extracting like high fidelity graphics or whatever out of a thing, right? So like, can this look better insofar as it's more realistic? I guess maybe, but this is a totally different style of thing. But first of all, everything is washed the fuck out. Now stylistically it makes sense, but there's no colors in this. The backgrounds are all just like cloudy things. This is just like a totally different style of thing that that at least had some color in it. But to compare this and go like, well, look how good this is. Like, why can't Expedition 30 look? Well, it's just a totally different style of thing. If they used like this art direction, the game would have a different artistic character. I guess, I don't know. Atmosphere, somebody said, maybe, I guess.
players would forgive them when things didn't at
the beginning.
the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year.
The funny thing about this is that whenever he said this, I thought it was kind of awkward. But it was like, it was another Cat Williams, Shannon Sharp interview moment where it's like at the beginning, you're like, wait, what's he talking about? And then every week and every day and every month and every year after that.
It turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight?
Fuck. Somebody linked this and said, prettiest game of all time. I hate this style of, I don't know what you call this, but I think this represents the worst of what video games have become. I think it's taking like the Bethesda concept and torturing it to its max of releasing a fucked game that never should have been shipped and then patching it to a more acceptable state that would have actually been impressive on launch. Cyberpunk might look good now, but this is not Cyberpunk 2077. This is like Cyberpunk 2077 version 2.0 or something. It's a different, I really don't like it. Like, if it looks this good now, why couldn't they do this on release? Why do they have to release it early? I think that's ridiculous. I don't like that people celebrate it, that it's, I think it's crazy to me.
You can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees...
Wait, he didn't say for those who come after, did he?
For you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024,
no,
you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride.
If he had said that... It's the other ending. Like, this rivals, if not is better than Final Fantasy 16, right?
What the fuck even was Final Fantasy? Did I play 16?
It's just phenomenal.
I played 15 and it sucked. Ugh.
Phenomenal. Let's see. So the graphics were just unbelievable. More expressive face I've ever seen. And let's see. So besides that, amazing voice acting. Yeah, the voice acting was phenomenal.
Wait, the expressive faces? Is he talking about Final Fantasy 16? This game didn't have the best in terms of like motion cap or whatever. It wasn't horrible, but it was like serviceable.
The style of the game was pretty much completely unique, right? I mean, like, obviously, you can see where the inspiration comes from, but in a lot of cases, it was pretty much unique. And fucking amazing, right? The level design, I think, also...
No, your Expedition 33 faces were fucked for some reason. His was better? Oh, okay.
So, do you remember whenever I was talking about, like, Black Myth Wukong and, like, Final Fantasy 16, where I felt like the game, it should have, it should have had more exploration and, like, more, like, character building? This is...
Shut the fuck up. Final Fantasy 16 has the main character say, "This is your Final Fantasy." Shut the fuck up. That's not true. There's no world. Is this it?
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. So you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger.
Wait, fuck, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Fuck. You know what? I don't care. We're just goofing off on stream today.
Up there, I really exist.
That makes sense.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Future.
You're my Elle. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
But everything I want is here. Here, I have a chance to live. Verso to live.
Okay, I would have to go back and listen to the parts of this game. I don't know if they quieted the music. I feel like I didn't have to fight to listen to the voice, but maybe I could just be nostalgia remembering it. I don't like it when they're playing like crazy active fucking music and then a character's like talking at the same time and like you've got like drums and or percussion and everything else. It's like the sound mixing is not good. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
Pushed away the hands
Whatever.
that could have raised you higher.
Is he gonna say it? Wait, somebody said it's.
Need you or anyone.
Click my link.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own.
Oh, you just linked a totally irrelevant random fucking thing. Good one.
And dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. I cannot end. The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
Okay, he didn't actually say the line. You're retarded. You overhyped me.
I said, it's over.
Wow. He punched him. He do be punching. Okay. Do I care about...
Was I swimming the first time you...
Side of it besides the painter. Yeah, he not real. Here, I'll explain. He not real. And so, he's real, yeah, but not really though, right? It's like erasing like an Animal Crossing fucking save or something like that. I mean, they were never real. It's like they were real people. Like, I don't even know why, it's like... yeah, I mean, that's it. Yeah, it's made up. They're real to her? No, they're not, because she knows that she's delusional. Because she knew, because her mind merged with the fucking thing, right? And with the paintress. So like she knew that it wasn't real the whole time. It would only have made sense if she had been able to erase her memories, which she wasn't.
Do you think it's cute how E33 inverted the whole JRPG thing of going from a small story to beating a god? You start wanting to beat the paintress, a god, and it turns into a small personal story. Yeah, I think that's a cute storytelling mechanic. Something that does that really, really well. Something that Mr. Rogers... Wait. Yeah. When he was giving his speech to Congress, he said there's a lot of drama in ordinary life or whatever. There's a lot of things in life that are dramatic. I think it's really cute when things find a way to tell an epic story, but it's really just about, you know, like some ordinary, normal, small piece of human life. The Lego movie does that really well. I cannot believe how much of a fucking sleeper hit. I think I was just chilling with Aaron fucking 10 years ago. We just like randomly turned this movie on. It's such a wholesome, adorable movie. Oh my God, I was not ready for how absolutely adorable that movie was.
But she couldn't have erased the memories because if she had, then she wouldn't have been able to repaint Gustav. So, yeah, would she keep living as a disabled person? Well, it's not about that. It's that, like, it fucked up her parents, too. The thing is...
Why aren't links allowed in Kick? I want to link a banger video. Ask Cryptic? Cryptics? I don't know. Why are links banned in Kick chat? Do they need to be?
Like, nobody would... No.
How can you share this while hating everything everywhere all at once? What? That's like one of my favorite movies of all time. What do you mean? How am I hating that?
Nobody would really care if, like, she was doing it herself, right? But it was fucking up her whole family. Right? It was selfish, and that's what it was.
What do you think about the Lumina system? I thought it was pretty boring, to be honest. I didn't really want to tweak with it at all, and it just has way too many things. I think it seems boring because the reason why is because the game is probably too easy, but that's just because you guys are too fucking shitty at video games to actually have a challenge. But I think the Lumina system has actually it has a deceptive amount of cool depth to it. If you want to take some time to explore it and put things together that are kind of cute. But it's you just don't need to, because the fighting is pretty easy. Even on expert, like, it's generally easy. Like, even me doing like an all parry thing, it was just not very difficult. Yeah. But once you start to like min max it, it can get like super broken, super stupid, super fast. So.
Yeah, no, I think 100%. Like, yeah, she living a life. Yeah, bro. Like, there's actually, like, in my opinion, a story about grief is all fake. Yeah, I know it's a video game, right? I know it's a video game, but like, the verso ending was the only right option. Yeah, it was the obvious right option. Like, it was not even. It's not even a question. Yeah, I mean, she and also, like, she's...
You say the game is easy, but did you beat the hardest boss? Yes. It was playing through the end of the game while your mom was riding me at the same time. And she's so fucking fat, you have to put, like, a mirror at the side of the room to be able to see around.
The whole thing, the entire premise of it, is based on a lie, too. Because she never even denied that she was going to come back out of that painting afterwards either, whenever she lied to her dad. Because her dad was like, okay, you know what? Like, you want to go and do this, you're going to go and, you know, like, what about SKA? SKA is a dog. Right? That's it.
Did you beat Simon? Yeah. It does feel weird that Simon is like the huge big bad boss, but there's not really any story at all given to it. Like, who is Simon? Is that just a person Clea painted to kill? I don't even know what is the whole, I don't understand what the, I don't know. That was weird.
The Mayel ending is fucking selfish. Clea is to blame for everything. She didn't even do anything.
Was painted Clea's boyfriend? Okay. Also, wait, who the fuck was Julie? I feel like I found a journal in like a random part of the map that talks about like Verso's girlfriend wife, Julie. But is that just, I don't know. I feel like that's like a thing for all of like a journal and that's it. I'm like, okay.
Minoko was the dog, SKA was the plushie. Oh, right. I thought they were both dogs for some reason. Yeah, no, never mind. I got confused. I forgot looking at it. Yeah, Clea, yeah, I mean, she's definitely, she's really hot for sure. But like, that's not really the point. Noko was the other dog. That's right. Noko was the other dog, and SKA was the, okay, now I get it. And that makes sense because whenever Verso was painting it, he was a little kid, and it would make sense that he would make the stuffed animal the main, most powerful character. Yeah, that would make sense. And so, no, I'm thinking about this. Yeah, that gives everybody hugs. Yeah, exactly. Clea created the Neverons to help Renoir with killing expeditioners. Well, good. Good, because the thing is that Renoir was right about everything. He was right. Completely. Yeah, absolutely. Even, and the thing is that if you think about it from the context of, it's like, so if the Verso in the story is supposed to be a facsimile of the memories and soul of the real Verso, and the Verso in the story, in the painting, was like, don't do this, this is bad, this is the bad ending. And then she does it. I mean, this isn't because she loves her brother, this is because she's indulging a fantasy. It's like a deep fake, right? Am I crazy? Yeah. He's even saying, this is, bro, like, chill the fuck out, like, live your life. You're right 100%. No, I know I am. And yeah, how do you deal with grief? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, not creating an AI version of the character that died and then talking to it forever, fucking up my entire family in the process of doing that, and then saying, no, never mind, I'm going to do this forever and fuck up everybody permanently because I never want to move on.
True.
Yeah, and by the way, you know that's like the literal story of that fucking app Replica, right? Like, that's what happened with that Replica fucking app, and everybody agrees that bitch was crazy. She nuts. And so, no, I don't think so at all. And then, let me think. So, in terms of being wrong, well, okay, the mom is the most wrong. Mayel is the second most wrong. And Renoir and Clea are right. They're both wrong, yeah. Basically, yeah, the women are wrong. Yeah, exactly. And Verso and Renoir are right, yes. Even Verso is right. Yes, Verso is right. Yeah, that's right. Was S gay, right? Yes, he was. He knew. He knew. He knew how it was. To spend the entire game showing people on the canvas are autonomous beings. Is killing them right to save one family that nobody cares about? Well, yeah, of course it is, because they don't exist. So that's like, of course, it's the same as like, is it okay for you to delete a save file of a video game? They don't have a soul. They don't have an essence. There is no entity that they inhabit. There is no afterlife for them. There is just simply oblivion. Because there was nothing that they ever existed. Just because something believes that it exists, does neither do humans. I know, yes, right. You want to get into the nihilism fucking thing. I can do that all day. But my point is still the same. You see what I'm saying? People in the pain think they're real? Yeah, but if ask yourself the question. If there is an AI that thought it was real and you deleted it, is that an evil thing to do? Answer obviously is fucking no, right? And so these people are effectively AI. They are a manifestation of a human creation that believes that it is real. That's it. They suffer too. Not any more than a video game does. Like a video game character cries, it suffers. But it's just a game, it's not real. Yeah, AI lives matter? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I can't even see how this is even a remote question. Like, I'm gonna be honest. This is, in my mind, this is a completely cut and dried situation. It's not even remotely close. I wish Paris was real. Yeah. Is the alternative ending? Yeah. Does that matter on the caliber of the painter's power? No. No, it doesn't. No, absolutely not. Does it make any sense? There's never any, just because somebody thinks something is real doesn't make it real. Pay the side content? Yeah, I'm gonna do it, but I'm just talking about, no way people are arguing for Mayel's ending. Bro, the bitch was crazy. She was out of her fucking mind. And why she's out of her fucking mind, killing her own brother to save her brother so she can write another fantasy story and pretend like she's in this fantasy world with a bunch of other cartoons that have no souls, no lives, and nothing, while her body rots away and her family is in shambles. No, it's not like they couldn't even, to think about it, right? She had died, this had been like, I guess the monolith had been in for a while, right? They didn't even bury Verso because they were so fucked up over this. They were so fucked up over this, they didn't have a burial for the guy. 60, 70, yeah, it's not even a question. This proof how the good game is. We can sit here and argue about this all day. Yes. You're wrong about the no souls thing? No, I'm not.
Destiny, does at some point AI lives start to matter? I don't even want to talk about that. I'm annoyed that it's coming up like so soon in society. I think this is going to be something we're going to have to actually deal with in about 10 years. The issue is that it's kind of the center point to my human argument against like veganism and everything too. The reality is that fundamentally we just assume that human beings are special and unique. And it was very easy to think that in veganism, there's this argument called name the trait. And the way that vegans try to defeat you in arguments by saying that animals should have more consideration or are the same as humans is they'll say, okay, well, name a trait that humans have that give them moral consideration that animals don't have. And the issue is that there is no collection of traits that will capture the lowest of humans, but will exclude the highest of animals. So what I mean by that is like in a simple sense, like, oh, well, humans are human because they can see and hear and taste. And it's like, okay, well, every animal can. Okay. Oh, well, fuck. Okay. Well, humans are humans because they're intelligent. Okay. Really? Well, pigs are intelligent. It's like, okay, but like the average human is way smarter than the average pig. Okay. What about a retarded human? It's like, okay. Well, the smartest pig is probably smarter than the most retarded human. Okay. Well, what about like, and so this is called the name the trait argument that vegans like to run you down. I go kind of more with an ontological argument, mainly because you don't have to argue for it as much because fuck all these arguments that like there's a kind of thing called human and we value this kind of thing called human because of the kind of like these properties that there's a category of thing called human being, and because we belong to this category, like we also protect this category, and it's kind of just like given and taken as is. And intuitively, even if people haven't thought about this, most people feel that way. They haven't considered it, but this is how most people feel intuitively, okay? I became a huge intuition cuck, by the way, which I would have argued against 15 years ago or 10 years ago, and I probably will argue against in 5 years. But it became easier to feel like humans were ontologically a different kind of thing than everything else in the universe, because there are some things that were special to humans. And I would argue that one of those things was art, and art is a very special human thing, and you could have the fastest calculator in the world, but it's never going to produce art like humans do. And now that AIs have convincingly moved into that domain and they can create like genuinely inspired new original stuff, and it's like, oh shit, well, that seems like not a very special thing to humans anymore. Well, what is it that makes a human a human? And the reality is there's probably not a satisfying answer to that question, or it might not be a question that's even answerable. It might be a nonsense question. Arguably all questions related to telos or like the purpose of things or the ontology of things are meaningless questions. They're all human constructed categories. And that question of like, at what level does an AI rise to, earn moral consideration from humans? Like, I don't, these are all going to be very, very, very difficult questions, and like philosophers and people have been arguing about this just in regards to humans or humans versus animals for centuries or whatever, and that's not going to be solved easily. I don't even know if there's a solution to that. It's going to be very uncomfortable diving into that conversation, but good luck. Fuck that. Can you compare Expedition 33 to Nier Automata? Expedition 33 felt more like a completed game. Nier felt a little bit emptier, but I really liked Nier's like the themes and the concept and everything for that. Oh, okay, wait. One final thing. I just keep saying that. There is no final thing. We can talk about whatever the fuck we want to talk about because it's my fucking stream. Did you give your overall rating of E33? I give it an 87%. 8.7 out of 10 stars, okay? Destiny, what would your position be if an AI was conscious and we could prove it? You see, you asked that question like the cool thing would be, like if we could prove that AI was conscious, that would be crazy. But the crazy part of that would be to prove that anything is conscious, because we can't even prove humans are conscious. We just make an assumption based on underlying material things, but we can't measure or point to consciousness at all. It's a very uncomfortable thing. Like this is like the hard problem of consciousness, right? That's a difficult thing to identify, or not a difficult, it's impossible. We don't even know if you can. That might just be a thing that because of our subjective limitations, we can just never identify. We can't observe it, we can't see it, you know? Okay, wait. Did I miss a YouTube video explainer? Or I can't tell if it's like a fucking retarded, edgy thing, and I just missed something in Inception. Everybody says this stupid fucking thing at the end of Inception where they go, it doesn't matter that the top is spinning because it's actually, that's not his totem. That's his fucking wife's totem. Why does that matter? If it's his wife's totem or his totem? What is is that a thing that matters? Or do people just point this out because they think they're saying something profound? There is a Google talk about it. There was a YouTube essay about it. The theory is that his wedding ring is his totem. It doesn't really matter. Do you guys know what the point of a totem is? I feel like when I watched Deception the first and second time, I missed so much, but I feel like I'm like the only person in the world that knows what the point of a totem is. And I can't tell if people know what it is for. To make sure they are awake. Yeah, but how does the totem make sure you're awake? Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you guys seem to know it. Yeah. The totem is special because only you know how the totem works. So that means that if you get sucked into somebody else's dream, nobody else can duplicate your totem. That's why when the one guy, I forget his name, sorry. Don't be transphobic.
Simultaneous detail.
I'm not gonna find it.
5 minutes in the real world ends more quickly.
When he goes to give when he explains he's got a loaded die, and she's like, oh, and she goes to touch it, and he's like, well, I can't give you my die. That would literally defeat the entire purpose of me having a totem. The thing is, only he knows how it works. So if he gets pulled into somebody else's dream, he can reach into his pocket, look for his totem, and then roll the die and see if it rolls the way it's supposed to. And he's the only one that has that mechanic that understands it, right? So whether or not the spinning top is Leonardo DiCaprio's character's totem or not, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Dumb. Cringe. Also, if Inception has a definite ending, I feel like it defeats like a large purpose of the film, which is like is it better to live, actually, it's almost like the ending of Shutter Island, I guess. Is it? Is it better to live in a shitty reality or to delude yourself and live a happier life? And actually, it is. It's the same thing as Shutter Island's ending, I guess. Yeah. That's the interesting question. If there's a way to figure out, oh my God, it's the real world or not, like, well, that's boring now. It's okay. It's literally the Matrix. I don't like the Matrix comparison to these things because in the Matrix, it's different because other people are enslaving you against what you would maybe otherwise choose. Like the Matrix is robots forcing you to be there and humans aren't making the choice. It's different than like the experience machine. It's different than like Inception or anything else where you're choosing to delude yourself. You're engaging in self-delusion rather than somebody lying to you, a demon lying to you, you know? The spinning top is a bad totem because in reality, it would always stop spinning. Actually, true. How the fuck would you even know if the top... yeah, maybe it has this particular way it stops spinning? I don't know. True. Did you like Memento? Yeah, I thought it was okay. Okay. Losers. Hour and 43 minutes. Cute Reddit post. It reads like such a shit post. I'm building my own social media company. We want to hire full-time positions for our first ambitious RPG. Like this reads like every slop loser. But good job. That's so cute. Whew. All right. Andrew. Bushido Blade. Earning that paycheck. I need your take on the movie Synecdoche, New York. I only watched it once. I couldn't bring myself to watch it a second time. Maybe I will revisit it in the future. That's a very depressing, very thought-provoking movie. I don't know who I don't know who the intended audience is or what it's necessarily supposed to communicate. I don't know enough about Kaufman to know his feelings on things or what he's trying to communicate. The idea that some people or artists or himself thinks that they're more special than they actually are, that your life really is just like everybody else's. Your purpose is to come here to live the same life everyone else does and die. You're no more special, no less special than any other person. At the end, or as you approach the end, every individual is more or less replaceable with anybody else. Different actors can swap in for different people. It really doesn't matter. Everybody replays the same things. Every experience is the same. There's like a shared human experience that all of us go through, and wasting your time searching for some deeper, greater thing that is extra special that you or anything else is. Yeah, I don't know. That's, isn't that beautiful? Maybe. It's either very depressing or very beautiful. My first take on it was very depressing. But it might be one of those things where it's like you go through your journey, your stages of like, oh no, God isn't real. Well, that means that life sucks. And then it's like, well, actually, if God isn't real and life still exists in all of its beauty and everything else, like, wow, it's actually so much cooler that, you know, we could be sharing this experience in such a seemingly random way. Like, it actually makes it even good. Maybe I would feel that way on a second watch. I'm not sure. Yeah. Did you see Coffin's movie? I'm thinking of ending things. No, but I've heard really good things about it. Thoughts on Jojo Rabbit? Jojo Rabbit's a really good movie. But I think everybody thinks that. It's like a super accessible, super good movie, yeah. I thought you didn't want to debate over abortion. Did anything change or are you bored? So part of, as this court case winds down, part of getting back into the swing of things is you have to build up like a repertoire of events because it gives you credibility so people can see that you're not like radioactive anymore. So the reason why I'm agreeing to do debates and, you know, events and everything is because now it's like, okay, well, Destiny, is he a rapist or what's like the verdict on him? Well, if you can look back like the past like 2 to 3 months and you're like, oh, okay, well, he's appearing with all these people and everybody seems to think that everything's okay. It's like, okay, that's the, yeah, sort of rolling through events or whatever. Is Hunter x Hunter in your top 5 Japanese cartoons? No, actually. I actually think Hunter x Hunter to me, I think is like I don't think it's a good anime. I don't know if I'd recommend it. It's a lot of slop, but there are a few really cool moments. That's how I feel about Hunter x Hunter. That's all I can say, yeah. There's a lot of slop in Hunter x Hunter, but there are a few really cool moments. That's how I feel, yeah. I think the cool moments almost make it worth it, though. I think it's worth it. I don't regret watching it. There's a lot of slop. Hunter x Hunter is the ultimate wasted potential of an anime. The world is so cool. Excuse me, but the new chapter came out, so maybe he's working on it, okay? Oh, I was going to do some camera shit. We'll do it after this. Fuck it. All right. Stephen K. Bonnell II's motion for a protective order to coordinate deposition scheduling. Oh my God, there's been so many memes in the background. However, I have to read through these first to see what I can talk about or not, okay? Defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II, Bonnell, by and through undersigned counsel, respectively moves under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 26C for a protective order, directing that the parties' respective depositions be coordinated and conducted during the same week to avoid unnecessary burden and expense. In support thereof, Bonnell states as follows. Let's check real quick. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. So civil procedure is like the rules for basically doing civil lawsuits. The federal rules for civil procedure for the federal jurisdiction. Fuck. What was it? 26C. Not that one. 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 Protective orders. A party or any person from whom discovery is sought may move for protective order in the court where the action is pending or as an alternate. The motion must include certification to confer with other parties. Order effort to, okay. All right. Who cares? Introduction. Bonnell regrets to have to seek court intervention here, but plaintiff's recalcitrance has left him with no choice. On November 3rd, yesterday, 2025, plaintiff failed and refused to appear for her duly noticed deposition in Miami, Florida. Counsel for Bonnell spent significant time and resources preparing for the deposition, traveling across the country, and appearing for the deposition as noticed. Noticed meaning that we filed paperwork with the court noticing, saying, hey, there will be a deposition on November 3rd of the plaintiff, of Pixie. Now, the issue is that if you disagree with that noticing of that deposition, I'm sure there are a ton of other ways to do this, but for federal rules, you can quash that, meaning you can file some paperwork with the court, I think, to say, we're not going to show up for that. That's not happening. And then I think you can fight on that. I think is that the legal term is quashing it? Or there might be another thing you file, Kefka or somebody might know. But we noticed that the deposition was going to happen on the 3rd, and she just didn't show up. They didn't produce her. I don't know if that noticed thing is here or where. I don't know if that was filed on one of these or. I'm sure it's somewhere here. Neither plaintiff nor her counsel bothered to show up, and plaintiff further failed to seek a protective order to prevent her deposition from going forward. Despite plaintiff's refusal to appear for her own deposition, and despite that Bonnell has made every effort to accommodate plaintiff's availability and minimize travel costs, plaintiff ignored a valid deposition notice. Were her lawyers there? Nope. At the same time, plaintiff seeks to force Bonnell to appear for his deposition on November 6, 2025. Plaintiff cannot have it both ways. For the reasons stated herein, Bonnell respectively requests that the court issue a protective order directing that the depositions of plaintiff and Bonnell be conducted during the same week, preferably November 24th and 25th, respectively, in Miami, Florida. Indeed, plaintiff and her counsel previously represented that they are available for deposition on those dates. God, I hope that he publishes all the emails. There's like 20 fucking exhibits for this. Dude, the emails back and forth are so fucking crazy. Isn't notice just when you have a sheriff or constable deliver the summons to the party, or am I misunderstanding? I think notice can mean different things, but in this case, that's what noticing means. Factual background. On September 17th, 2025, attorney Joan S. Peters, on behalf of plaintiff, inquired about scheduling Bonnell's deposition in Miami between October 22nd, 2025 and November 19th, 2025. On September 22nd, 2025, the undersigned responded to Ms. Peters, writing that Bonnell was generally, oh my God, bro. Okay, good. These emails are so fucking crazy, okay? Holy shit. They're so crazy. They're so crazy, dude. The undersigned responded to Ms. Peters, writing that Bonnell was generally available during the first week of November and suggested that the parties schedule plaintiff's deposition for the same week. On September 26, 2025, Ms. Peters indicated that plaintiff would like to take Bonnell's deposition on November 5th or 6th, 2025, but claimed that plaintiff would not be available for deposition during the entire month of November because she was going to be out of state. In response, counsel for Bonnell agreed to hold November 6th for Bonnell's deposition in Miami. However, given plaintiff's counsel's representation that their client was not available for a deposition in Miami during the entire month of November, the counsel for Bonnell asked plaintiff's counsel to provide her availability in October. In response, on September 29th, 2025, plaintiff's counsel noticed Bonnell's deposition for November 6th, 2025, meaning so they said, we're going to depose you on November 6th, right? That's what we did for her on November 3rd. But now that she didn't show up for hers, this is why he's filing this protective order to say, oh, well, now I'm not going to show up for mine, right? She should have filed an order like this if she wanted to skip her deposition yesterday. Deposition for November 6, 2025, and despite Ms. Peters' previous representation that plaintiff would be out of state for the entire month of November, plaintiff's counsel offered a single date, November 21st, 2025, for plaintiff's deposition in Miami. The undersigned promptly advised Ms. Peters of a conflict on November 21st, 2025, due to a previously scheduled mediation in Los Angeles that day. I don't understand. How can you not show up for deposition? Are you summoned by the court? Nope, not really, not yet. This is just civil stuff. The undersigned again inquired about plaintiff's availability to sit for a deposition in Miami anytime in October. Has he referenced any exhibits here? Oh, Exhibit F, Exhibit E. Oh, shit. Should I be clicking through these as he's... Okay, fuck. Have we gotten all the way to Exhibit E? Is he going in order? Exhibit D, Exhibit B, Exhibit A. Okay, let's read through some of these. Beware, the exhibit contains unredacted email addresses. It doesn't matter. These are all public filings. We're up through Exhibit F. The undersigned again inquired about plaintiff's availability to serve a deposition in Miami anytime in October. Okay. Exhibit A. From Peters, Joan. I think these read from bottom to top. Sincerely. Wait, fuck, am I retarded? To Andrew from Peter, from Joan. Is this, but then it says sincerely at the bottom. I hate the way they email. There needs to be a standard formatting for emails. I don't know why this hasn't happened yet. Okay, I think this is from Joan. Well, wait, hold on. I don't have to be retarded. Hold on, I'm not retarded. I can just read what he was referencing. And Exhibit A, okay. Inquired about scheduling. Okay, this is from Joan. It says from Joan. Counsel, the discovery cutoff date, as per the court scheduling order, is December 16th. With that in mind, we would appreciate it if you could provide 3 available dates for the defendant to be deposed in Miami, that's me, between October 22nd and November 19th. Once we have agreed on a mutually available date, we will provide the notice of deposition. Thank you. And then on Wednesday, September 17th, she also wrote, oh wait, this was earlier, so I should be reading these bottom to the top. Fuck me. No, I shouldn't be, never mind. 2:34 p.m. September 7th, wait. Oh no, I should be reading this bottom to the top. I hate emails, sorry, forget this, it is bottom to the top, my bad. Okay, sorry, this is from Andrew. Just forget everything, wipe your mind, okay? Joan, Mr. Bonnell could have responded haphazardly to the discovery request you served and made an incomplete document production, just as plaintiff has done in response to the discovery demands that we served, see attached letter. Instead, Bonnell is complying with his discovery obligations and making a robust and timely document production. A link to download Bonnell's production will follow in a separate email. Any delay in the progress of this case is of your own doing. Finally, there was no threat in my last email. We will proceed accordingly. I don't remember what they were fighting about here, but we fought a lot about discovery. My discovery, flawless, beautiful, formatted beautifully, easily readable, just perfect. Her discovery, chaotic mess, incomplete, multiple items, still outstanding, months in, hasn't produced, lying about things. Just horrible, okay? So mine is just impeccable, okay? So her response is, counsel. So 5 days later, we are in the process of reviewing your objections to plaintiff's September 5th document production, as set forth in your letter, dated September 12th, 2025. We will be submitting an amended response to interrogatories, as well as a supplemental document production on September 19th. After receiving, please advise as to whether you would still like to have a meet and confer regarding any remaining objections. On a separate matter, we have been collecting, reviewing, and organizing documents responsive to your 12 requests for documents, and your subpoena duces tecum, or whatever, on Lauren Hayden. This process has taken significantly longer than previously anticipated. We now anticipate being able to produce responsive, non-privileged documents on or before September 26th. This production, by the way, is also dog shit, horrible. Destiny, your counsel is putting together the productions, right? Not you personally. Kind of. I provide them the material and then they put together the actual production. But like, I mean, how well I provide material to them determines how well they can provide it to the other people. Like if I just sent them like a CSV with everything all mixed and fucked or whatever, as opposed to like more needed to read documents so they can parse. The more work, I don't know if there's like a rule or not, but it seems to be, from my perception, the more work you're willing to do, the less work your lawyers have to do, and then the less you have to pay them. Like if you hand them a bunch of shit, then maybe they can make sense of it all, but you're just going to be paying them to sort through everything to do more work, and they might misunderstand something. So it's better to like do as much work as you can, homework to send to them. Yeah. Counsel. The discovery cutoff date, as per the court's scheduling orders, is December 16th. With that in mind, we would appreciate if you could provide 3 available dates for the defendant to be deposed in Miami between October 22nd and November 19th. Once we've agreed on a mutually available date, we will provide the notice of deposition. Thank you, Joan. Exhibit B. September 17th. Okay, so that's these emails. This is from Carlos. Good morning. I hope on September 19th. Good morning. I hope you are doing well. Andrew, I'm following up on the deposition dates for your client, as mentioned below. Please let us know, and thank you, Carlos. Andrew responds a few days later, September 22nd. Our client is generally available during the week of November 3rd. With the exception of November 4th, I have a court hearing in another matter. We will endeavor to make Mr. Bonnell available for deposition any day that week. While we are in Miami, let's also set plaintiff's deposition for the same week. Please let us know what works for you and her. Thank you. Right? So now, for my lawyers to do the deposition of Pixie and to be present for my deposition, they have to fly in from California. So it's just like nice, and it just makes sense to schedule everything the same week, right? It just makes sense, right? You would think. You would think. We would like to depose your client in Miami on November 5th or 6th. Please confirm availability. Our client will be in Illinois, not Miami, in November. She is available to be deposed remotely or in person in Illinois on November 14th. Thanks. Okay. Venue is the geographical location that you choose to hear a case. So jurisdiction is, do they have the legal authority? Venue is the like geographical authority. I don't know if you'd say that. There's probably a more specific term that I'm fucking up. But I'm being sued on the federal level, okay? federally, meaning in federal court, U.S. court, and the venue that they've chosen, we have availed ourselves to the federal court in the Southern District of Florida. Okay? This is where the court case is happening. This is where you've decided to sue me. What do you mean you can't be in Florida for your deposition? Why would we go to Illinois? The court case is happening here. It's your chosen venue and you're the plaintiff. Why? What do you mean you can't be in Florida for your deposition? Okay. Exhibit D. Andrew responds, "Thank you, Joan. Let's hold November 6th for Mr. Bunnell's deposition in Miami. If your client is not available for deposition in Miami during the entire month of November, please provide us with her availability to sit for deposition in Miami in October." Exhibit E. Please take notice that on November, so right after that, I think they noticed, this might have been followed the court. They noticed, I think it was, they noticed our deposition, or immediately, right? Now you're noticed for November 6th, okay? But now keep in mind, we don't even know, well, hold on, wait, when are we deposing Pixie? Excuse me, right? So they noticed the deposition for me for 2 days, right? Pursuant to Rule 30b-1, Stephen Bunnell will be deposed on this date. Works for you, September 26th. Let's hold November 6th for now. Okay. Joan says, attached, please find a notice of deposition for defendant's deposition on November 6th. Plaintiff can be available in Miami on November 21st for her deposition. Regards, Joan. Or Joanne. Okay. Jesus, these fucking emails. Wait, is this even saying anything new? This one's not. September 29th. Okay. Okay, so we're caught up in the exhibits. In response, on September 29th, 2025, Plaintiff's Counsel noticed Bunnell's deposition for November 6th, 2025, and despite Ms. Peters' previous representation that plaintiff would be out of state for the entire month of November, Plaintiff's Counsel offered a single date, November 21st, 2025, for plaintiff's deposition in Miami. The undersigned promptly advised Ms. Peters of a conflict on November 21st, 2025, due to a previously scheduled mediation in Los Angeles that day. Exhibit F. Okay, whatever. We already read this one. The undersigned counsel again inquired about plaintiff's availability to sit for a deposition in Miami anytime in October. The next day, on September 30th, 2025, Ms. Peters offered additional availability for plaintiff's deposition in November, stating that plaintiff can also be available to be deposed in Miami on November 24th or 25th. This is Exhibit G. Okay, so on September 30th, she replies, Joanne, plaintiff can also be available to be deposed in Miami on November 24th or 25th. Keep in mind, she said originally she wasn't available for the entire month of November, but okay. Plaintiff can also be available to be deposed in Miami on November 24th or 25th. Other than those 3 dates, November 21st, 24th, or 25th, plaintiff is not available in Miami. She can also be available for remote deposition on October 24th or November 7th or 14th. We're not doing remote depositions, okay? Fuck that. Cringe, all right? On October 2nd, 2025, in light of plaintiff's newly offered availability at the end of November, the undersigned suggested in an email to plaintiff's other attorney of record, Carlos A. Garcia Perez, that both plaintiff's and Bunnell's depositions be conducted in Miami on November 24th and 25th, respectively, to avoid having to make multiple trips to Miami only a couple of weeks apart. On October 3rd, 2025, Mr. Garcia Perez rejected the proposal and insisted that Bunnell's deposition proceed on November 6th. Okay. H and I. So, on October 1st, Carlos Garcia said, good morning. I hope everyone is doing well. Feel free to unilaterally send the notice of deposition, which frankly is unneeded and a waste of time. Before you go that route, please give us a couple days to hopefully provide additional dates. October is difficult because of conflicts related to other matters, a personal matter, and our client's availability. Thank you, Carlos. So I think this is in response to Andrew saying that we're just going to notice Pixie's deposition for the 3rd, I guess, because they're like fighting us on dates. That other email's not in here though, but okay. And then Andrew says on October 1st, good morning, Carlos. Waiting a couple more days is fine, but if we don't have proposed dates for plaintiff's in-person deposition in Miami in October, by this Friday, we will issue a deposition notice and select a date for plaintiff's deposition that works for Mr. Bonnell and his counsel. In addition to still needing to provide her availability for deposition, plaintiff and her counsel owe us a considerable amount of discovery, as raised in our prior correspondence. So just as a thing, Pixie said this, I think Lauren has said this, Gisticle said this, Kiwi Farms have said this, the commentary, everybody, all the retarded Kiwi Farms lawyers, the criminally fat guy, all these people have said, Destiny really doesn't want Discovery. Discovery's going to destroy Destiny. It's going to be horrible. This is what everybody thought. I've produced all of my Discovery. Pixie's the one that hasn't produced almost anything. And they are super far behind on all, they still haven't provided, we don't even have Abby's original text. That's supposedly the only evidence they're using for this case. We don't even have that unredacted, right? They've given us nothing. This is like a joke. This is like a meme. In addition to still needing to provide her availability for deposition, plaintiff and her counsel owe us a considerable amount of discovery, as raised in our prior correspondence. See email from Annie Bretler to Joanne Peters et al., dated December 27, 2025, an attached letter. Among other things, 1, plaintiff's document production is still incomplete. 2, plaintiff must amend her responses to the request for production. 3, Lauren Hayden's document production in response to the subpoena is long overdue. And 4, plaintiff's counsel has failed to provide current contact information for Abby MC. Please advise when we can expect compliance with these discovery obligations. Thank you, sincerely, Andrew. This is October 1st, so it was about a month and 3 days ago. Carlos writes, good morning, I hope you all are well. I think Carlos, I don't know how he gets, I don't know how he's related to all these people. I just want to be clear for opposing counsel. Carlos seems like a dude who's just doing his job. Okay, seems like a dude who's doing his job. The Joanne Peters person, the immigration attorney from Puerto Rico, she's the one with the huge fucking chip on her shoulder. I don't know why or what her issue is. Or again, I think this is like the personal family friend or whatever. But Carlos seems like he's trying to do his job. You know, this is my impression. But good morning. I hope you all are well. I am following up on the previous email. Regarding the deposition of plaintiff, she has made herself available to be deposed in Miami on November 21st, 24th, or 25th. Although you stated that you have a conflict with the November 21st date, you provided no reason for your unavailability on November 24th or 25th. Moreover, I respectfully remind you that you initially requested dates in November for plaintiff's deposition. She's also available on November 7th and 14th via Zoom. This is an unbelievable statement though, okay? Requiring plaintiff to travel to Florida in October and certain dates in November would pose an undue burden to her, given that she currently resides out of state. She moved? She sued me in the state of Florida. Is this no longer a convenient venue for you? How can you possibly say that it's inconvenient to appear in the venue that you've chosen to avail yourself to file a lawsuit against me? Excuse me? Her travel to Miami would entail 16 hours plus the time on deposition, causing her to miss important classes in school, among other issues. Oh, so she could go to school? Is she going to law school? It's got to be a master's, right? Because she's already done all of her undergraduate degrees. So what does she need the money for or the fundraiser for? If she has the money to go to law school, if they've spent easily over $150,000 so far on all of their lawyer shit, what the fuck was her fundraiser for? What are we doing here? What the fuck is her life? Her travel to Miami would entail 16 hours plus the time on deposition, causing her to miss important classes in school, among other issues. Accordingly, and for the reasons stated on my previous email, October will be very difficult to coordinate unless the deposition is taken by Zoom on October 24th. Also, November 7th and 14th may work by Zoom. As you are aware, if a dispute between the parties arises as to the location of a deposition, the court may prescribe the time, place, and terms of the deposition to protect a party or person from annoyance, embarrassment, oppression, or undue burden or expense. I am so curious if 26C, if this federal rule has ever been cited to say that somebody can't show up for a deposition in the state that they filed a case in. That would be crazy to me. Maybe it has, but I don't. That's wild to me. Similarly, wait, so she's in school in another state? Yeah, how fucking annoying. Isn't it cute that she can just frolic along and go live her life and do whatever stupid, retarded fucking shit she wants to do in her life while she fucking just sits here and wastes all my bullshit on whatever. It's fun. Nice. Good times. Similarly, Rule 30b-4 provides that the parties may stipulate, or the court may, on motion order, that a deposition be taken by telephone or other remote means. I sincerely hope that this issue can be resolved without the court's intervention. Finally, and on a separate matter, and for attorneys' eyes only, we recently obtained Abby's last known address. This didn't work, by the way. It was bullshit. Thank you, and if you need to further discuss these issues, we are available next week for a phone call, with the exception of Tuesday. Andrew said, Carlos, regardless of where plaintiff now resides, she filed this lawsuit in the Southern District of Florida. Our client is entitled to take her deposition there in person. Her argument that it would be an undue burden to sit for a deposition in Miami because it would force her to miss classes just doesn't fly. Nevertheless, to accommodate her schedule, we will agree to take plaintiff's deposition in Miami on November 24th. However, we request that Mr. Bonnell's deposition be rescheduled to November 25th to minimize the undue financial burden on him and to limit the number of trips we'll need to make to Miami. Please confirm this is acceptable. Thank you. So I think this is reasonable, right? So we said like, okay, yeah, I'm available on the 6th. And they're like, sorry, we're busy the whole month. And they're like, actually, we can do maybe this. Okay, you want to do the 25th? Okay, fine. Then let's do Bonnell's on the 26th, okay? Not when Joanne is making the call, though. Absolutely not, okay? From Carlos. Good morning. I hope everyone's doing well. Let's please not confuse the issues. Your client's deposition is set for November 6th, as agreed by the parties. The issue is the method and dates of our client's deposition. You now have 5 dates to pick when to depose our client. Please let us know when you're going to take your deposition. As to the hardship, it's the negative impact that it will cause on her studies, among other issues. I hope we can all appreciate and understand that being the case. Again, your client's deposition is set for November 6th. Please let us know when you're going to take our client's deposition. Thank you, and I hope you have a good day, Carlos. This is what I mean when I say every fucking thing is a fucking game fight to these people. Like, what the fuck? Really? This is the game we're going to play now? That was Exhibit I. In the afternoon on the same day, the undersigned requested a telephonic meet and confer conference with plaintiff's counsel to discuss the apparent stalemate in scheduling both depositions during the week of November 3rd, 2025, or both during the week of November 24th to minimize unnecessary travel and reduce expenses. In response to the meet and confer request, on October 7th, Mr. Garcia Perez attempted to limit the scope of the conference to the scheduling of plaintiff's deposition. Mr. Garcia Perez once again insisted that Bonnell's deposition proceed on November 6th, writing, "We do not agree to change or cancel your client's deposition date." Over the course of several emails, counsel summarized their respective arguments regarding the deposition scheduling issue. So in response to the "let's not confuse the issues," Andrew says, Carlos, we aren't confusing the issues. We're trying to schedule Mr. Bonnell's deposition and plaintiff's deposition around the same time in Miami for practical reasons. In that regard, plaintiff can either appear for an in-person deposition during the week of November 3rd if Mr. Bonnell's deposition is going to take place on November 6th, or she can appear for deposition in Miami on November 24th if plaintiff wishes to take Mr. Bonnell's deposition there on November 25th. If your client is unwilling to sit for an in-person deposition in Miami, where she filed her lawsuit, anytime this month, we're not going to agree to produce Mr. Bonnell for an in-person deposition in Miami on November 6th, only to have to fly back there 2 weeks later to take plaintiff's deposition. Plaintiff's position is simply unreasonable. Happy to discuss by phone in advance of Mr. Bonnell seeking relief from the court. Please advise of your availability for a meet and confer call on Monday. Thank you. Sincerely, Andy B. Andrew writes, Carlos suggested a call tomorrow at 10 a.m. PDT, 1 p.m. EDT. All those who are available to participate can use my dial-in. Use this number, no pin needed. Joanne says, can we speak at noon EDT tomorrow instead of 1? Andrew says, Carlos requested a call at 1 p.m. EDT tomorrow. Does 12 p.m. also work for him? I don't know if Joanne and Carlos are communicating all the times because sometimes they say two different things. Somebody in chat says, just for all clear at how insane the 16-hour claim is, I live in Ireland. The flight to the U.S. is between 7 and 9 hours. I can fly across the world faster than she can cross the States. My guess is she's driving. I don't know why, but... Joanne says, sorry, I meant to say that noon works for Carlos. And then Andrew says, I know 1 p.m. works for him. That's time you requested. You asked me to call at 12. I'd like to make sure Carlos is available. Yes, 1 p.m. works for Carlos. Okay, so the scheduling time. Okay. And then on October 6th, Andrew states again, great, happy to move the call to 9 a.m. PDT, 12 p.m. EDT tomorrow. In addition to discussing the deposition scheduling matter, we'll also use the call tomorrow as an opportunity to meet and confer with you regarding 1, plaintiff's incomplete document production, 2, plaintiff's all the things that they haven't provided us still. Carlos responds on October 7th. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. The only issue on the deposition schedule is when and how you will take plaintiff's deposition. Your client deposition date was agreed by the parties and properly noticed. Respectfully, only a court order or an agreement by the parties may cancel or move the deposition date. We do not agree to change or cancel your client's deposition date. Thank you, and we are looking forward to the conversation at 12. Carlos. Okay. And then Andrew responds, well, not so, Carlos. The main purpose of our call is to discuss deposition scheduling of both parties as laid out in my email on October 3rd at 3:23 p.m. We also intend to cover points 1 through 4 of my email from last night. Speak soon. Carlos writes, again, your client's deposition date is a non-issue unless it's agreed by the parties or there is a court order. We have never agreed to change your client's deposition date. Your self-serving email does not change that fact. Thank you. Andrew writes, we will discuss at 9 p.m. PDT, but as indicated previously, we are not going to agree to produce Mr. Bunnell for an in-person deposition in Miami on November 6th, only to have to fly back there 2 weeks later to take plaintiff's deposition. The depositions will be conducted close in time. Plaintiff can decide whether she wants the depositions to occur at the beginning of November or at the end. Now we get Joanne. Joanne's here. Andrew, we remind you, and then she throws the same thing back here. We remind you that this case is pending in the Southern District of Florida, not in California. We cannot agree to move the defendant's deposition from November 6th. The date was previously noticed and confirmed by all parties, and our team and the court reporter have been scheduled accordingly. We understand that you are based in California. However, defendant is represented by 2 Florida-admitted attorneys who can attend in person or defend the deposition. You may, of course, appear remotely if you prefer. In light of these facts and the existing discovery schedule, we intend to proceed on November 6th, as noticed. Regarding other additional matters to discuss, and time permitting, we include the following. 1, defendant's failure to provide amended answers or to RFAs. I don't remember what these even are. Defendant's failure to provide amended answers to ROGs. Requests for original, I don't know. Defendant's incomplete, deficient document production, and failure to provide any metadata or hash values from the time of collection. This is meaningless technobabble. Defendant's failure to provide any contact information for individuals identified in his initial disclosures. Pixie's closer friends with all of these people than me. Like, I don't have I don't even know. They're like mad that I didn't give them phone numbers. I don't know these people's fucking phone numbers. Like, who are you having trouble contacting? What? Defendant's failure to provide any responses received from multiple non-party subpoenas. I don't even know what the fuck this is in reference to, but okay. Andrew. Joanne. We don't need your agreement to take Mr. Bunnell's deposition off calendar so that it can be scheduled close in time with plaintiff's deposition. If you are unwilling to cooperate, we will seek court intervention. Not only is it simply a matter of common courtesy and professionalism to avoid inconveniencing parties and counsel with unnecessary travel, it is a matter of common sense and practicality that plaintiff refuses to make herself available for deposition in Miami, where, as you point out, she filed her lawsuit at any time during the month of October, and then refuses to coordinate the parties' respective depositions in November is unreasonable. Regarding the additional matters you wish to discuss, please see our letter, correspondence date, dated September 22nd to September 30th. To date, we have not received responses from you or your co-counsel. at 9 a.m. PDT on October 7th, 2025, all counsel of record met and conferred telephonically on telephone to discuss the dispute over deposition scheduling. To further accommodate plaintiff and her counsel, the undersigned agreed to permit Bunnell's deposition to proceed first on November 24th, to be followed by plaintiff's deposition on November 25th. Plaintiff's counsel rejected that proposal, too, and maintained that Bunnell's deposition would proceed on November 6th, regardless of when plaintiff's deposition would be taken. Accordingly, following the parties' meet and confer conference call, Bunnell noticed plaintiff's deposition for November 3rd. So what we did after this is like, okay, you're not going to agree to anything. You're just going to fucking play games. Well, fine. We're just going to file with the court and say, well, we're going to notice your deposition for November 3rd. Hope you show up for it. Good luck. And they didn't. They skipped it. So that's why we're filing this now to cancel mine. Because fine, if you want to play games, we'll fucking play games. Whatever. They should have filed a motion to contest our noticing of her deposition. I don't know if they're just buried in paperwork or they've just given up on this case completely or they just are bored and they don't want to do it. But now she skipped her notice deposition and good luck. So then after they were like, we're not going to produce Pixie, we'll figure it out later. Your client is noticed, whatever. Then Andrew emailed her and said, okay, well, dear counsel, please see the attached notice of deposition. Thank you. Notice. Please take notice on November 3rd. You better show up. Good luck. So your people actually flew out for this? Yesterday, yes. Because we had to be ready just in case she actually did show up, but she didn't. On October 8th, 2025, Ms. Peters sent the undersigned an email demanding to know what defendant's position is about plaintiff's anticipated motion for protective order to prevent plaintiff's deposition from proceeding on November 3rd, 2025, as noticed. In her email, Ms. Peters falsely speculated that Bunnell's desire to have both parties' depositions occur close in time was for strategic reasons. She further falsely claimed that defendant insists on first opposing plaintiff. I don't think that was ever the case. All of these things that we'd agreed to was her first and then me. And then now when we noticed it, we noticed it before mine so that if she missed it, now we could do this notice because they want to play games on it. But I think it's ordinary. My litigators in chat are telling me, I think it's ordinary. Usually the plaintiff is the one that is deposed first, generally. But whatever. I mean, this case is such a fucking joke anyway. Who cares? Fuck. Where was I? We did M last, so now it's N. Joanne writes, on October 8th. Counsel, pursuant to Local Rule 7.1A3, please advise what defendant's position is about plaintiff's anticipated motion for protective order pursuant to Rule 2016 in connection with the unilaterally noticed deposition of plaintiff on November 3rd, despite knowing her unavailability. So she's saying that we're going to motion to stop your deposition notice for Pixie. We're going to file this because you guys you noticed her deposition. We didn't even agree on it. She's saying, we're going to tell us what you're going to do. We're going to file a motion about this. This was on October 8th, by the way. It's like a month ago, okay? Where was that filing? Did they not file it? To summarize plaintiff's position, we believe that your claim that you are unable to come to an agreement with us about a reasonable date of deposing of plaintiff is unreasonable and disingenuous and does not justify your unilateral noticing of the deposition, especially after plaintiff courteously agreed to depose defendant at a date of his choosing. That was before you told us that, oh, by the way, I can't be there. Cringe. This professional courtesy was clearly not returned because you wished to depose plaintiff prior to defendant's deposition for strategic reasons. We have no reason to believe otherwise. This is just a fucking lie. She's just lying about everything. It's just... Have you seen Juice Stalker coping about how he doesn't need to read the released hearing transcript? Yeah, of course. They don't want it to cover anything. This is like dead. They don't care about any of this now because now the more and more has gone on. Like, Pixie's full of shit. This is a disgusting human being, right? We have no reason to believe otherwise because we have offered numerous dates during the month of November, well before the discovery cutoff, for plaintiff to make herself available for deposition. This included November 7th, remote, November 14th, remote, November 21st, in person, November 21st, or 24th in person, and November 25th in person. It's difficult to conceive that no lawyer at your firm is available on any of these proposed dates, and you never explained your refusal to agree to any of these dates. And he did explain. He said, why would we have these depositions 3 weeks apart? We'll do those dates if you want, but let's do my client, the defendant, me, 2 or 3 days before Pixie's here. Like, we can just do that, right? You're the ones who played this game, this trick of getting us to agree to the 6th or saying that we'll hold the 6th and then saying, oh, we're not going to be able for 3 weeks later. Fuck you. It's cringe. You, in fact, confirmed that you were available on November 24th and 25th, but insisted that defendant's already noticed deposition be moved to November 25th, clearly because defendant insists on first deposing plaintiff. These positions are unreasonable, and depositions may only be unilaterally noticed if the noticing attorney acted reasonably. Moreover, your position, the defendant's counsel, would be inconvenienced by having to travel to Miami twice if plaintiff's deposition were to be held on November 21st, 24th, or 25th, and defendant's on November 6th, has no validity. Your travel preferences are not good cause under Rule 26C to reschedule defendant's properly noticed and agreed deposition, or insist that plaintiff's deposition be in the same week, particularly where local counsel is available. I like how she's saying that my lawyer's traveling is not reason for me to be inconvenienced, but the plaintiff herself traveling to the venue that she filed the court case. I don't choose where to get sued. She chooses the venue. Hers would be inconvenient. That's hilarious. Destiny, what do you think their intention is here? Stop asking me this. Why do I keep having to repeat myself? Her goal is humiliation, reputation destruction, and wasting my money. That's the only thing. She's abusing the court system to play this game, to do. That's all she wants. This is very cleanly obvious at this point. That's it. Your travel preferences are not good cause under Rule 26C to reschedule or insist or particular counsel. Should plaintiff's deposition not be moved to November 21st, 24th, or 25th in person, or alternatively 7th or 14th at remote, as proposed by plaintiff will request in the same motion leave to attend her November 3rd notice deposition remotely, given defendant's position that it would be inconvenient for defense counsel to travel to Miami twice. Should you refuse to agree to such a remote deposition, please articulate your reasons, such as any asserted prejudice for your refusal. Since the parties have already attended one telephonic meet and confer on this dispute, we believe that any further meet and confer is likely futile. Imagine opposing counsel being like, we don't even want to talk on the phone. There's no point. Nevertheless, we are still reaching out in good faith in an attempt to resolve this dispute without the need of court intervention. That was up to N. In response to Ms. Peters' baseless assertions, the undersigned informed Ms. Peters that Bonnell had no objection to his deposition proceeding first, so long as both depositions could be scheduled close in time to avoid unnecessary travel and expense. The parties' respective depositions can either be conducted during the week of November 3rd or on the 24th or 25th, in any order plaintiff wants. On October 10th, 2025, Ms. Peters indicated, how does anyone look at this and not see the game she's playing? Because nobody reads court filings. Nobody does all this shit, right? On October 10th, 2025, Ms. Peters indicated in an email to the undersigned counsel that the reason plaintiff will not agree to conduct Bonnell's deposition on November 24th, 25th is because she and her co-counsel are not both available on those dates. Emphasis added. Previously, plaintiff's counsel indicated otherwise. Exhibit O. I think, is this one we've already read, or? No. Oh, okay. So she said this was the last one we just read. Another meet and confer is pointless. Wait, you skipped Andrew's response. Did I? On N? Oh, I did. Wait, did I? I did. Okay, it's included in this one anyway. Doesn't matter. Okay, so in response to her email here saying we shouldn't even do another meet and confer because it doesn't matter anyway, Andrew writes on October 8th, Joanne, no objection to you deposing Mr. Bonnell first, even though it's customary for a plaintiff's deposition to be taken before defendants. I tried to make that clear during the call yesterday, but I was continually interrupted. Even the voice conversations are unhinged. The only issue is coordinating the scheduling of the two depositions so they occur during the same week. We'll even leave it up to you and your client. The parties' respective depositions can either be conducted during the week of November 3rd or November 24th and 25th in any order plaintiff wants. This whole court case has been her playing legal games the entire time. Whatever you want to do, we can do it. But they're just playing games. It's so stupid. It's because they're so it's just, I hate my life, dude. This is how much my life is wasted on that. How much money and opportunity cost. But I mean, that was her goal, I guess, and it's epic, so. You offer the defendant can depose plaintiff remotely is not acceptable. Plaintiff filed a federal lawsuit in Miami, Florida. Defendant is entitled to take her deposition there. Quote, the general rule is that a plaintiff who brings a suit in a particular form may not avoid appearing for examination in that form, end quote. Quote, in accordance with this general rule, a plaintiff must make herself available for deposition in the judicial district in which she filed suit, end quote. We hope plaintiff will reconsider her position. Sincerely, or thank you, sincerely, Andy B. Joan Peters, thank you for your response. As we informed you prior to your noticing plaintiff's deposition for November 3rd, she is not available in Miami or remote on that date and will not be appearing. She is available on November 21st, 24th, and 25th in Miami. We plan on proceeding with the agreed and noticed deposition of defendant on November 6th. And while we understand you might be inconvenienced by having to travel to Miami twice, the fact remains that this matter is pending in Miami. Defendant resides in Miami, and defendant is a local counsel in Miami. You have not presented any good cause reason to change an agreed deposition date or to insist that both depositions take place during the same week. Carlos and I are not both available on the 24th and 25th, and thus we cannot agree to moving defendant's deposition to one of those days. Do you see how much I feel like a stupid game this plays? Like how fucking stupid this is? Like it's so cringe. Like, hey, do you want to go out to eat? For pizza on Friday? And you're like, yeah. You're like, okay, cool. I'm not available Friday. I can either go eat on Wednesday or Thursday. When do you think I should go eat? It's like, oh, I thought we were eating together. I guess I'm available on Wednesday or Thursday, so we can go there. No. Excuse me. You said that you were going to go Friday. I want to know when I can go on Wednesday or Thursday of next week. It's like, well, I mean, I only thought we were going to go out to eat together. Why would I go eat alone? I'm not going to go Friday on my... No, that's not what this conversation is about. You said Friday, you're going Friday, and we're deciding if I'm going to go on Wednesday. It's like, well, this is like to see real... It's so cringe. Yeah, this guy in chat, I can't believe I'm seeing a lawyer do no takesies, backsies. It's unironically, it's that. No takesies, backsies. You said the 6. We agreed. No, it's like, oh my God. Seriously? Is this for real? We're really doing this? After hearing nothing from plaintiff's counsel for several weeks, on October 27th, 2025, Ms. Peters emailed the undersigned reiterating her objection to plaintiff's deposition proceeding as noticed on November 3rd. So I guess she just stopped responding. She didn't respond to Andrew. So this was October 8th was the email. And then she wrote on October 10th. Oh, and then Andrew responded, plaintiff's position is unreasonable. We will leave it up to the court to decide. Destiny, why don't you want to do remote? Because I have a right to take her deposition in person. Why would I accommodate her schedule? She filed her suit against me in the Southern District of Florida in federal court. So I'm going to take her deposition here in Florida. I'm not going to make accommodations for her while she frolics off to go do law school in another state across the country while she's just getting to do whatever the fuck she wants and to dilly-dally around in her life while she tries to destroy mine. No, this is the venue that you sued me in. So this is the venue where we're going to physically sit in person and have our depositions done in. And I don't want to risk, why would you risk? I don't know if there are lawyers in here that have ever done like remote depositions where like, what if we ask a hard question and her thing like disconnects or there's like, she's getting coached to the background. Like, no, why would I'm not going to do why would I do a remote deposition? Cringe. So on October 10th, Andy said, plaintiff's position is unreasonable. We will leave it up to the court to decide. Destiny, is it a problem for your California lawyers to attend remote? No, I don't want my lawyers to attend remote. I want to be there in person, in real life, to do a real life big boy deposition. This is court. It's not a Zoom call. It's not a Twitch stream. It's not a Discord meet. You're suing me. We're going to sit down in the same fucking room and we're going to do a deposition like you do in court. That's what we're doing, okay? It's not a game. $20 days later, or not 20 days later, I'm sorry, 17 days later, 2.5 weeks later, counsel, on October 7th, we held a meet and confer regarding plaintiff's deposition date. During and prior to that meet and confer, we informed you the plaintiff was unavailable due to post Miami in person during the week of November 3rd. We offered in-person dates on November 21st, 24th, 25th, as well as several earlier remote deposition dates immediately following our meet and confer. And despite knowing plaintiff's unavailability, you sent a notice of deposition for plaintiff on November 3rd. Based King, by the way. Based and King. On October 8th, we again informed you that plaintiff was unavailable on November 3rd and would not be appearing. On October 10th, defendant's counsel stated by email that we will leave it up to the court to decide. The notice deposition date of November 3rd remains a date on which plaintiff previously advised she's unavailable. Plaintiff continues to stand ready to appear on any of the 3 alternative dates previously provided. Please promptly confirm one of these available dates so that we can plan accordingly and reserve the date. Otherwise, we will proceed to open our calendars to other matters for those dates. Andrew, same day. Same day. Hold on. 4 minutes later. Damn. Assuming these are the same time zones. Joanne, we intend to proceed with plaintiff's deposition on November 3rd, as noticed, unless you file a motion for a protective order. If you'd like to agree, as we've been urging for quite some time, to schedule both plaintiff and Mr. Bonnell's deposition during the last week of November, we remain amenable to doing so. What a reasonable position. The undersigned responded to Ms. Peters indicating the intent to proceed with plaintiff's deposition as noticed on November 3rd, unless plaintiff sought a protective order from the court or agreed to coordinate the parties' deposition scheduling, as the undersigned had repeatedly offered. Later that day, and notwithstanding plaintiff's counsel's prior inquiry into Bonnell's position with respect to plaintiff's contemplated motion for a protective order, plaintiff's counsel replied, we will not waste the court's time or plaintiff's resources by filing a motion for a protective order. Wait, did she really say that? I don't even think I've seen that email yet. Wait, did I miss one of these? Exhibit Q. LMNOP. Destiny, it's not without precedent to do things over Zoom. What's your reasoning besides it requires big boy pants? I want to have a deposition in person. There's a different energy to speaking to somebody in person. I want to make sure that that she is having a conversation with my counsel, that she's not being coached, there's no weird stuff going on in the background, that she can't push the disconnect button on the call, that there's not any, weird shenaniganery going on, that it's a deposition with a one-on-one, having a conversation, taking notes, writing down everything, having it recorded by the court reporter as a standard deposition is done. Counsel. Oh wait, this is docket item 17. A different thing, okay. The undersigned responded indicating that if plaintiff failed to appear for her notice deposition on November 3rd, that Bonnell would ask the court reporter to record a certificate of non-appearance for the record and proceed according before this court. Oh, okay. This was Joanne Peters. So Andrew says, listen, we've noticed your depo for November 3rd, okay? Show up or file a protective order and ask the court to intervene, because now, if we're going to play games, well, then we'll play games, fine. Andrew, and then Joanne says, Andrew, we will not waste the court's time or plaintiff's resources by filing a motion for protective order due to your unilaterally scheduled notice of deposition. You were fully advised prior to sending your notice of deposition that plaintiff is not available to depose on November 3rd, and you have since been fully advised that plaintiff will not be appearing on November 3rd. Unilateral scheduling of depositions, particularly where the despondent previously notified her unavailability and provided alternative dates, are frowned upon by this court. Andy says, Joanne, if plaintiff fails to appear for her deposition, it's Joan? Okay. If plaintiff fails to appear for her deposition on November 3rd, we will ask the court reporter to record a notice of non-appearance and proceed accordingly. That was on this. Notwithstanding the foregoing correspondence and the fact that plaintiff still had not filed a motion seeking a protective order, on October 29th, 2025, plaintiff's counsel sent an email inquiring about the attendees at Bonnell's deposition. Fuck, I don't know if I've seen this one either. Wait, what the fuck? We might have talked about this, Exhibit R. Did they really? Let's see. Joan. Reference is made to your email of October 29th, 2025, in which you inquired about the attendees at Mr. Bonnell's deposition. Please be aware that unless plaintiff appears for her deposition as noticed on November 3rd, we will not be producing Mr. Bonnell for deposition on November 6th. Thank you. Wait, fuck. Is that email anywhere? October 29th? Oh, fuck. Did that one not get posted anywhere? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. The undersigned responded to plaintiff's counsel by email on October 30th, reiterating that unless plaintiff appeared for her notice deposition on November 3rd, Bonnell will not be appearing for deposition on November 6th. Okay. On November 3rd, 2025, the undersigned appeared in Miami, Florida for plaintiff's notice deposition at 10 a.m. EST. The undersigned was prepared to take plaintiff's deposition, but neither she nor any of her counsel of record appeared pursuant to the notice. The undersigned waited until 10:30 a.m. before concluding. At no time prior to the commencement of plaintiff's notice deposition did she file a motion seeking a protective order. Indeed, plaintiff's counsel previously indicated that they would not waste time or resources doing so. Based king. A protective order coordinating the parties' depositions is warranted. Pursuant to Rule 26C, a party or any person from whom discovery is sought may move for a protective order specifying terms, including time and place of a deposition. The court has the inherent authority to issue an order specifying the time, place, and sequence of depositions to protect a party from undue burden or expense. Moreover, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure authorize the court to compel a party's deposition where that party fails to coordinate in scheduling. Blah, blah. Indeed, courts here routinely exercise their discretion to coordinate depositions occurring in the same location or involving overlapping issues. Federal Rules of Expression are very broad and comprehensive. These are just law things. There's also a strong presumption that a plaintiff must sit for deposition in the forum where she chose to file suit. Plaintiffs are required to make, again, then this is what he quoted Joan in emails. Critically, when plaintiff refused to reschedule the depositions, plaintiff and her counsel had two choices. One, appear for her notice deposition, or two, seek a protective order. Plaintiff did neither. Citations. A party's failure to appear for her duly noticed deposition without obtaining, let alone seeking, a protective order was not substantially justified. Under the circumstances, reasonable people could not differ as to the need to at least seek a protective order, particularly when the deposition notices were received several weeks in advance. Here, both plaintiff and her counsel of record failed to appear for her deposition as noticed on November 3rd, 2025. Further, plaintiff failed to seek a protective order at any time prior to the commencement of the scheduled deposition. Counsel for Bonnell spent significant time and resources preparing for the deposition, traveling across the country, and scheduling a court reporter. Despite plaintiff's recalcitrance, she now seeks to force Bonnell to appear for his own deposition on November 6th. In the interest of fairness, judicial economy, and the convenience of all parties and their counsel, the court should issue a protective order directing that the deposition of plaintiff and defendant be conducted during the same week, preferably November 24th and 25th, 2025, respectively, in Miami, Florida. Indeed, plaintiff has already represented that she is available for deposition on those dates. Bonnell is entitled to reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Pursuant to Rules 26C and 37A4 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, this court has discretion to impose sanctions. I think we're starting to ask for this more in motions now. In the form of attorney's fees and costs associated with bringing the instant motion against plaintiff and or her counsel for 1, their failure to coordinate scheduling of the deposition of this case, and 2, their failure to appear for plaintiff's duly noticed deposition on November 3rd, 2025. The court should issue an award of sanctions accordingly. The 11th Circuit has explained that Rule 37 sanctions are intended to prevent unfair prejudice to the litigants and ensure the integrity of the discovery process. Sanctions are warranted here. Plaintiff's conduct has forced Bonnell to incur significant legal fees and costs in preparing for, traveling to, and appearing for plaintiff's deposition. Bonnell has incurred attorney's fees and costs in excess of $10,875 in connection with plaintiff's failure to appear for deposition and having to file the instant motion and supporting documents. Bonnell respectfully requests that the court issue sanctions against plaintiff for her misuse of the discovery process. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, Bonnell respectfully requests that the court issue a protective order directing that the depositions of plaintiff and defendant be conducted during the same week, preferably November 24th and 25th, respectively, in Miami, Florida. Bonnell further respectfully requests that the court award Bonnell his reasonable attorney's fees and costs incurred in bringing the instant motion. There you go. Damn. Somebody said they just filed a new thing. And then this is the certificate of... Was this what the vague posting was about, or is there more coming? This was not what it was about. There is more coming, one. And there's another vague post, more coming, two. There's a lot of memes in the pipeline right now. All of it very, very, very bad for the two main parties involved on the other side of this. Plaintiff's reply to docket item 153. Response in opposition to motion. Response in opposition to motion to dismiss. And motion to submit auto files conventionally. What the fuck is this about? Reply to 153. Response. How many fucking responses do they get to this? Response in opposition to plaintiff's motion. Oh, whatever. I don't know. Okay. Jane Doe. Plaintiff Jane Doe conventionally submit audio files conventionally. Okay. Defendant's opposition contends that 1. The original video links cited in plaintiff's opposition to motion to dismiss were not authenticated, and thus neither can the audio files be authenticated, and the court's order does not require retroactive refiling. Motion to dismiss did not raise any objections. The authenticity of 2 video links that were included in the... Oh, it's just her reposting... Is this like the food shops links? Okay. Is that all this is? What are they even hoping to prove here? Nor does plaintiff's motion seek to retroactively refile exhibits. Far from attempting to reopen or refile prior submissions, plaintiff is attempting to preserve the integrity of her opposition by submitting the same content in an accessible format. Plaintiff's motion does not seek to supplement the record or introduce new evidence. It simply requests leave to conventionally submit 2 short audio clips that were already cited in her opposition to the motion to dismiss. Why didn't you submit them then? Indeed, if the video links had not been deliberately privatized by one of defendant's followers, solely in order to thwart the plaintiff and prevent the court's access, it would not be necessary to submit them conventionally. Why are you just linking things to the court? You can't just send YouTube links and say, Judge, go check out this video. What are you doing? What the fuck is it? Why wouldn't you have your own backup? Why wouldn't you create stuff of this? What if the other person got banned? Would you just lose your court case? The judge already warned them about that? Yeah. Jesus Christ. Moreover, submitting the audio files conventionally complies with the court's instruction that links should be included as exhibits rather than URLs. Plaintiff's motion is procedural and corrective, not substantive. Wait a second. Moreover, submitting the audio files conventionally complies with the court's instruction that links should be included as exhibits rather than URLs. Wait, am I misunderstanding what the judge said? I thought the judge wasn't saying that you need to submit links as exhibits rather than URLs. I thought the judge was saying you need to submit the files themselves. You can't link me websites. See, ECF 143, page 15. Talking on 143, page 15. Is it really in the last? It is further ordered that as to any links to images or online documents, and on an ongoing forward basis, the references linked to must be included as exhibits to filings. Oh my God, she's so stupid. Joan, the judge isn't telling you that you have to submit a separate exhibit with a link. He's telling you that you need to submit the material linked as an exhibit. Are you not a practicing attorney or an immigration attorney law? Do you not file paperwork? What do you even do for work? Oh my God. No shot did she, I'm sorry. Am I misunderstanding this? Well, hold on. I can just check. Oh my God. What are you doing? No, this is not what the judge was saying. And they're still just posting their legal shit from Kiwi Farms. What is wrong with you? You're so fucking stupid. I hate her so much. Check the exhibit attached. What, like... Subsequently, I located reposted copies of excerpts of the same videos on the Kiwi Farm social media platform. You located? Like you went and looked for these? That's not true. You're just getting fed all of this from Kiwi Farms itself. I like how they're acting like I went out of my way and managed to scrounge this up on the internet. This is what Pixie is submitting to the court. First of all, that YouTube large site still reports Destiny's channels as demonetized. If this is a prank, it's starting to cost him actual money now. Remember, this is all Pixie's goal is. Code Cave, remember, that's somebody else that they've copied. Their expert witness, Jesus Pena, who lied about doing his own expert witness report, copy-pasted Code Cave's analysis of the links to prove that they were fake. Code Cave, he's claiming all these editable file names in a random spreadsheet he made are accurate timestamps, in which case some other autist should double check these dates in case he has other victims. Huh, it's almost like when everybody's double checking everything, I haven't made anything up. Kind of crazy, huh? It probably goes without saying, but this spreadsheet is 100% Destiny's handiwork. I doubt his legal team had any hand in it, other than suggestions on how best to present it. He actually worked on building these spreadsheets from December 8th through the 10th while he was lurking in Food Shop's Discord, and he kind of gave away how he built some of the exhibits he included in his recent motion. According to him, he had to marry up records from Discord to records he had from Redact to reconstruct a continuous chat timeline. I don't think he ever mentioned Redact at all in his legal filings. In my opinion, that he had to reconstruct anything at all would point to the evidence being not totally reliable, if only due to potential mistakes on his part. Then prove it! Demonstrate. You can't just say every single thing I do is not reliable. Then prove it. Show, demonstrate a single false submission, a single thing that's inconsistent with any other evidence or any other part of the record. Anything at all. A single thing. I don't know why I'm screaming at this. They're playing, these are all games, right? Here are clips from Food Shop stream dated September 8th. I'll include time since the original video on YouTube. Here, they always misgender her because that's their transphobic as fuck, but great. Here she talks about using ChatGPT to format data. Oh, no, I'm sorry, wait. They were talking about me in this video. They do misgender her, but this is them talking about me. Here he talks about using ChatGPT to format data into a spreadsheet a certain way. Of course, he makes a child porn joke. Here he talks more about what files he's working with. He mentions Discord log exporter, actually Discord chat exporter, and redact. He says he's trying to, for a nice presentation, recreate a singular log file. Huh? Why does he have to do this? Was the original log file tampered with in some way? The reason why I have to do this is because typically the logs are only exporting one side. I don't even know why I'm responding to this. I think Justicle's retard, esports Batman, and all these dipshits say the same thing. Oh, I thought Destiny said he exported from Discord. When you request a copy of your own data from Discord, they only send you your side of the conversation. It doesn't include the other person's side. So I can use Discord chat exporter to export their side, and I have Discord log exporter that shows my side, but they're using different timestamps. So I have to merge these together for a single readable chat log, and then that's what I give as my discovery production. If they don't like it, then you can either show me what's wrong with it or kick rocks. The fuck? You're not submitting any evidence for anything. Choice quotes from Destiny. You don't understand. Information is lost. Information is lost. There's no original file. I'm trying to restrict file. When I say information is lost, what I'm saying is if you're creating, you can't create Unix time codes from from ordinary human time if you're not taking into account the daylight savings time shit. You can't, like, going backwards like that doesn't really make sense because you could, and that was an issue. I don't know if Discord was doing that or if Redact was doing that, but it's annoying because I realized that just using Unix time codes, it wasn't lining up because one of them wasn't correctly recording the daylight savings time. But they're trying to act like I'm like adding information or I'm inventing logs here or I'm like inventing, messages. But it's like, oh, okay, well, if you think I'm doing that, then demonstrate that somehow. Show me. But great. Okay, cool. I can't believe that. I can't believe that she is so stupid. I can't believe she really is so stupid. Joan doesn't know how to read or plaintiff's motion not seeking to, okay. Moreover, submitting the audio files conventionally complies with the court's instructions that links should be included as exhibits rather than URLs. Do you understand what I say? Do you understand what I'm saying here when I'm saying she's misunderstanding what the judge is saying? The judge was saying here, guys, if you're going to submit evidence or whatever, then give me a USB drive, or give me, to be honest, it's weirdly phrased. Shut the fuck up, you retarded fuck. I don't care if you're in grade school, shut the fuck up. This conversation is not for you. It's very obvious what the judge is saying here. It is further ordered that as to any links to images or online documents, and on a going forward basis, the references linked to must be included as exhibits to filings. The references linked to must be included as exhibits to filings. For security reasons, the court will not open random links to Imager or Google Drive. Should a party believe any exhibit should be sealed, they may file a motion seeking leave of court to file it under seal, as with any other filing or exhibit. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. I take back my mean comments about Joan. I think she is putting links here, but I think she did send in a USB drive, I think. I personally reviewed the audio files and confirmed that they accurately reproduced the same content I observed in the original 2 videos and reposted copies. I then uploaded the audio files onto a USB drive. I'm assuming she sent that to the court in conjunction with this, I think. Hopefully she did. What the fuck is this even for? What are they even fighting about this? Oh, this is just their response to our motion to dismiss by trying to impeach the evidence that I'm providing. But didn't the judge still say there shouldn't be actual links in the filings? Yeah, well, he said they're not going to click any. But it's probably not necessarily bad for her to include links as long as she also includes stuff on a USB drive. Maybe? I don't know if she should include the links or not. Or maybe they should just be in a footnote, maybe? I don't know. On or about October 15th, 2025, I provided the link to the Kiwi Farms post by Latrell Spreewall to our firm's IT engineer, Mr. Benjamin Wasp, for the purpose of creating an audio-only version suitable for filing with the court. Mr. Wasp downloaded the clips directly from the Kiwi Farms link and then used an online converter to convert the MP4 to MP3 files and sent the 2 audio files to me. Okay. They're so desperate. Destiny, I think she's still in the process of trying to send it to court because there should be a docket entry, just like there is one when you send them a USB drive. Okay, maybe she hasn't yet then, I guess. I don't know what the fuck this person's doing. Well, there must be, right? There has to be a docket entry, I guess, if they're submitting. So then she hasn't submitted USB drives yet? She just like shot him some more links and said, yo, check this out. And then the USB drives are on the way. You can't submit video, or why are they converting MP4 to MP3? I have no idea. They could probably submit a video file. I don't know why. I don't know anything. This person is just, all these people are crazy. Okay. 164 docket items, 9 months into this case. Based. King, queen. Okay, am I good? We're good with this for today? Jesus. Had you read the 162 on stream? I don't even know. Did we? What was this even about? Oh, they filed something that was late to try to do like a more protective order. Oh shit, wait. This was She wants a public gag order on the case. And they filed for one a long time ago, but it never got approved. Plaintiff's motion seeks a narrowly tailored protective order to curb the ongoing harassment, doxing, and intimidation that threatens the integrity of these proceedings and is causing further harm to plaintiff. She still has her GoFundMe, by the way. She still has that literally pinned on her fucking Twitter. But good one, okay. In support of the motion, plaintiff submitted evidence to defendant's online harassment and doxing of plaintiff's witnesses and potential witnesses, and plaintiff's counsel. Plaintiff's counsel? I'm doxing her counsel now? Defendant has recently engaged in additional online conduct that underscores the necessity of the requested protective order. Specifically, on October 29, 2025, defendant published on the social media platform X a post identifying plaintiff's spouse by her legal name. So the fuck what? Protective orders are not here to protect your name. Protective orders exist to protect your identity, to shield your identity from the public. You've already made public. This is why I'm saying the whole protective order, all of this is just a fucking game. Like, imagine if Pixie were to join a company called Tankies for the Destruction of the Democratic Party in the USA, but she joins under her real name. And imagine I tweet out and I'm like, oh my God, wow, look at this. Pixie's joined Tankies for America, good job. And now they're like, oh, well, we're filing a lawsuit or we're filing another protective order. You just linked to her real name. It's like, this is so stupid. Well, like, the protective order is not here to hide doxing. That's not a real thing, doxing, for a court case. In a court case, you're supposed to make your identity known to the public. You're filing in a public forum. Accompanied by a screenshot from an Instagram post depicting plaintiff and her spouse. It's public Instagram post, along with a private chat thread between defendant and plaintiff from October 2023. Defendant only included the message from plaintiff and omitted his own responses. See Exhibit A attached here too. The spouse's social media account is not in her legal name, but instead under a pseudonym. Defendant nevertheless deliberately identified her. The spouse's there's her spouse. She's not part of this court case. Thereby linking plaintiff's pseudonym in this litigation to her spouse's true identity and effectively disclosing identifying information that this court's protective order was designed to safeguard. No, with regards to court filings, this is about seals. You never got the gag order that you wanted. That's not true. The defendant then falsely and maliciously accused plaintiff of having committed a green card marriage fraud. She has, by the way, and she did, by the way. That's why if you check any of Virginia's social media today, she has nothing to do with Pixie. She hasn't talked with her for a year. And apparently Pixie doesn't even live in fucking Florida anymore. They 100%, and for other reasons that I can't say publicly, but they 100% committed a green card fraud marriage. I don't even know if Pixie's fucking bisexual. She just fucking married her friend because she wanted her to stay in the US. She wanted to get her a green card, by the way. Unban this guy. There you go. If you get legal fees, would you be able to collect from her spouse? Maybe, so that's kind of cool. But we'll see. The defendant then followed Exhibit A. The post has been viewed 498,000 times. Immediately behind me, and another reply to defendant's post has posted plaintiff's legal name and other identifying information. It's not me posting it. What do you want me to do? All of this shit is public information that you have posted on your social media platforms. Immediately upon being made aware of defendant's post on October 29th, did you hire a private investigator or something? No. Maybe I'll be able to, in several months, I'll be able to tell you. That would be the third extra super meme thing coming down the pipeline, okay? We'll see. Dr. Joan Peters. Ms. Peters' email includes a screenshot of the post and asked counsel to instruct their client to immediately remove the post. Mr. Bretler's response asserts that the post did not violate protective order because it only pertains to documents filed with the court and not to social media posts. Moreover, Mr. Bretler contends the court has not yet ruled on plaintiff's pending motion. There is no restriction on defendant's public commentary. Furthermore, the protective order requires that under no circumstances shall any person disclose plaintiff's name to the media without consent of plaintiff's counsel. Defendant's deliberate disclosure of the spouse's legal identity, a family member whose identity is necessarily tied to plaintiff, constitutes an intentional breach of the order's confidentiality mandate and a continuation of the very harassment plaintiff sought to prevent through the pending motion. Remember, plaintiff still has her literal thing pinned saying that she's suing me for revenge porn. Like, it's publicly on her fucking Twitter, right? Like, she's not trying to use a protective order in the spirit of the protective order. She's just trying to use it to think she can trip me up on if I make a boo-boo or a mistake. It's so stupid. It's so cringe. Whatever. The new posting exemplifies defendant's ongoing campaign to publicly expose and disparage plaintiff and those associated with her, further justifying the need for the broader protective measures requested in the pending motion. Oh, like what you're doing with this whole lawsuit that you've even stated publicly. This incident mirrors the type of conduct that the motion seeks to prevent and further demonstrates the ongoing risk of prejudice to the integrity of these proceedings and the plaintiff's safety and well-being. Oh my God. Plaintiff respectfully requests that the court take note of... Okay, there's that. Filed under seal. Maybe this is just my tweet, I guess. Okay. And then the last thing was just Andrew's response to that. And then we're done, okay? On October 30th, 2025, plaintiff Jane Doe filed an untimely notice of expiration, an unauthorized reply brief styled supplemental evidence in further support of plaintiff's pending motion for a gag order against defendant Stephen K. Bonnell. The second, plaintiff filed her motion for a gag order nearly 5 months ago, and her transparent attempt to use Local Rule 7.1 as a pretext for filing her unauthorized reply brief should not be permitted. The court should strike plaintiff's pleadings in their entirety. First, Local Rule 7.1 imposed a burden on a moving party to file within 14 days of the 90-day expiration date, a notification of 90 days expiring. Plaintiff filed her motion seeking a gag order against Bonnell on June 2nd. Bonnell filed his opposition on June 16th. Plaintiff filed her reply on June 23rd. The court did not schedule a hearing on the motion. Accordingly, the 90-day period expired on September 21st, 40 days ago. Plaintiff is just now getting around to complying with the court's local rule. Second, Local Rule 7.1 requires the noticing party to provide specific information pertaining to the fully briefed motion, including the title and docket number of any and all responses or opposing memoranda. In her so-called notice, plaintiff failed to provide the prerequisite information, blah, blah, blah. Substantively, plaintiff seeks to draw on benefit from public assistance while pursuing her lawsuit anonymously and seeking to muzzle Bonnell at the same time. Indeed, while seeking to silence Bonnell with a gag order, plaintiff continues to promote and associate herself and her online persona Pixie with her allegations against Bonnell while also seeking to help or to keep her legal name confidential. Plaintiff has repeatedly attacked and maligned Bonnell online, including through her Substack posts, social media updates, pleas for additional witnesses to come forward, and solicitations for donations to her legal fund, all of which have been viewed collectively more than 1.5 million times. In fact, this court has already noted plaintiff's substantial public commentary about the case. Plaintiff cannot have it both ways. Moreover, plaintiff's counsel's representation regarding counsel's meet for efforts is grossly misleading and inaccurate. Attached as Exhibit A to the declaration of Andy B. Bretler, dated October 31st, 2025, and filed concurrently here within, is a true and correct, partially redacted copy of the letter, dated October 29th, 2025, that Bonnell's counsel sent to plaintiff's counsel in response to plaintiff's false contention that Bonnell violated protective order. Throughout her notice and her attorney's subordinate declaration, plaintiff misstates and omits key portions. Okay. And then this is the last thing. And then we're done. His exhibit was, this was the response. Dear Joan and Carlos, we are writing in response to Joan's emails from 7:56 a.m., 10:21 a.m., and 1:13 p.m. Oh, she started spamming emails. Oh my God. PDT Today, in which she baselessly accused Mr. Bonnell of violating the protective order dated February 20th, 2025 by posting the name of plaintiff's spouse on social media and repeatedly demanded that Mr. Bonnell immediately delete his post and publicly apologize to plaintiff. He is not obligated to do so. Nothing in Mr. Bonnell's social media post violates the terms of the protective order. The protective order governs documents filed with the court. Conveniently, Joan omitted this qualifier in the portion of the order she quoted in her first email this morning. The protective order does not restrict public commentary, nor does it impose any general confidentiality obligations on the parties. Plaintiff's motion seeking to impose a gag order on Mr. Bonnell has not been granted. Indeed, in plaintiff's motion seeking to hold Mr. Bonnell in contempt for discussing the June 3rd, 2025 hearing on social media, the transcript of which was recently unsealed, plaintiff advanced a similarly frivolous argument to the one she asserts here, and that she accused Mr. Bonnell of violating a then and still non-existent court order. Mr. Bonnell opposed that motion precisely on those grounds, among others. Further, notwithstanding that the protective order did not govern Mr. Bonnell's privileged speech, he did not publish any new, previously undisclosed, or confidential information on social media or anywhere else. Mr. Bonnell merely reposted what blank previously published on her own social media pages. See this. Blank's social media account remains active and accessible and included photographs of both her and plaintiff. In fact, the post Joan embedded in her email from early this morning was taken from her Instagram page. Prior to Joan sending her email, Blank had tagged plaintiff in that post. Now she has since removed the tag, likely because plaintiff in a public post does not, because tagging plaintiff in a public post does not fit the narrative plaintiff is putting forward here. Finally, the contention that Mr. Bunnell defamed plaintiff in his post by suggesting that she engaged in green card marriage fraud is unfounded. Plaintiff admitted in correspondence she produced to this case that she was marrying Blank because she wanted Blank to stay in the United States. Plaintiff further expressed her concern about the affidavits and interviews that she would need to provide to establish a bona fide marriage. Given that truth is a complete defense to a claim for defamation, nothing in Mr. Bunnell's post rises to the level of an actionable claim. In any event, if plaintiff were to assert such a claim, it would be subject to Florida's anti-SLAPP law. Plaintiff would be exposed to significant liability, including but not limited to paying Mr. Bunnell's legal fees in connection with having to defend against any such claim. If it's proven that she was committing green card marriage / fraud, does it help get the case dismissed at all? Nope. It doesn't really have anything to do with our case, which is why it's also stupid for her to be bringing it up. Do your lawyers even have to respond to this shit? It's not like the judge is going to rule on defamation. Well, I mean, you kind of want to reply because you don't want to leave it replyless and then, yeah. Brettler set the mail on the 29th and on the 30th, plaintiff still filed the thing. Sure. That's just what they do. They do be filing. Oh, and then as a final kind of meme thing, I noticed this last night. The crazy, weird, random shit. These people are crazy, bro. I don't know if it's like Lauren De Laguna is just like puppeteering all of these people in the background, but Pixie's wife is also suing her last place of employment for sexual harassment. I think she filed a suit against them, was it 6 months ago or 1 year and 6 months ago? She was also suing her. What? Jesus Christ, bro. You're being subtweeted via the lawsuit. Yep, but that's their goal, literally. Okay, where's the ongoing stuff? Link me. The election shit.
Given the existential nature of
I'm just wondering, do you believe that a Democrat Party embrace of socialism would hurt the party's chance next November?
Given the existential nature of Donald Trump, his policies, his cruelty, his failures, the assault on the economy, the assault on healthcare, the assault on veterans, the assault on farmers, the assault on nutritional assistance, the assault on law-abiding immigrant communities, the assault on the American way of life, the assault on voting rights, the assault on the rule of law, and Donald Trump and Republican assault on democracy itself, that the most significant thing that can be done is for Democrats to take back control of the House of Representatives next year so we can end this national nightmare and begin the process of marching toward a more perfect union.
Base.
That's why these elections are going to matter. And that's not pillow talk, that's real talk.
Real talk. So Spanberger for Virginia governor, she was supposed to win. She was always up like she was supposed to win. She was always up by like 10 plus points. Wait, what? I just matched with you on nuanced PCM. Can you take the test? I'm a thing on this? I'm all the way up here, right versus left, right-wing authoritarian. What the fuck? Similar ideologies. Social democracy? Who the fuck made this? Progressives are in the right-wing authoritarian quadrant of the graph? Testing anyone who remembers, I've heard you refer to the behind the scenes of January 6th where people were begging Trump to call off his supporters at the Capitol. What was the source for that? The source for that was the Jan 6th committee, select committee full report. It should be like a 900 plus page thing. So Spanberger was supposed to win. The big thing is the attorney general race where you have, is it Jay Jones? Was the guy who was saying kind of bad things in text messages about his political opponent versus the weird right-wing guy. I don't know how to pronounce this person's fucking name. With 2% reporting, Jones is at 51% versus Miares is at 49%. Live election results. Okay. GDHQ. I don't know like what the outstanding votes are. Ooh, so it looks like it's fairly close right now. 58-42. $58-42 does not sound close. Well, it's 58-42 is... Oh, wait, never mind. 95% of votes counted. Wait, I'm so confused. No, wait, this is a different race. I'm retarded. This here is a different... Right. Wait, VA Attorney General. No, wait. Election Pulse. What the fuck is that? It's 2% reporting with 95% counted. What's the difference between reported and counted? Okay, whatever. Well, this is the reporting. In this Jan 6 report, if you open it, if you control F, fuck. Hannity? Oh, yeah. So if you control F Hannity, this is on the executive summary. His son tweeted something like, go to the mat, go to the couch, go to the... Okay, page 628 is where you can start to see a lot of the text messages that people were sending to Mark Meadows as the chief of staff. So Donald Trump's #1 assistant in the White House, basically. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, Laura Ingraham, Mick Mulvaney, Barry Loudermilk, William Timmons, Donald Trump Jr. There you go. I don't remember who asked for this, but... Large explosion. Jesus. Near Louisville. Apparently a USPS plane crashed or something. Or UPS, not USPS, sorry. Why does the VA Attorney General matter? Because one of the things they're trying to push right now is to ban redistricting until 2030. And apparently the AG of the state has like a big say in that or something. Jeez.
That angle of you.
2 hours and 11 minutes, bro.
What do you think about this one?
Should the president know who he's pardoning?
Well, I don't know anything about this one. That's
unbeatable.
First time I've seen that.
Unbeatable.
But
Unbeatable.
I would say the president
Unbeatable.
has the authority to pardon people, and that's within his realm to do it. So I'm not going to question who he pardons or who he doesn't pardon.
Oh, what about the whole auto pen thing, though?
But the argument from
Really makes you think, doesn't it? Dude, can we get the fucking Jews out of here already? You guys are too much of a lightning rod. We can't handle you anymore. I'm sorry. You're uniting too many enemies together, okay? You gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. Off to Israel with you. You made your land. Now go live there. Okay, Nick Fuentes is a bigot. Agreed. Why is Ben Shapiro not the same exact thing? Why is no one calling to cancel Shapiro or Randy Fine? Fine thinks Israel has a right to murder their Muslim neighbors. I think that's worse than anything Fuentes has said. Why the double standard? And then this Ben Shapiro tweet from... the date formatting is weird, but this is not from September 10th, 2027, because that would be in the future. This tweet is 15 years old. I have seen Nick Fuentes say a lot of terrible things, but I've never heard him say that Jews should be nuked or all of them should be starved to death. Randy Fine did say those things about Palestinians. So which one is worse? Yet no one in power is asking to cancel Representative Fine. How do you cancel a representative? What the fuck are you talking about? Oof, these guys are locked in battle. Jones, 9% reporting, 4-point lead. If it's this close and Dems win, will they call it fake elections again? I don't know, but it is pretty funny because this guy had some really unhinged text messages where he was, I don't want to misquote them, but wasn't he joking or, I don't know about joking, it was something about like killing his opponent's family members or kids. Also, I am so sorry. And listen, you Americans are so precious, okay? You Americans are so precious. This seems like an easy one, New York City. A Democrat, just a Democrat, or an actual communist jihadist. A literal Karl Marx quoting, America-hating jihadist. I just want to say it's so cute that in like Europe, you had like the string of ISIS attacks, you had the Charlie Hebdo shit, and then you look over... at fucking Mamdani, and conservatives are like, this guy? This is a radical... That's not him.
Christ Lobfield Adams and his wife...
Fuck, just give me his debate performance. To say that this guy is like a fucking...
Out of politics, a huge
like a radical jihadist. This guy
Hill, where he's tweaking
this is America's Muslim extremists. Okay, I just want to say, if you're a European and you listen to Americans complain about shit, dude, Europeans are having a rough time in a lot of different ways when it comes to like housing, cost of living, a whole bunch of shit. And then it's just so funny to come back to America and listen to Americans complain about it, and they don't realize like how unbelievably dominant they are compared to so many of the European complaints. It's just fucking wild.
affordability message to appeal to them.
What I've actually found time and again is that cost of living is affecting every single New Yorker, no matter their age.
And he can afford to do it. A Marist poll released over
That feel, my radical jihadist. The guy with the clean-shaven dude in the suit with the comb hair. This is my radical jihadist. Holy shit. It's actually so fucking... Dude, London and Paris would kill to transform... Not to be mean or racist or whatever to anybody Islamophobic, but these countries would kill to turn all of their Muslims into somebody like Mamdani. You have no idea. They'd be like, holy shit. What is this? My blessed Muslim brothers and sisters, come to me. Oh my God. It's so funny. Why did Trump endorse Cuomo? I haven't really followed the race. Why would Trump want that? Because the Republicans never winning. And, yeah, Republicans never winning. He'd rather Cuomo than Mamdani, right? Hold on. How are you out here quoting jihad attacks in Europe when jihad literally crashed a plane into your buildings? That was a long time ago, okay? We blew up all those Muslims. They're all gone. We killed them all. 12% reporting. 1 point lead. Why is this guy going up? Stop! Isn't Zoran's platform dog shit? Rent control seems like an L. I don't like it. I think a lot of it is too far to the left. But liberals or left-leaning people don't like break the law to enforce their policies like Republicans will right now, who will destroy the country and take us all down a fucking hellhole in order to get what they want. One of two things happens with Mamdani in New York. Well, one of three things, I guess. The boring thing is he can't really do anything he wants because he's not able to get it done because he doesn't have the political will or process to do it. The second thing is he does what he wants, but it works. In which case, I guess maybe there's a stronger argument for some reason. Maybe like city-backed grocery stores is a good idea for a reason that I didn't understand. Maybe there are externalities involved that make it a good idea. Or he does what he wants and then all that shit doesn't work, in which case I can point to it and go, oh, look, well, seems like it's not a good idea. So we should continue on our strong center-left, policy-oriented trajectory. Any thoughts on the outcome of the Trump tariff SCOTUS case? Why is a Cuomo victory bad? I'm going to be honest. I might align more policy-wise with Cuomo than Mamdani. That's possible. But Cuomo accepting an endorsement from Trump makes me hate him with all of my like spirit and soul. So I don't. What about when the policies are to work? Trump pulls federal. Oh shit! I need to start having. I need to do this. Okay, because this will be in prep for my Dinesh D'Souza debate. Will be one of the hardest debates that I've done in a long time. That I intend to make that a ruthless conversation. Okay. I need to have a list of things that are just very plainly, cleanly, obviously wrong, that there is no Democrat equivalent to, and I want to be able to run down a list of these. I'm just writing this down because like I mentioned it. I didn't even know this, but apparently Trump has already refused to provide funds to some states for FEMA, and then him threatening to pull federal funding from New York City if a certain politician gets elected that he doesn't like. He should... Yeah. It's unbelievable. Didn't you say that you should accept any endorsement you can get from anyone on peers? You're perma-banned for being so... I'm going to answer your question, and I'm banning you for being fucking retarded. Accepting an endorsement from anyone in order to win an election in a general is completely and totally different from losing your primary and then running anyway in the general against your own party and then accepting an endorsement from your political opponent to your party. They're not even, if you think these are even remotely the same, you're so fucking retarded. I don't know why you're typing in any world. Whoever helps you get dressed in the morning just to put you to sleep. I think they didn't know that stuff. Okay, I'll unban them. Fine, there you go. Fuck you. Ooh, 6-point gap. How is he still going up? Oh no, wait, he went down a little. 20% reporting. Song gets community noted again. Destiny, reban. Destiny, you say you should accept any goo goo gaga. Why would I reban her for saying goo goo gaga? What is an attorney general? Well, he's the general, like military leader, who prosecutes war. The attorney general. Duh. In the United States, we have 3 branches of government. You have the executive, who enforces the law. Grr. You have your parliament or Congress. I use parliament and Congress interchangeably. Is that okay? Is Congress like a type of parliament, or I just said that for the Europeans listening? Your legislature. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know if I actually should use those interchangeably. Whatever. You have your legislature. Okay. These guys create laws. And then you have your judges. And these people interpret laws. If the legislature passes a law, okay, so these guys, I think they have different names in different states, but almost every state, except for I think Nebraska, has a bicameral legislature. So there's an upper house and a lower house. You have your state representatives and state senators. They might be called state assemblymen or I think they have different things in different states, but it's the same thing basically. You have your upper house and your lower house as part of your Congress. These people will make a law, and the law says, do not kill, okay? Do not kill. Not good, okay? That's the law, all right? And then your executive has to figure out how to enforce that law. Well, what are ways that the executive can enforce the law? Well, the executive can have their police, okay? One of our federal police forces is called the FBI, all right? The FBI might try to prevent crime, or they might go out and arrest people who have committed crimes. Let's say the FBI, you know, somebody catches a crime going on, or like, oh, we investigated, we found a crime or whatever, or something like that, okay? So they arrest somebody. Well, I mean, what do you do when you arrest somebody? You take them to jail and then you release them, you know, in 3 days? The police can't really do anything, right? Well, you have a separate thing called in the U.S. federal government, the Department of Justice, okay? And the Department of Justice will look at a guy and go, oh, we're going to charge him formally with a crime. We're going to indict him. We're going to take the indictment to a grand jury. The grand jury's going to look at it and go, thumbs up, and then we're going to charge him with a crime, okay? The head of your DOJ is called your Attorney General, your AG. This is the top dog prosecutor in the United States who's supposed to give orders to all the other prosecutors, okay? Technically, the FBI is a subsidiary of the DOJ or whatever, but that's basically, yeah. So your Attorney General generally is your top dog in your executive branch who does all of your law enforcement decisions in terms of like who to prosecute. I shouldn't say law enforcement, I'm sorry. Decides who to prosecute for crimes, broadly speaking. I think every single state government mirrors these three branches. They just call it something a little bit different. So we call our federal executive, we call the federal executive on the federal, we call it the president, right? But the states will call their head executive a governor. It's the same thing though, right? A city will call their head executive a mayor. Okay, I think these are generally like the three levels of governance that exist in the United States. You have your president of your federal government, you have your governor, the head executive of your state government, the president of your state government, and you have your mayor, who's like the president of your city. For the president, he has the federal attorney general, the DOJ. Your governors have their state attorney generals, and your mayors, I believe their equivalent to an attorney general would be a DA, which is your district attorney. And these people are the ones who decide who to prosecute locally for crimes. So you forgot county? I don't think there are county governments. I've never heard of a county government. Is that true? Am I retarded? Is there a county government? Yes, there are. The fuck is a county? Who's the executive head of the county government? Oh, the DAs work for the county. County executive? Depends. Select man. Commissioners? They're all councils? Okay, well, there's something. I don't know anything about them, so fuck them. Don't care. What about comptrollers? I see that word a lot. I don't know what the fuck it means, but I'll read it and pretend I do. What is this?
I said I was broke because my parents, my dad, went broke by the time I got to college. And I was broke for the first decade almost. Post.
The first decade?
College. I was broke for the first decade almost. Post college. Now.
Broke for the first decade post college. How old is Lil Bro? When did he graduate? When he was 22, 23? And he's what, 33 now? He was broke until this year? How old is Lil Bro? When did Hassan Piker graduate from Rutgers? In 2013. So he's been broke since 2022? He earned a double major in communications and political science. Communications? Despite the fact that he keeps saying he can't speak English because it's a second language? I think he meant from 18 to 28. He was broke when he was going to college in the United States of America? Okay. How did he get to the US to go to college? Okay.
Decade almost. And I was broke for the first decade almost. Post college. Now I'm fortunate enough to be able to take care of my family. You didn't see headlines. You saw a
take care of my headline, or I'm sorry, take care of my family. When was he hanging out with Paris Jackson? Paris Jackson was 19, almost 20 at the time. Hassan Piker was 26. So he was broke and hanging out with... This was before Hassan had money, or... Fuck, I don't know what this website is. Didn't he visit the brothel in 2016? Oh, was that when he was traveling through Europe?
A fucking viral tweet, brother. Don't act like you read any fucking headlines. You actually just saw a viral tweet. That's what you saw. I never said I fucking grew up in poverty. As a matter of fact, I've openly stated that I grew up fairly affluent in Turkey.
He grew up as a top 0.001%er in Turkey. Probably one of the wealthiest families in the country of Turkey. But I love how he's like, upper middle class.
Openly stated that I grew up fairly affluent in Turkey. I cannot believe how fucking stupid everyone is on the internet. That like things that I have openly talked about endlessly turn into this idiotic back and forth. They're like, oh, were you lying? Were you lying about growing up in poverty? When the fuck did I say I grew up in poverty? I didn't. I said I was broke. In college. And after college.
But he didn't even have, he didn't work in college. What does that mean? When you say that you're broke, but you go to college, but you don't have to work, what is that? What are you doing there? What does that mean? How do you survive?
I hate this shit. I hate how stupid everyone is. I hate that, like, you can't even have a fucking normal conversation about this shit. And I hate that, like, AI articles are enough to dupe.
Yeah, AI articles. Good one. Do you really feel like Cuomo here is accepting Trump's endorsement?
The president just Trump endorsement. Do you accept it from the president?
The president does not support me. The president opposes Zoran Mandami. The president believes Zoran Mandami is a communist. He believes he's an existential threat. I believe he's a socialist and an existential threat, and not a dress-up socialist, right? Their school of socialism, this Democratic Socialists of America, government controls the means of production. No private ownership of real estate, abolish jails, decriminalize prostitution. This is frightening stuff. And I think that's why you're seeing New Yorkers react and New Yorkers turn out. I'm offering the exact opposite. Safer New York, 5,000 new police, 1,500 police on the subways. Make New Yorkers feel safe again. You want to bring the cost of housing down, which we have to do? You have to build more affordable housing. It's supply and demand. There's nothing tricky to it. The trick is having the competence and the ability to make the government work to actually build 100,000 units a year. And that's about making the government work.
He probably just thinks not being able to spend frivolously on whatever dumb shit he wants is being broke. Well, but he did, though, didn't he? Like, I bet if you go back and look at all his old uniforms, his outfits, I bet it was all fucking super wealthy shit. Look at what he wore when he did Bro Tips on the Young Turks. What outfits was he wearing then? Didn't he have all of his rings and everything on, too? Or when was the picture of Hassan Piker, private jet? Did he go to, like, Burning Man? When was this picture taken? How old was he here? Wasn't this from, like, the late 2010s? Join Trisha as she shares stories about her 2018 private jet ride with David Dobrik and Hassan Piker.
I've been in a private jet once, and it was with David from Coachella to New York, and I hated it. It was awful.
From Coachella to New York?
I think someone got it for him because I think like, you know, Hassan Piker, like he was on it. So I think it was like a company that got it for everyone. It was a weird
Was
thing.
it a nice plane?
Yeah, it was like overnight too. It was a nice plane, and it was like, I just slept, but I was scared, and that was it.
That's so funny. Trisha Paytas, Hassan Piker, and David Dobrik on a private jet
Yes.
from Coachella to New York City.
And that was it, really. I think it was like
In 2018, this is when he was broke.
maybe Todd, this one other person, and like that's it. It was like that was so weird.
That is so
and it was like
funny.
a midnight, and I think Hassan has told the story where he was like rolling. He was just like didn't know who anybody was, and he was just like, because everyone's like, why are you on the plane? Also, he's kind of known for, I don't know his like lore. I don't know. I just know he's a little bit. People are just judging him. He's one of those people who shouldn't be on a private jet, I guess, because he's very much what's the
Political?
word? Political, but also like, is socialist the right word, or is that like a wrong word?
You
A
sound
socialist-
like you're saying the right thing.
I know. I don't want to mess it up because it could be the opposite. He's one of those people, like, he has like a $2 million house and people shit him for it. Because, like, wait, what about giving money to people who need it? Like, why are you buying a $2 million house when you could be giving, you know, like one of those people.
Oh,
I
I've
could be
been to
getting
his
this
house. It's
wrong.
nice.
Really?
Yeah.
It's really collabed or what?
Yeah, I went on his podcast, and he lived like 2 minutes from me when I lived in Hollywood, so I was like, why not?
So he's a nice one. So that's what people were saying. And then he tries to downplay it. It's like, it's just a single family home. It's not that bougie. Like, so I think people give him a hard time. I don't know his
It is a
politics,
single
but-
family home, but like,
Honestly, he's saying what the vast majority of middle-class kids would say about themselves. Starving student equals having loan money while going to a $50,000 a year school, eating Chinese takeout, occasionally going on trips with friends on break. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just trying to tell you that Hassan was not like an upper middle. Hassan was one of the richest families, okay, in Turkey. His family's insanely wealthy, okay? Somebody pointed this out to me because I didn't know this. Good thing I have brown Indian friends, okay? Somebody pointed this out to me that I don't know how true this is actually. Maybe they're full of shit. But they said that one of the indications that a person comes from extreme wealth, especially in like a non-European country, is when people grow up in their country with American citizenship. That just knowing that if you know a guy who's in Turkey or Indonesia or whatever fucking country, whatever, and you're like, oh, like, cool, you're growing up here, you're going to school here, you're whatever else, and they have American citizenship, that means that their parents had the ability to have the mom travel to the U.S., be in the U.S. for as much time as she needed to be, have a kid, get the kid citizenship there, and then fly back and go and raise the kid in Turkey, which is what happened with Hassan. So Hassan likes to say, oh, I'm an American citizen, I'm from the U.S. Not really, right? I don't think he spent any time in the U.S. when he was born. I think he just got his citizenship here. He went back to Turkey. He did all of his schooling in Turkey up to college, his primary, secondary education, and then he came back to the U.S. for college. But his mom had the means, the luxury, and everything else to come to the U.S., how they get here, grab that U.S. citizenship, and then go back to Turkey and raise them there. So that's the thing. I didn't even really. I guess if I would have thought about it for a while, I could have maybe thought about that, but it's not the thing. I didn't even. Yeah.
this is a single family home.
What does single family home mean?
I mean, like one master.
By the way, like I'll reiterate this again, I guess. Like I don't even care about people being rich. Like that's fine. Like if you grow up rich, then I mean, cool. It's good. You have a lot of opportunity and everything. Hassan had a lot of opportunity. It's really cool. But don't LARP as a poor person. It's so fucking cringe.
Bedroom and right?
Like, do you know you can't say master bedroom anymore either?
Oh, yes, primary bedroom.
Primary, which I didn't know either. I'm learning stuff every day because I don't know. And that's like, I know nothing about. So I don't know. I just know people got were mad he was on this private jet. And he's like, oh, I didn't pay for it. Like they just asked me if I wanted to get on, and I was rolling, and I needed to get to New York because I think we were flying to like the Shorty Awards. I hated this era of my life.
Oh my god, the Shorty Awards! I forgot about that.
And they're like, we have to go from Coachella to the Shorty Awards. Like this is so embarrassing.
Those award shows, though, like at that time, I can't stress it enough. It felt like the Oscars. It felt important. Not the Shorty Awards.
Shorty
Not the
is the
Oscars.
worst.
Okay, that was drama. I was being drama there, but like
That's
even just
crazy.
the streaming awards, like they felt so official. At least to me, I think just because I grew up like so YouTube. Like I remember watching them, and they were.
Which is what I have done all.
So somebody said, did this? I don't know if I guess this doesn't sound like a full-throated acceptance of Trump's endorsement. But I mean, like, why is he running? He lost the primary. Why would he still run as an independent? I don't know. I don't like it. Cuomo rage quit a radio interview when they said he's Trump's boy. Uh-oh.
Boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo, saying that you're his guy.
No. First of
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a communist. Or a communist, he's picking you.
Hello?
I think that they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
You just get I
don't think he rage quit. I think he would have said more Cuomo's more outspoken. I don't think he just hung up. I think that would be my guess, but whatever. Chad. Giga Chad. Jay Jones up by 2 points, 38.2% reporting. Ooh, odds are favoring Jay Jones. Jay Jones quite a bit now. Odds are very good on Poly Market.
Watch the entire thing, right? But
It's kind of funny that I remember that this, I think I've said this before, this is one of the things that turned me away from Republican politics, from the Republican Party, to becoming a libertarian, was seeing all of the Islamophobia in New York City after 9/11. Because I believed all the cuckoldry about like, oh, I might disagree with what you say, but I'd die for your right to say it, all that shit. I thought Republicans actually stood for that shit. And I remember thinking that a lot when I grew up. I was like, 9/11 is bad, Islamic extremism is bad, not good. But then when New Yorkers and shit, and especially Republicans, started to protest, like, we need to get rid of mosques in New York City or block new ones being built, I was like, well, hold on, that doesn't feel very American. That was one of the first things that started to turn me off from when I grew up, because I grew up as a hardcore Republican. So kind of funny to see this shit again. Oh shit, Jay Jones up to 95% on Poly Market. What are these guys all fighting over? I focus on Trump's and America's wins every day. The shows basically write themselves because there's so much obvious success. But then there's a set of influencers who ignore all the good stuff and only focus on petty squabbles, rewriting history and burning it all down. The self-proclaimed influencers of MAGA have spent 6 straight months doing the Democrats' job for them. Instead of honestly talking about what's happening in the world, Israel, or all the incredible things President Trump has accomplished since returning to office, they devoted their energy to demonize Israel, claiming Trump is owned by foreign powers, AIPAC, warning he'll start World War III, and pushing doomsday nonsense even CNN wouldn't touch. They've undermined every one of President Trump's stated positions, attacked the people who actually move the needle for conservatives, and created an atmosphere where the conservative takeover has somehow become a leftist talking point because they've handed it to the Democrats on a silver platter. Is this real? Venezuelan ally might receive nuclear missiles to deter the United States. Putin ally floats sending Venezuela nuclear-capable missiles to deter U.S. Nuclear-capable missile. My guess is that's going to be a delivery vehicle. That's not a nuclear warhead. Nuclear warhead is the thing that has fusion, whatever bullshit reaction, and then it goes... Nuclear, but warheads on their own just sit in place and blow up like losers. But you need a delivery vehicle to blast them into outer space or whatever the fuck. Destiny, how do you know what's inside? I think you just assume. Like, generally, nobody is going to be shooting an intercontinental ballistic missile that just has like ordinary, like explosive ordnance on it. It's just the delivery vehicle is too expensive. That's my guess, but let's see. Russia has sent its most advanced hypersonic missiles to Venezuela. Its tensions with the U.S. state. Oh, okay. Are these Kinzhal missiles? So these missiles also, if they're the ones I'm thinking of, that are, by the way, they're not hypersonic. They just go fast. These are outfitted with ordinary. These are intermediate range ballistic missiles. These are outfitted with ordinary ordnance as well, like explosive stuff. It doesn't have to be nuclear. Still crazy that Putin is openly supplying Maduro with weapons this week and Trump is completely silent. A Russian Tu-76 military transport aircraft linked to Wagner PMC landed in Venezuela. Defense News reports during the flight as Moscow's attempt to expand its military presence in Latin America. The aircraft is operated by Aviacon Zitotrans, a company sanctioned by the U.S., Canada, and Ukraine for supplying equipment to Wagner mercenary operations. Wow. What is today, the 4th? Are we still blowing up Venezuelan boats and bragging about it? Jesus. Please rate my karaoke. Okay. New Jersey live election results. Was this guy, was there really a Republican governor expected to win in New Jersey, or? Okay, I don't care. I feel like the most important race for tonight is that the Virginia AG race. I think this was the big one, right? Prop 50 in Cali? What's the percentage on that? Wait, is that must be listed here. 0% reporting. Nice. Scroll down more. Wow, thanks. Jesus. 95% chance on Polymarket for a Democratic sweep. What all does this include then? New Jersey governor, VA attorney general? Or is there anything else? Does this include the California Prop 50 thing too? Every poll I've seen has Prop 50 passing pretty clearly. Good job. Democrats win the Virginia governor, the Virginia House of Delegates, and the New Jersey governor elections. Mamdani wins the New York City mayor election. California referendum Prop 50 passes. Okay, based. Hold on. Actually, wait here. Get rage baited.
Ooh, a soy pill. Yeah, is it good? I learned it from watching you.
Is there a place I can skip to on this? We're not watching 2 hours and 11 minutes of this.
You're always
the segregation section. Just skip like 20. Wait, hold on. Uh-oh. Is this always Prime Kai talking? In your view of like coalitions, like the coalition, that's me. I'm sorry, maybe not.
You specifically said in terms of your view of like
coalitions,
like the coalition and the larger battle, right? That it doesn't matter at all who comes in, right? So like I'll turn the question, I'll turn it back on you, right? Like if instead we had a whole list of Democrats who won, who were like pro-segregationists, you'd say like, well, I welcome them within the party, right? They have a D in front of their name, not an R, and so thank you. Like, please let's fill up with pro-segregationists. You're welcome here.
I mean, we'd be going back to the Democratic Party of 5 or 6 decades ago, right?
Sorry, that didn't answer my question. Would you welcome?
Oh, the answer is probably yes. Yeah,
means?
in that context, that wouldn't you rather have the New Deal and a Great Society stuff than not? Prime?
Sorry, stop trying to dodge the question.
Wait, isn't the answer yes?
I'm not.
No, hold on. No, it's not. We're not time traveling because he's like, oh, now we're going back in time. No, we're not doing that. I'm saying, hey, like for 2025, right, or into 2026, we have brand new pro-segregationists coming into the Democratic Party. Would you welcome them because they have a D in front of their name instead of R? He says no. Pisco says no. Hutch, what about you?
Maybe. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So that's a difference of opinion here, right? Like I'm against segregationists no matter what decade it is.
Well, do you? I mean, I don't want to get hung up too much. We can move on to the next topic. But like, do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Okay. And
well, Hutch, let me clear it up, right? Because Hutch, the reason you would say yes.
But go ahead.
Okay, but tell me if I'm wrong, Hutch. The reason you would ever say yes to a pro-segregationist Democrat is because what's on the other side is now the right has moved so far, even past segregation of, we're doing segregation and a lot more worse stuff, right? Not right now, everything the same, but you would welcome a segregationist Democrat?
Say that question again. I'm not
right now, every policy on the right remains the same. I do think this is like we're fascist, treading into fascism, but they haven't, said they're going to bring back segregation yet. They're teasing the idea of miscegenation, revisiting that.
But we're talking about fascism, right? Like when we talk about fascism, we should get into the specifics, right? What does that actually look like?
Right. But if the Democrats are pro-segregationists, that's worse than the current right-wing party.
First of all, this is a very strange question. But secondly, is fascism worse than segregation? I feel like the answer is pretty obviously yes. Segregation is bad. But Trump is deploying... Oh, this is another one of those they don't think Trump is that bad argument. One thing that I don't like about some of these hypotheticals is when people come into office, people say, okay, well, what's worse? The fascist conservatives we have now or the hypothetical segregationist Democrats? Well, are the segregationist Democrats going to have all the same hurdles to jump through as the current fascist conservatives? Or are you assuming that when the segregationist Democrats get in, they can just snap their fingers and do whatever they want? Because Trump still does have to fight through a lot of bureaucratic red tape. So Like the hypothetical unstoppable segregationist Democrat is maybe worse than the current fascist Trump that's still having to jump through the hurdles. But like a hypothetical fascist Trump administration is infinitely worse than a hypothetical segregationist administration. No, like it's, yeah, I don't know. It's like, but these are like such weird policies to compare. I don't know.
You're saying that if we had, like, for example, like thankfully there are no.
Who the fuck ran with Romney in 2012? I'm trying to remember. I have no memory of this. It was McCain and Sarah Palin in 2008. It was Paul Ryan. How did I remember that? I don't even know if I ever knew that. Damn. Paul Ryan. Hold on. Oh, sorry.
Emerging segregationist Democrats. I'm happy to entertain your hypothetical, but even if we were to do this hypothetical,
Ridiculous.
like you're saying that, like, let's say like one or two like segregationist Democrats emerged and all of a sudden they were competitive in like fucking Nebraska or Missouri. You're saying that us adding that to like get a Senate majority would be worse than the MAGA movement right now? In terms of like,
I think it would be. I think it would make the. So if I believed empirically it would help stop Trump, I would encourage you to vote for them. But we just have a different thought process on the empirics. So the empirics are that I think, and I think Soy Pillow is convinced that allowing segregationists into the Democratic Party would like hurt mid to long term results in the brand of the Democrats, such that it would worsen our chances. To
I mean, do you guys understand that like black civil rights leaders, when they were, you know, deciding who they wanted to endorse when FDR was running, they endorsed him even though he opposed an anti-lynch.
I don't even know why. Fuck, but I didn't watch the lead up to this. Why even take on this argument? We don't need to appeal to segregationists. What? I don't even know what this. I don't even know what the fuck this argument even is. This is like saying, like, I have a plan to wake up at 3 a.m. so that I can go to the gym and then go to sleep at 5 a.m. after, and I'm gonna change my whole. I'm gonna make this work, whatever. And it's like, but it's like, imagine a person saying this and they're like, don't even go to the gym or eat or anything. It's like, why are you? Why the fuck are you min-maxing your midnight sleep gym? What the fuck are you doing? Why are we even talking about this? Should we be? Who even are segregationists? What? I don't even know what the fuck this conversation is. What are we talking about? What?
Legislation. And even though a third of the Democratic caucus were...
Because they hit Prime with a similar hypothetical? It was a hypothetical to voting for someone who supports the genocide. Oh, God.
Segregationists and Dixiecrats. Because, their concern was fascism was rising. And yet, hold on. And yet we have a conversation these days about, like, Donald Trump is a fascist threat. And yet, like, you propose...
I understand, Hutch, but this might be a good segue into another thing we were going to talk about, which Prime and I talked about last week, which is the amount of, I think you and I agree, displeasure and shade thrown at Plattner for a Nazi tattoo. But if he was a pro-segregationist and was polling better than Susan Collins, would you not have the same shade for him?
Hutch, oh no.
No. If Plattner advances past this primary, I will tell my viewers to vote for him in Maine.
Yeah.
Ask the other question. If he doesn't, will Prime support, is it Collins? Is that the person running against him? Will you support the other person? That's the difference, by the way. Also, I check all of your Reddit accounts when you guys are jerking off Mamdani in my subreddit. Okay? Like I said, I support Mamdani. But if I go through your history and I see that you're one of those lib haters and you're just like trying to woke scold libs on supporting Mamdani, I permaban you. So, oh, Janet Mills, my bad. I don't know anything about this race. This has all happened while I was traveling. I don't even know what the fuck Plattner is.
This is a primary. This is a discussion.
I know what the fuck he's running for. I'm gonna be honest.
During a primary, that's a
okay. And I guess the idea is in the primary, I doubt that the pro-segregationist is going to win over any of these other candidates. So the hypothetical silly because we wouldn't get that far.
Yeah, I doubt it.
No, I'm sorry, but no, this is important to
for Maine Senates. Is it the Maine Senate? Is it a state Senate seat or is it for the federal Senate? Is a Maine Senate? It's got to be for the federal. It's got to be for the U.S. Senate, right?
We're testing, right? His morals, his axioms, right? We're testing that. He's saying that, like, yes, pro-segregationists are welcome, however he defines that, right? Welcome in the party just because they have a D in front of their name instead of an R in front of their name, right? Like, that's like the essence. Like, it literally doesn't matter what it is, right? And then he tries to bring in. That's exactly what he said. And then he does this copium, right? Like trying to defend himself, like the nonsense that he just said in front of everyone here, right? Talking about, yeah, I mean, I guess your segregationists would be fine, right? And he has to like bring up like black civil rights, right? Like people operating in a different decade, right? Under like a literal state violence at the time, right? Like looking at a candidate who they could work with to overcome that segregation, right? Using the best political vehicle that they had at the time to
they made compromises.
You're saying
they made compromises. Yes.
And you're saying that within this decade, though, right? Like as it now,
you brought up segregationists.
Yes, I obviously did.
To make I did. To do an extreme hypothetical.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
but you agreed to the extreme hypothetical.
Yeah, you agreed to the hypothetical. We were talking about the hypothetical, and
that's
so Soypil did a good job of drawing this out, saying, "Hey, like
I'm very open about like how I work.
Exactly the way it was now.
You didn't like snake something out of me. I talk about this all the time.
But we just had segregationists within our party. You'd say that's fine, right? Even today." Even if we don't have to make those compromises.
Let me just ask you, like, if it meant taking away the Senate majority from Republicans, would you be okay with it or no?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't be okay with segregation.
Brian, this is just the
a segregationist. What is a segregationist going to do though? Who cares?
Kamala conversation over again.
I know it is, right? Yeah.
So,
I know
so this is Hutch's point. So I don't think Hutch is saying we should
Shit
actively encourage Democrats to be segregationists or we welcome the open arms.
No,
I think he just repackaged.
Can we get a slur for commies or these fucking ML losers? You need to like counter slur. You can't let them call you a shitlib and get away with it, okay? You need names for these guys too, okay?
Gene, in response to your question,
I know he didn't say that.
Okay,
I know he didn't say that.
I think he's repackaging
honest.
A version of the trolley problem where he's saying like, I find fascism to be less desirable than Jim Crow segregation. Do you agree with that, Prime?
Jim Crow segregation? You mean like?
Do you agree with that, Prime?
I don't know how that's even different. That's another. If it was just another form of fascism within.
Oh, he's also retarded and thinks everything is fascism. Okay, nice.
The American society, right? We don't call it fascism, right? When we're thinking about this, but like massive state violence against that minority. Yeah, that's part of the fascist.
But I think the way you framed it,
that's what it is. But it's like, hey, as long as there are fascists, right? According to Hutch, as long as there are fascists, then yeah, welcome them in. As long as we have a D in front of it. So let me change it slightly, right? Let me do it again. Hey, if they are avowed fascists, but they have a D in front of their name, would you welcome them, Hutch?
If it gave us the majority, yeah.
So it doesn't matter. You see, this is why I'm testing.
Add something to that.
But here is the difference. The difference is by welcoming like one or two people that have extreme positions. The way you framed it, Pisco, was not correct. You were saying like it's either like fascism versus like Jim Crow. The difference is there would be no risk of like Jim Crow laws being enacted in the Congress at that time. And if we allowed like someone who was like avowed fascist, like one person, there would be no risk of like fascist like codified law as a result of this.
There's an additional thing that what you're saying is assuming it would have a good result, right? Which I think is the core thing. Assuming that welcoming these people would produce a less risk or okay. But that's where I think Soypil and I diverge from you in the current, where the context is different, I think, back in the 40s and 60s versus now, where that kind of empirical case about whether it makes sense in the medium and long term to make these kinds of coalitions where it starts to break apart. But I think there's a on point like example of this currently in Virginia, Jay Jones. Everyone here, I think, finds the comments made by Jay Jones about like killing, or I don't know what he said, like the death of
killing kids. Yeah.
We all find that reprehensible. I want commitments from everybody. You guys all endorse Jay Jones for Attorney General of Virginia, don't you?
Yep.
Yes. I'm a little on the fence about it, honestly.
On the fence. And why is that?
As opposed to the Republican or what?
It's the same thing actually with the Graham Plattner stuff, where I'm like, okay, if this is the stuff you're saying in private, like I don't know how I feel about you being in charge of a lot, let alone anything. Now, granted, there's not really a better choice right now.
Oh, true. Wait. VA House District 71 race polling. Jessica Anderson. We interviewed her on Bridges. Is there like an individual poll tracking thing for any of this stuff? Fuck. This lady. Meet Abigail Spanberger, the newly elected governor of Virginia. What is the context of this? Was this like during COVID, or was this was Jan 6? I mean, like, is it even that weird? Like, it looks like there was another one next to her here, and it looks like there's another one on the floor back here. It doesn't even seem like it was just her, no? They were told to wear those because of the pepper spray being used. Oh. Wait, how many of these open source intel channels got fucking conservatively captured? Many of them are just fake intel channels. Read your texts. They basically align with your opinion 100%, and they're funny. I don't think I've actually read the actual texts. They say nice things about everyone, LOL. If those guys died before me, I would go to their funerals to piss in their graves, send them out awash in something. Jay Jones. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives bullets every time. Jay, please stop. LOL, Gaga. It really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on them. Ooh, wait, who's this? This sounds like you need to set up. Who the fuck is this guy? Who was he texting with? Between Delegate, Coiner, and Jones? Oh, from... Okay, Jones. Gotcha. A Republican elected official. These messages were years ago. Nice. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I generally was. I wasn't trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hopping. Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, what it was before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Oh my God. I was driving this morning, guys. Okay. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Hold on. Look. I was driving from Roanoke to Charlotte. I spotted a double Amogus. Oh! A double Amogus. What? Jessica's winning because she got that Bridges bump. Okay. Does it say what percentage is reporting? Oh, 66. She's going to win.
But in the same way, you know, Obama.
How long ago were these texts? Oh my God. Who? Okay, I don't care about this. This is fucking stupid. They were in 2022. He's a changed man, okay? Look, and he won. And he's a brother-ish based. He won.
Mama might give Mamdani a phone call. I can say, look, I'm not going to be upset if he wins, but damn if I don't want to put my weight behind him.
So what objection do you have against like Prime? And Prime's like, okay, if this is how Kamala deals with the genocide in Israel, hang on. So the private comments of Jay Jones is enough to be like, I might not vote for him for Attorney General of Virginia, even if they're horrible like that.
Sure, and I guess the difference would be the scale of the consequences of him losing. Now, if you were to give me a good case of to why Jay Jones losing would be detrimental on a massive scale in Virginia, I'd say, yeah, whatever. I guess we could ignore this. But again, this is just like welcoming a segregationist into your party. While I can completely understand Hutch's, like, yeah, obviously, if accepting two people who are not going to, pass major legislation to stop the fascist party is like the alternative, like that makes sense. But what are the downstream effects of welcoming this into your coalition, and like how does that make you look? Does it reduce turnout?
Wait, you don't think? Sorry, you don't think having a Republican as the Attorney General is bad?
No, I obviously
in the state of Virginia, like that's bad. Not. I don't. The guy apologized for his comments, some text messages between him and a colleague a couple years ago, and you're willing to risk getting a Republican Attorney General in one of the most pivotal states in the union? Really?
It's not about like I'm risking it. I guess you'd have to kind of lay out for me again. This is not something I'm super.
But why not get 100% behind him though? He's the Democrat. Like the Republican is 1,000 times worse. Like why even pussyfoot around it at all?
Because it's like, what am I willing to say? Yes, I will endorse this no matter what. And if but
you're acting like this is dog.
Yeah. Wait. Why am I so gaslit by everybody? I gotta break out of this. I'm in a way I'm glad that I guess I'm kind of ejected from these people's orbits or whatever. I wouldn't be able to do it. Fucking Adam is my soul. I love him so much. Here's our hope and our future. This is so fucking soy. Like President Trump, what are we doing today? Well, we just couped the government in Colombia. We dropped some bombs in Venezuela. I just finished turning off all the federal funding to 7 blue states, and I have now provided federal resources to Texas to arrest women that are crossing state lines without having first taken a pregnancy test to prove that they're allowed to leave the state. And we are also executing people who are using VPNs in Florida to watch pornography without verifying their ID and both jerk hands every 30 minutes on their phone. Oh my God. Thank you, President Trump. And what was that? What happened to that Jones guy? What did he do? Why didn't we want him to be the Attorney General? Well, he tweeted some pretty edgy shit one time, like to a guy. What the fuck are we even doing? Texted, not tweeted. Sorry, he texted in a private message. He texted in a private fucking message. He texted it in a message. One of the things, I do this to people. I can't confront most people that make accusations of me now because most of them are fucking pussies. But like the question to ask, Mr. Girl did this. I thought it was really funny when he would do this to people. Mr. Girl would ask, do you really think I would fuck kids? Do you actually think I'm a pedophile? When I made the song, I'm a pedophile. Do you really think I'm a pedophile? And it's a good question, right? When I get the chance to confront people, I ask them that. When I said this thing, when I said conservatives should be afraid in the current environment, do you think I said we need to kill conservatives? Conservatives need to die? Keep in mind, I'm going out here and I'm doing it. You really think that's what I meant? You think if you listen to me, that would be the impression that you take away? How is it that my whole audience misses this? How is it that nobody that listens to me seems to be like on board with going out and like what's going on here? Why are you interpreting me this way, right? When you read these text messages, even in the limited ones I am reading, does it sound like put 3 people in a room, who would you shoot twice? Is that really a murder threat? Do you really think people want to go kill people? This is our standard now? What the fuck are we doing here? Why are we even contemplating this? There's one criticism that should be levied at him about those text messages, and that it's he just shouldn't have texted it to a Republican. Destiny, keep your eye on Peace Coast chat on the right. By the way, Ogre Boy and Doobie, we're going hard in the paint on pro-commie super chats. That Ogre Boy is so cringe, and Doobie is even worse. The fact that, whatever, we will love and miss him. The old Pisco that was. Our memorials will be built to honor his memory.
Catcher in the local community. This is Attorney General of the state of Virginia. It's a huge deal.
Sure. So lay out for me, Ira, like what would happen with a Republican Attorney General if Jay Jones were to lose?
Well, you wouldn't see
the redistricting ban, I think, was the big thing, right?
Lawsuits on behalf of the state trying to fight for funding from the Trump administration, for example. There could be
the government.
Yeah, like they
going after criminals in Virginia and the Commonwealth, where like sometimes we can't count on the federal government to go after criminals, and so we have to rely on like state analog statutes to the extent that there's overlapping spheres of jurisdiction.
Like
for some of these
like Alvin Bragg. Yeah, like Alvin Bragg did.
I guess we're in a weird moment where the ability for the Republicans to paint Democrats as literal demons to their entire party is kind of unprecedented. And so I'm stuck between 10 little demons to. We're in a weird moment where.
Is he going to keep saying the thing of like, guys, don't give them any ammunition. Guys, don't give them ammunition. He's not going to do this, right? Can we be past this, please?
The ability for the Republicans to paint Democrats as literal demons to their entire party is kind of unprecedented. And so I'm stuck between 10 years ago politics where I look at this and say, I don't know how I feel about endorsing this person. And then at the same time, I guess it doesn't really matter because the worst thing that could possibly, have downstream effects on us because of some bad comments or behavior doesn't matter because they already think that. So if I was on the fence, I lean more towards, obviously I'd support, but 100% is a little harder for me. Hutch said 80. Can I say 75?
Now you sound like fucking Hakeem Jeffries or Obama with your phone call.
Let's flip the incentive here, okay? Like, would you guys vote for?
I think I changed Soypill's mind on the AG thing because I brought up Vance trying to get the Florida AG to go after you as the reason why we need Dem AG in Virginia, no matter what he texted. Base.
A segregationist in your state, if it meant getting single-payer healthcare.
Oh.
Wait.
Let's flip the incentive here, okay? Like, would you guys vote for a segregationist in your state if it meant getting single-payer healthcare?
Oh, make him answer, make them answer. Please make them answer that. Oh my God.
I'm not engaging with your segregationist.
Not you.
Make them.
If I knew it was
so far-fetched and ridiculous. It's like,
I'll answer.
I endorse a serial.
No, not these two. IRI is so based. He'll answer anything, okay? Peace codes, whatever. I want to hear these two answer that.
Murderer, if they were the Democratic nominee.
Let's do that. Literally, a convicted murderer. Would you vote for a convicted murderer who was pardoned by Donald Trump if it meant single-payer healthcare? If you knew for sure that you would get single-payer healthcare.
And there were no other like mid to long-term negative effects that I could calculate.
Some kind of single-payer.
Just one
thing,
Senate vote. It's just one crucial Senate vote. Okay, right? One crucial Senate vote. So the guy can't like unilaterally go and fucking do a bunch of shit. But you knew you'd get single-payer.
He supports serial murder. Like he's not
sorry
about it or whatever. Like he's actually advocating for serial murder.
Privately,
I can't believe you guys even have to think about this, man. It's single payer.
I'm trying to understand your idea.
Why do they get to meme through this and not answer? It's so fucking lame, dude.
Well, here, Hutch, I think that
because the segregationist would be promoting segregation.
Let's get away from segregation. Let's just get away from segregation.
Like playing ball with like the entire identity of someone. Like, hey, every single minority in this country, we might throw you under the bus potentially, or we might get on the board to the road to doing that. We're not doing it today. We're not doing it a year from now. But just so you know, we're gonna welcome these people in just for this one thing. It's a silly hypothetical because I don't think like there ever is going to be this dichotomy. And the same.
You're fighting it.
Wait, now it's a silly hypothetical? Didn't they pose it before to Hutch though? Or did I misread? I kind of jumped in halfway.
Wait, just to say you're fighting the empirical case.
There's actually technically, they could thread the needle on this and they could just say, no, I wouldn't support a segregationist if they could get a single payer healthcare. And you say, because if they were a segregationist, then they would segregate all the minorities out of the single payer healthcare system. And that wouldn't really be single payer healthcare. Truth bomb.
Case that he's laying out in the hypothetical. You're fighting hypothetical. Our response is we think that accepting these people into the fold would have negative downstream effects that aren't so that we would say no. And
without those, I would say yes. Without those downstream effects, I do think those exist, and it's reminds me of those stupid AI prompts, like, oh, I asked it if a nuke was going to explode, but if I screamed the N-word, it would stop. It wouldn't do it, and it's like, this is never going to happen. All right, this is very silly, and to get upset at people for not screaming slurs is kind of ridiculous in the hypothetical itself, because that's not really what's going on.
But I'm curious how
why did they choose? Also, Abby, I have no sympathy, okay? How did they choose literally the hottest fucking... Was this like a Vanity Fair photo shoot? Or who took this picture? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Why? Who? My God. Only a left-wing Jew working for the New York Times could write such a glaze up on Nick Fuentes, use the hottest regime available, further filter it to make it even better, and then screech about how this is the fault of Jewish conservatives. Oh, Abby mad as fuck. Mad AF.
I'm curious how Prime would answer it, given what he asked Hutch.
And to get upset at people for not screaming slurs is kind of ridiculous in the hypothetical itself, because that's not really what's going on.
But I'm curious how Prime. I'm curious how Prime would answer it, given what he asked Hutch.
I want to change it though. I want to change it though. Like, would you vote for a segregation if you knew that it would lead to a socialist revolution? Oh, he's thinking about it.
One only for white people? Like, I don't like.
No.
Oh, he got it. He got it. He got it. Okay, good job.
Your ideal socialist revolution.
No, I'm not. No, hold on. I'm saying that there is a minimum of standard that I have that for candidates that they have to clear. If they're a fascist, and like Jim Crow was American fascism, then no, I'm not going to vote for them.
Okay,
I'm not going to vote for them.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I just add like a couple more things to it? Like, what if you had advanced knowledge that your socialist friends would murder this man as soon as you did the socialist revolution?
Jesus Christ!
And then everybody gets socialism for minimum 200 years.
That's the bonus, is the murder. That's a sweetener for Prime.
All right, I think this will be the last hypothetical.
Come on, I just want to know the answer to that question.
No, no. Like what you're trying to do, right, is like you're saying, hey, like, sorry, the hypothetical that I created, right, I think is firmly within the bounds of like logic, right? Like, now we have to bring in like exotic technologies, right, so that we can know into the future what's going to happen, right?
You brought up the segregation.
No into the future. That's the whole point. If you do this, then this will happen. Oh my God. Hold on a second.
No, hold on 1 second. No, hold on. I'll defend it, right? Because we have people within our party who defend genocide. They defend genocide right now. That's the thing that's happened, right? They defend
I'll throw in Palestinian statehood. I'll throw in Palestinian statehood.
They defend racial hierarchies, right? When they happen in other places.
I'll throw in a one-state solution.
And they continuously, within the current Democratic Party, they continuously ignore, right, and downgrade and exploit the Democratic the black base, right? They come to us hat in hand, asking for our votes, right? But then when racial violence happens to us, and we say, hey, let's get a policy solution, right? Like the George Floyd policy, or the
Justice and Policing Act.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, right? That doesn't get passed, right? Like when the black people who are a crucial a part of the Democratic coalition, when they ask for policy solutions, they don't get it. Right, even though
I'm not asking about all that. I'm asking about this. Like,
I know you want to ignore all that, but I'm saying that like you are trying to there's a difference between the hypothetical that I gave you and the one that you're trying to give me, right? And even then, I can even work with your hypothetical. Still no, right? The still answer is no, right? So I'll say that, right? But then I'll go back to criticism.
Okay, we don't need to watch all this. Where are we at on everything? Is the Attorney General election over? We're not going to know Prop 50 for a while. Yeah, it's called. Okay, based. Kentucky Secretary of State. It's election day, so why doesn't Kentucky have any this year? We're getting calls about polls being closed. They are closed because we do not have elections today. Kentucky votes next year. You cannot vote today in Kentucky for the mayor of New York City or the governor of Virginia. Sorry. Nice. He went on to say this, quote tweet, "Have I mentioned my repeated call for civic education?" Nice. Holy fuck, the dude who wants to murder Republican children and kill conservatives is 2-1 to win right now. Nice. Exaggeration there, buddy. Deposit 500 rubles into his account. Matt Walsh Cope 2. This is what we are up against. These people want you dead. They cannot be any clearer about it. This is the fight. Right here. 51% of Virginians are apparently for the murder of Republican children. I don't know who this guy is, what position he has, what he does for anything. This guy should be exiled from the United States. All I know is I know that. I've seen enough of him talk and interact with Pisco and everybody else. This guy, whoever he is, he's got to go. He is second in line, okay, in the second group of people. First one is all the Trump sycophants, admin, like people in government, everything else, and media people maybe. He's second in line. This guy is crazy. You were on a show with him, weren't you? Was I? With this guy? Peers? I don't know, maybe. Pisco argued with that guy, yeah. Okay. What do I have? I've got other links open over here. What is this?
September 2024 until August 2025, I attended 7 in-person tournaments.
What is this?
At 5 of those tournaments, I was groped. Fans
Sorry,
when
that's
taking
not
pictures
fine.
with
My
me
bad.
put their hands on me sexually and non-consensually during the act of taking photos. I don't like that this is happening. And I also think that it's pretty clear to most people, most reasonable people, that this is not normal behavior. Like, most people do not grope other people. And I don't know why it's happening to me so much in particular, but the fact remains that it is. Like I said,
what is even happening? This guy's like 70% of the viewership for this game.
I don't want the takeaway to be that this is the only issue, or that the things that I'm going to be making changes are in direct response to the groping issue. In fact, out of all the issues I'm facing at tournaments, I think that groping is actually relatively low on my priority list of things that I would fix if I could snap my fingers and make them go away, primarily because it only happens once or twice at most events. And so there are more pressing things that have a higher impact beyond just making me feel bad and kind of violated in a way. So please understand that this is just an example to give you a sense of kind of the general scope. I have another example for you, and it's less intense, but I think it also is helpful in its own way. Which is
he's a competitive Pokemon player. He's talking about why he's going to stop going to in-person tournaments.
It comes from NAIC this year. North American Internationals this year was an interesting tournament. North American Internationals was the tournament began on Friday, and I changed my flight to go home on Saturday. And the reason for that is because before the tournament, I don't remember if it was like Wednesday or Thursday, but I had slept on my neck weird. Like I had one of those. It was like a crappy hotel
How do
pillow.
you sleep on your neck? Like with his legs in the air? I'm just kidding. Stop.
And I'd gone to bed and I woke up and I was experiencing rather severe neck pain. For my fellow, older gamers, you probably know neck pain is extremely debilitating. And it was one of those situations where like I couldn't really turn my head from this angle without experiencing moderate to severe pain. So it was not a good environment to be competing in, as you can imagine. And what made it especially difficult is that over the course of the weekend, people would reach out and they would grab me, not sexually, just regularly, right? But they would often grab me from a place where I could not see them, from like over my shoulder or something. And by instinct, when I am touched by a stranger, I would turn towards the stranger, and in doing so, it would cause my neck to spaz out. And so this happened. I don't remember the exact number. I was not really keeping track, but I know it was over 10 times over the course of one day of competing. People would reach.
Well, I'm so curious. I went to a lot of MLGs and stuff, and I feel like and those are strictly gaming events. I think a DreamHack or two, maybe. And then obviously like some TwitchCons. I feel like I've never had this happen. It's very rare. What's going on at these, like, are these like trading card game events? Is it like a thing that happens here more than any other place? Even as a guy, I feel like I'm not getting grabbed or having people randomly touch me.
reach out to get my attention, right? It feels, I think, to most people normal to be like, oh, I know that guy. Let me go ahead and grab him, right? Like you would reach out and touch a friend. Except that for me, I don't know these people and they're strangers. And it made my life so difficult at that tournament that I decided that I couldn't continue having my neck spaz out. And so I changed my flight home to Saturday morning. And I left the tournament after a single day of competition. I was eliminated, by the way, just that's important context. I didn't leave while I was still in the tournament, but having been eliminated, I just like couldn't deal with people.
He's the biggest celeb in the game. Literally every nerd there knows who he is. Okay.
Continuing to touch me, continuing to make my neck spaz out. And I understand that, or I guess I should say the reason why I give this example is because I think that it's a much more understandable action, right? To reach out and like, you know, touch someone on the shoulder or on the arm or whatever. And like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing it in a vacuum, but at scale, and especially when there are other things going on, it can become quite distracting and quite problematic. And I would say that these two examples are indicative of kind of the two types of issues that I've been facing at tournaments. The one being people perhaps not understanding normal social norms or of being too aggressive or, I don't know, like just violating boundaries in some way. And the other being of people behaving normally in a vacuum, but difficult to handle at scale. These two types of issues got so bad at the World Championships this year that on the finals of Worlds, on World Sunday, I felt that I had no choice except to leave the venue. I just wanted to be there and to watch the finals in person in the crowd. And yet things got so difficult for me that I had to leave. I understood that there was no way I was going to be able to have any semblance of a positive experience if I stayed. And so this year's World Championship finals, I watched in my hotel room, and it was a uniquely bad feeling. I'm gonna move on from this because I could talk about examples all day, but I don't think that's helpful. Hopefully, I think the people who will get it have gotten it, and the people who won't are never gonna get it. So I'm gonna move on. Just a little interlude here. I want to talk about how this has affected me. In general, I consider myself to be a very low stress and low anxiety person, and in fact, pretty much the only area where I ever feel any stress or anxiety is at a Pokemon tournament. And I think because that like stress and anxiety while competing can be so intense.
Photographs. I have photographs.
Oh my God, you have photographs of it? Okay, listen, are you trying to say that you got molested?
Okay, look at this. Look at this guy, huh? I was cute. I was energetic. I was fun. I mean, what exactly was this prick looking for?
What are you, sorry?
If the McPoyles got blown and Charlie got blown, then why didn't I get blown?
You're going to hell, dude.
Seriously.
Jesus Christ.
All other feelings of stress or anxiety or whatever pressure just feel really like nothing burgers in comparison. So I'm willing to bet that I have a significantly lower than average level of stress compared to like, you know, like I'm below the median or whatever. And I mentioned that because after getting home from a tournament, this is pretty much true across the board, it takes me about a week before I go back to feeling normal. And what I mean by that is it takes me about a week before I can go outside my house without having my heart rate spike and without feeling pretty intense anxiety. Because normally when I'm at a tournament, when I leave my, you know, the safety of my hotel room or wherever I'm staying, that's when I have to start being on guard because that's when some of the challenges start. And even when I'm home from a tournament, it still takes me about a week before I can go back to feeling normal. I don't know what your perception of me is. I don't know if you perceive me as a relatively normal guy who deals with problems in relatively normal ways, or maybe you perceive me as someone who really overreacts. I don't know. But if you think that I have a relatively normal reaction to most things, then perhaps that piece of information is indicative to you of some of the ways that things have been affecting me. Maybe you think that I'm just dramatic, in which case it doesn't really matter. Okay, more importantly than just, you know, coming home and having some extra stress and anxiety for about a week, the big thing is that it's been making tournaments less and less fun to attend. And I love competing and I love attending tournaments and having these issues that have become not the rarity, not the exception, but a constant battle that I feel I am fighting. It's been making tournaments less and less fun.
Has he I'm not trying to take away anything from what he's saying because I mean everything sounds pretty reasonable so far. Has he complained to is it Wizards of the Coast? Is that still a real company or any of the tournament organizers? I wonder what's been said or what's happened insofar as them doing anything for this so far.
And also
it's just Nintendo. Okay.
It's worth noting that as tournaments have grown, my tactics that I've had for years to deal with a lot of this stuff have been rendered ineffective. They are no longer effective at handling a lot of this behavior, which, you know, because I've been dealing with it for years, albeit at a smaller scale, I think I'm actually quite good at it.
Okay, wait, real quick. This will be the last game I play this year, I swear to God, okay? If I even play this on stream. Okay, Final Fantasy Tactics Deluxe Edition. What's interesting, the Deluxe Edition and the Normal Edition. And then this is a bundle that comes with the soundtrack, and then this is just a soundtrack. What is the soundtrack the same as the soundtrack from the other one? The bundle one is the deluxe edition, right? Okay, I don't care. I'm always buying the biggest one. All you motherfuckers better have bought this game, so they keep making more of these things. Okay, fuck you.
The first thing I would always do when I would attend a Pokemon tournament is I would find a hiding place, like a little nook or a cranny somewhere where I could go to and I could be out of sight, and so I could just have a little bit of privacy and peace and quiet and not, you know, have to deal with a lot of stuff between rounds. Because it's worth noting that even though at a Pokemon tournament most people see me as a YouTuber or an influencer or whatever you want to call me, I'm there to compete. I'm not there to do fan interaction. I'm not there to you know, be hey guys, let's be the YouTuber. You know what I mean? Like I go to tournaments because I love competing, and while I also enjoy meeting fans, it's not my primary reason for being there. And so when I'm at a tournament, it's been my goal to focus as much as I can on the actual aspect of competing. I'm not saying that I shouldn't have.
Did anybody ever implement this idea? I thought this would work for like streamers or influencers or oh Jesus, or or even like girls or guys at events, like the armband thing, where like if you have a red armband on, it means don't touch me, don't talk to me. A green armband on means like I'm here for like fans can interact with me, I'll take pictures or stop and chat. I don't know what the yellow one can mean. If you're really hot, you can say, I don't know. There has to be some way to communicate this. I'm surprised that no convention has come up with a way to communicate this to people yet. Furries do that with their fursuits. It's super effective.
Do any fan interaction because, like, obviously I understand that I do have an online presence and I am an influencer, right? Or whatever you want to call what it is that I do. But the balance has been way off. And where I'm going with this, like, I've lost my thought a little bit, but where I'm going with this is that I had ways of dealing with this stuff, and that I would go to a tournament and I would find hiding places around the venue, often outside of the venue, because a venue is basically a big rectangle. There's no hiding places at most of them. So my strategy for years was to show up, find a place like close to the venue that I could go into a little nook and hide with my friends between rounds. We'd have a little meeting spot. But the problem is that tournaments have gotten significantly better. Tournaments that were once getting, struggling to get 50 entrants or 100 entrants are now getting close to 1,000. And therefore, the venues themselves have gotten bigger. And so it's no longer so feasible for me to go find a place to hide outside of the venue because I need to walk so far in order to find a place that has some privacy that I'm not able to make it back in time for the next round. This is an explanation for those of you who are wondering, by the way, that I never talked about before, about the 2024 World Championships. Some of you may remember if you watched that video, that there was a bit of a plot twist where I found out I was going to be playing when I was not expecting to play.
Who the fuck is going to go with a free grope armband on? Well, like if I'm walking on the floor of some convention, I don't mind like taking pictures or talking to people. Like I might not be like at a fan meet and greet stand, but I don't mind if someone's like, oh, hey, are you Destiny? You want to take a picture? That's fine. But there are other times where like I need to go from point A to B and I would wear the red armband. Like I'm moving, like don't. But I also feel like shit because sometimes people are like, oh, hey, can I take a quick picture? It's like, I can't. Because if I stop and take a picture with you, then everyone else, it's just, and then people are going to get mad if I say yes to you or no. It's like, just don't, I can't right now, right? So I feel like there would be a purpose for this, no?
And I wasn't in the venue at that time. And a lot of people were like, well, why weren't you in the venue? And this is why, because I wasn't able to be in the venue and also feel like I could focus on competing. And so I left the venue in order, like between rounds with my friends, to find a hiding spot that was like a 5-minute plus walk away. And therefore, when things didn't go to plan and suddenly I had to be in the venue when I didn't realize I was playing, I ended up being very flustered. I had to run back to the venue. It took me forever because of an unexpected kind of thing here. I'm moving on. I don't think that was like exactly as well explained as I would have liked, but I'm determined to make sure this video is not 40 minutes. I'm at 12, so maybe I can keep it under 20. That's ambitious.
33-minute video.
Okay. There's more to this video, but I want to talk about the in-person changes first, and then we're going to talk about some of the online stuff because there's also some online changes as well. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I'm not doing a Worlds video this year, and the reason for that is relatively simple. I don't want to. Doing one of these big tournament videos forces me to relive the weekend over and over and over again. And it's to a point where I started dreading both Toronto and EUIC, which were 2 tournaments that I won, because those videos were such big projects, and like reliving them over and over and over again at a certain point, just like, it just made me want to be done with it. And in the end,
God, I love it when the tankies lose. The Democratic establishment loves to say the party needs to move to the center, as if they're not already there. In New Jersey and Virginia, deep blue states, they managed to nominate 2 national security Dems who aggressively stand for nothing beyond pull-tested platitudes. So they should be cruising to victory, right? Instead, Spanberger is barely ahead of a GOP nominee even Republicans think is a dud. And Mickey Sherrill is neck and neck in Jersey. Get the fuck out of here. And they all crushed it. Seems like this worked out okay. Got him! Mikey? Mike E. Sherrill. Oh no. Not my fallen king. He's looking for his crown on the floor that he dropped. Oh no.
Do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Oh no. Can I see your ticket type?
Oh, I'm staff.
I'm escorting. Okay. Oh, okay. If you're
so we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
So they're not on the list for upstairs?
I do not, but do you have this wristband? I can also just check the chat.
Well, so I thought those people upstairs, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure
upstairs
on my end.
More seating area.
Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
I didn't even want to see Mom Donnie. Is that where he's at with the Mom Donnie party? I didn't even want to. I just wanted to drink, bro.
Just so I can.
Or here.
What was your name? Sorry. Michael. Okay, great. Let me just make sure on my back channel. That's okay.
No.
We got no motion, chat. We got no motion.
We're washed. We're washed.
Fell off.
Check his stream.
It's okay.
Stop whispering in the microphone, Marsh. They can hear you.
I'm just coughing.
What is this?
In the primaries, and then still had to continue fighting in a crowded field with the president of the United States of America entering the fray.
Now he's the
and even
number
potentially
one,
talking about
the
removing
number one
funds
Mamdani
illegally
Blazer
from New York that were previously allocated. A lot of very wealthy and very powerful people are terrified, I think. And it's really interesting because what Zoran Mamdani has represented as an outsider's perspective is a guy who's putting working class people first in his campaign. And the very fact that that is so terrifying that you have the likes of Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, numerous billionaires in the United States of America, this scared, this worried is really interesting to me. It's like, why are you so antagonistic to offering people some modest change, a crumb of affordability, a modest expansion of already existing social safety nets? Why is this so hard to fathom for so many wealthy people? And I think it's because they want to destroy hope. They want to destroy hope within the working class that a better tomorrow is possible, because they do worry. And I think some members in the media as well play a formative role in this process to make sure that people are fearful that if the working class is united, they might be able to advocate for their own best interests.
Could you talk a little bit about what Zoran's victory would mean for the pro-Palestinian movement from your perspective?
I think
the pro-Pali movement,
the pro-Palestinian position was a third rail, an untouchable part of American politics for far too long. And I think that's another reason why a lot of people feel threatened, even though Zoran Mamdani advocated at the time boldly for the majority position. This was already, the position that he advances is the majority position that many Americans and the overwhelming majority of Democrats also agree with. And yet, for some weird reason, we don't see that in Washington, D.C. And I always ask myself, why? I talk to politicians all the time. I say, what's going on? I mean, the overwhelming majority of your base of support are very clearly recognizing right from wrong in terms of our seemingly unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel, a foreign nation that demands billions and billions of dollars in weapons transfers, and then also ends up interfering in our domestic affairs as well in terms of anti-BDS legislation that they advance in 38 different states in the United States of America right now. I mean, this is a direct violation of the First Amendment, and for some weird reason, this is like not ever discussed. And for the first time ever, a lot of Americans did actually realize that this was a significant problem for them, so much so that I think they rewarded a politician that came out and said, I want to be a mayor of New York.
What do you do about music volume in events such as that one? Do you like having your hearing destroyed by relentless bass banging? I'll bring earplugs. I remember I did it for my little sister's graduation. It was a long time ago. But I'll bring earplugs to shit like this. I don't appreciate it. I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's funny. And I don't give a fuck if somebody calls me a pussy. I'm not going to be sitting here at 40 years old. Oh, I can't hear you. Especially when it's not even good music. Like, if I'm going to blow my fucking ears up. I at least want it to be for shit that I enjoy listening to. Like,
I'm just sick. I'll figure it out if I can.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem.
Take my number.
Text me if you need anything.
Wait, here. Put it. Don't say it out loud.
Are you guys streaming live?
Oh yeah, we are.
Remember the Idaho stream where you left the house because the music was too loud? Oh, maybe. House parties are always it's just stupid. They just jack the amp up to 11. I'm not here for that. I'm good. I'm good on that one, Chief.
Are you guys streaming live?
Oh yeah, we are.
Okay.
But we're not showing anything yet. But there's 72,000 people watching.
Oh, great.
Currently.
Oh, 72,000.
It's out of focus. There we go.
They're just watching the ground.
Great.
All right.
I also have a staff member at the box office that's in the interior. That might be one of those.
That's okay. Yeah. I think we're good. Right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Are there drinks here or no? Oh, we can get drinks here. All right, perfect. What do you want, March?
I don't drink while I'm working.
You're such a fucking liar. You do ketamine while working. I mean, allegedly. Hello, hi.
New York City votes have started. What is the plan here? Cuomo really think he could win? Was he ever slated to be able to win with Curtis still in? I wonder what would have happened if is it Sliwa? If he would have dropped in, or is it Silwa? Sliwa? If he would have dropped and endorsed Cuomo. I haven't kept up with like the... No, and Silva hates Cuomo. Oh, no, wait, that's the guy. He's the taxi guy who got shot in the heart and fought the mob, right? He'd rather kamikaze. He hates the dude. The latest poll had Cuomo one margin of error within Mamdani, and Trump endorsed him after that poll came out. There was a real shot, but it seems like Dems are just sweeping tonight. Kings. He gets really mad if you ask him that question.
You seem to have such vitriol specifically. Why do you seem to have such vitriol specifically for Cuomo, but less so for Zoran, who you almost seem to have a begrudging admiration for on some level, just given his political savvy, if nothing else? And what do you make of Cuomo's aides saying, oh, Sliwa did a deal with Zoran, and you're angling for some position, I don't know, animal welfare czar in the Zoran administration? Would you be interested?
Let me tell you something. Let me set you straight. Okay. And the rest of you journalists, who every day were telling me you're going to drop out, you're going to drop out.
I never said that.
Everybody. And how many times did I say I'm not dropping out? Every day, freaking day. Instead of asking me about issues, they ask me about nonsense like this. Am I partnering up with Zoran Mamdani? Andrew Cuomo lost that primary to Zoran Mamdani. There would be no Zoran Mamdani if he would have won a campaign. There would be no Zoran Mamdani if Eric Adams had done a halfway decent job as mayor. He turned out to be a crook. And so everybody looks at Andrew Cuomo and they look at Eric Adams and they say, I don't want to go back to those dark...
Read my follow-up. I read your follow-up. I just don't care. It's retarded. What? I've been... Oh, never mind. Yours was not retarded. I read somebody else's that was retarded. My bad. I've been met with pretty bad reactions from trying to get people to turn that shit down at much smaller gatherings, dance classes. What's the debate strat to get them to do it? By the way, look up values per dB versus exposure time for permanent hearing damage. You'll be surprised. Exposure time is important, for sure. You just don't ask them. Most of those people don't care if they blow their hearing up anyway, though. They're like young and retarded, whatever. And then when they get older, they have to turn it up to even be able to hear it or enjoy it. So. Decision desk is already calling it for Mamdani. That's it, guys. Welcome to 9/11. The third World Trade Center attacks are on the way. It's all over. Oh, God.
New York Times. I wanted to get your thoughts on the Democratic Party here and whether or not what this upcoming Tuesday means for them. Ezra Klein recently wrote for the New York Times that over the past 15...
She's laughing because she fucking hates him, because she likes to represent a political movement that has absolutely zero fucking future in any political position ever, because she likes to just meme and troll on her stupid fucking YouTube show that for some reason Sam Cedar enables.
Years, the Democratic Party has made room on its left and closed down on its right. For all the talk of what the Democratic Party should learn from Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, there should be at least as much talk of what they should learn from Manchin or Golden or Marie Perez or Sarah McBride. The party should be seeking more, not less, internal disagreement. Do you agree with that stance?
No. I mean, I don't know what reality Ezra Klein is living in. The fact that the Democratic Party has tacked to its left. In what universe? Yeah. The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zohran Mamdani, who has
2016. Hello? What? Why? How far back are we going here? I'm sorry. Do you want to talk about segregation and civil rights next? Like what?
Been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party. You still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him, and Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is lukewarm at best. There is a fight right now within the Democratic Party, and Ezra Klein is representing a floundering corporatist centrist flank that is increasingly irrelevant in the party.
Increasingly irrelevant. Represents 99% of elected lawmakers, by the way. Every single time these loser progressive tanky fucks run in any election, they get crushed. Now the only downside to Mamdani winning in New York City is going to be all of these hopeless fucking losers viewing him as the sole progressive lefty life raft. We're like, oh, look, oh, we we can do. We have one politician. We finally, okay, every other fucking loser lost. We finally have our one fucking person that we can tie our fucking wagon to. One person. Oh my God.
And he's trying to carry water for them in the Times. I mean, I think it's a lucrative thing to do, but it's not necessarily matching the reality.
I love it. I'm so excited to disagree with you. I do. I couldn't disagree more. The point Ezra's trying to make is that it takes two wings to fly. And he's trying to say Democrats need to build a Big Ten. And he's not saying you got to choose between Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders in the centrist wing. He's saying Democrats need to compete in more places. You raised a stat earlier that I think is the key one. Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower?
Because they're not left enough. Because they're all centrist. So they need to be socialist and single-payer healthcare and stop the genocide.
As a brand. Because of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate.
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here. Not building a tent and saying we don't necessarily stand for anything, including Ezra advocating for saying that we should run anti-abortion Democrats in red states. So let's throw trans people under the bus. Let's throw women under the bus. Let's just do anything except
if you want to see territory, though.
No,
I think he's talking about being practical. Yes, and trying to expand the map. That's what needs to happen here. Is if Democrats are
Queen status. Queen. Also, she looks stunning. She just had a kid, I think like a month ago, already recovered, back in action. Absolutely precious, amazing human being. Wait, is this Rampart or am I mixing this up with the other person? Okay, good job. I don't know which child she had or what number she had, but I think that's her, right? Not Rampart. Good job.
Yes, and trying to expand the map. That's what needs to happen here. Is if Democrats are how do you expand the map? Is you win in Ohio and you win in Pennsylvania and you win in West Virginia. As much as Democrats hate Joe Manchin, he was the only Democrat who could win statewide office.
True. How do you know this? Because I love every show and panel she's on is amazing. But she tweeted out a few months ago that she was either retiring, I think, permanently, or she was stepping back because she was having a kid.
I'm sorry, but Joe Manchin helped kill the child tax credit, which is the reason the Democrats are lagging behind in the foreign.
Oh, Joe Manchin is why we don't have the child tax credit. Oh, ignore the 50 negative. Oh, she joined the bulwark. Well, she retired from wherever she was. Ignore all the Republicans that voted against it. If we would have just had a red voter in there, if we would have had a Republican instead of Joe Manchin, we would have had the child tax credit. Oh, thank you, Emma Dipshitland, who thinks every single person who lives in Africa looks like Tupac. Good job, Emma Vigeland. Fucking moron. God, I hate her so much.
If there were a Republican in that seat,
mind melded. I'm mind melded. Do you see that? Do you understand that? Mind melded.
If the Democrats want to orient themselves behind a
no response, no answer, nothing to say. Time to virtue signal. Idiot.
Class coalition and use that as the base. That is how you build a durable coalition, not the one that has lost to Trump multiple times.
But if you look at the track record of like Sunrise and Justice Dems and these other,
where are they? You've had over a decade on your fucking political movement. Where are all of your elected officials? You have nobody. All you can do is flip some plus 40 blue seats. Go anywhere and get wins. Show it. You have such a huge potential to flip red seats and then go fucking support somebody somewhere. Go do it somewhere. Go to a red district. Go to some place for the U.S. House of Representatives and start winning one of these super progressive positions. Stop just showing that you can infect and turn like super blue seats to a more blue politician.
More populist progressive groups, Sunrise and Justice Dems and these other, more populist progressive groups.
The base wasn't there. Now the base is there. The base is.
They have not gained a single seat.
Yes, nowhere. That's what I said earlier when she brought up these other Dems just aren't represented. There was a 99% of elected politicians. What are you talking about? What do you mean they don't? Who did they not represent? Your followers on Twitter?
Because of the institutional pushback from the Democratic Party, and right now we're seeing.
Oh my God! It was the institutional push. The Dems are so powerful. And your candidates are such losers. Even though they're the most popular people, apparently, I thought the voter base was there. The Dems are so strong. So the Dems who are so incompetent when it comes to fighting Trump are really good at just fucking their own... okay.
The base wasn't there. Now the base is there. The base is.
They have not gained a single seat.
Because of the institutional pushback from the Democratic Party, and right now
the voters are part of their.
Sorry, but the voters are stupid and they don't know as well as me, Emma Vigeland, who went to a $50,000 a year primary grade school. They don't know as well as me.
To Emma's point, I do think that there is, when you're just looking top down from the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party establishment.
Go back to YouTube. Why are you even on this fucking network? Oh my God. Get our boy Adam in there.
is a pattern of them being much more accepting of the rightward flank than the left side of the flank. I do think we're seeing that. I mean, I think we have some sounds. Hillary Clinton was just, there is a pattern of them being much more accepting of the rightward flank than the left side of the flank. From the most, to Emma's point, I do think that there is, when you're just looking top down from the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party establishment, there is a pattern of them being much more accepting of the rightward flank than the left side of the.
That's not true. I feel like all the issues, and listen, I think Dems should fight harder on certain things, okay? They should fight harder on certain things, and I'm okay fighting with the left of. But no, the Dem problem has not been that we've been too far rightward. It's getting killed on, Charlie Kirk said it really well when he said, no, I'm just kidding, stop. I had a cough. Charlie Kirk said it best when he said Dems get slaughtered because he's really good at picking 80-20 issues, okay? I highly recommend Charlie Kirk, Gavin Newsom's podcast. Very, very, very good on political strategy. And Charlie Kirk accurately pointed this out, that Dems will get slaughtered on all these 80-20 issues over and over again. The fucking trans shit, okay? Listen, when somebody approaching that, just say, trans athletes? Yeah, it's kind of dumb. You know, at least for NCAA and beyond, college stuff? No, okay? We're done. Okay, we're not talking about that anymore. Boom. Okay, move it off. The fucking BLM bullshit, all of this fucking stupid autistic, the pro-Pali, Gaza shit, this is not like helping us. All of this is hurting us. All of it is hurting us. The perceived lack of the toughness on crime and illegal immigration, all these things hurt us.
Flank. I do think we're seeing that. I mean, I think we have some sounds. Hillary Clinton was just asked about Mamdani, who is, by every poll, still in a double-digit lead, very likely to become the mayor.
In New York City.
Hold on. Let New York City.
In New York City, yes. That is true. New York City is quite a blue place. Fuck, I'm trying to find... somebody emailed me an explanation of this. I thought it was actually, I appreciated it.
The sound that we have of Hillary Clinton, and then I want both of you to respond on the other side. It's fine.
If you had a vote in this city, would you vote for Zoran Mamdani?
You know what? I don't vote in this city. I'm not involved in it. I have not, been at all even asked to be involved in it, and I have not chosen to be involved in it.
She was a senator from New York. She's in New York all the time for various events. She speaks up on other Democratic issues.
She doesn't live in a lot of states, and she weighs in on a lot of
John, do you think that's the right move for Clinton to make?
I think she's telling the truth about what she's punting because she doesn't support Zoran Mamdani's policies. Look, there's been a long struggle over, we go back to 1977.
Am I retarded? I swear to God, somebody emailed me this. It was within the last 30 days. Why can't I find this?
I'll just go nerd out. Moynihan versus Bell Labs. There are deep divisions inside the Democratic Party that get played out. There are good principled fights over policy. Those are legitimate fights and disagreements. And for a lot of folks, a member of the DSA who's never held a job or never had an executive experience.
Assemblyman's a job.
Not a job in the private sector.
I don't care about.
Oh, wait, is he talking about Zoran? If you're running for an elected office, why do you need a job in the private sector? I don't understand. That's so weird. I don't know, whatever.
Never had an executive experience.
Assemblyman's a job.
Not a job in the private sector.
I don't care about that, though. Yes,
See,
a job.
that's the problem.
Right.
It's worth a DSA who's never held a job or never had an executive experience.
Assemblyman's a job.
Not a job in the private sector.
I don't care about that, though. Yes,
See,
a job.
that's the problem.
Right.
It's worth caring about whether someone's ever had a job in the private sector. It's worth caring about whether they've had an executive experience. He's enormously talented. He's very compelling.
Wait, like, who's this guy? Who cares? I'd cringe. Cringe. Are my emails hacked? Fuck! Some guy emailed me a thing on like why Jeffries and Schumer didn't endorse Mamdani, and it made me a little bit more lukewarm to why it took time. Wait, maybe it was on Discord. Jeffries did, yeah, but it was like 3 days ago or something, right? Maybe it was. Let me check. Oh, it was Iban, our chatter, our wonderful chatter. 20 event. I heard the guy talk about Zoran and why it took a while to endorse. This picture is a key takeaway, but the article describes it in more detail. He's only electable in New York City, Boston, Chicago, and maybe LA. Schumer did right by not endorsing him. If Jeffries didn't, it would make sense. While a congressional rep from New York, he's the head of the Dem leadership in the House. His job is to work on winning more House seats for Dems, not virtue signaling for city mayoral candidates. He knew those numbers and still did it. And what did he get? The entire left. You can even see Pisco said he had to qualify praise for it by saying it was too late. And then what does he link? Some chart here. Two-way favorability by Democrats by subgroup. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all voters. Gavin Newsom, AOC, Kamala Harris, Zoran Mamdani. Oh, so most Democrats favor Newsom, AOC, Harris, and Mamdani is at 50%. Schumer's at 17%. Damn. I guess one question, you should always ask this. I always warn you guys to ask this question. And I think I did, but I just never got a good answer. I never looked up the answer. When people say like, oh my God, this thing happened. Sometimes like you don't know what happens all the time. It's always good to ask like, well, what's the norm? Like, is it ordinary that people endorse nationwide, like mayoral city primary winners? I actually don't know the answer to that. I have no idea. Crystal ball, you nailed it, Emma. Ugh. The answer to that is no, they didn't endorse Eric Adams. Oh. Well, yeah, well, I'm taking your word for it, I guess, but yeah. Like, if that's the case, then I mean, I guess it makes sense. Okay. What is this?
Trump get an MRI? Why did President Trump get an MRI during his recent visit to Wall Street?
Look, as President Trump said, he would inquire with the physicians. I'll check back on that. But as the physical itself stated, Kristen, and as you all know, because you were all witness to it, every single day the president is in optimal physical health. This was a follow-up appointment, and we provided a detailed readout of that physical. I'm happy to give it to you again, and I can inquire further.
With all due respect, an MRI is a very specific procedure. It's
Yep.
done on a part of the body looking
Yep.
for something specific. So
Yep.
it's not generally part of any kind of routine
Yep.
checkup.
It's not.
In addition, President Trump has said that he wants to be transparent. He told us to ask the doctors, which we have and have not heard back. Why don't we have more information on this?
As I said, I'll check back for you.
On what I'm allowed to say, on what the propaganda line is going to be.
Yeah, we can show here. It's fine.
What
We
is
have
this?
no motion. We're out. We're done. We're
washed.
We're washed.
Probably getting kicked out within the next 15 minutes.
Most likely. Most likely. We'll be escorted. Yeah, no drink tickets.
Okay, don't care. Do I care about this? TwitchCon situation is worse than you think.
Internet chatter about the TwitchCon situation is out of control. Last week, a thirsty fanboy rushed the stage at TwitchCon in San Diego and attempted to hug and kiss the popular streamer and queen of the weeaboos, Emiru. First off, gross. She's not your waifu. Second, see that guy? That's Emiru's personal bodyguard. Twitch's security team is nowhere to be seen. Her assailant was simply escorted out of the convention hall, and according to Emiru, Twitch did nothing further until her manager raised hell. Now, just in case you're not familiar with the fandom behind female streamers like Emiru and the intensity of the parasocial relationship, think of it like a modern Beatlemania. But with dudes in their 30s, it can get intensely scary. So predictably, the internet blew up with the overconfident legal hot takes regarding the civil and criminal liabilities from this breach of security.
Which is officially finished. At their convention, they essentially served up their top streamer the way Predator.
There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night, which is textbook assault.
One of the most popular streamers in Peru was sexually assaulted. Most of these takes are flat out wrong, or at least woefully incomplete. So who's really on the hook here for this awful situation, and what charges could they face? Well, my job as a lawyer, but more specifically as a prosecutor, is to follow the facts to the most reasonable conclusion. So today, I'm going to break down what we
essentially served up their top streamer
legal hot takes regarding the civil and criminal liabilities from this breach of security.
Which is officially finished. At their convention, they essentially served up their top streamer the way Predator.
There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night, which is textbook assault.
One of the most popular streamers in Peru was sexually assaulted. Most of these takes are flat out wrong.
The only legal assessment I heard, it was the guy saying Twitch is finished, the first one. Unless he's also talking about like it's not, the guy didn't technically do sexual assault. I don't know if he did sexual assault. It probably didn't qualify for that.
Or at least woefully incomplete. So who's really on the hook here for this awful situation, and what charges could they face? Well, my job as a lawyer, but more specifically as a prosecutor, is to follow the facts to the most reasonable conclusion. So today, I'm going to break down what we know about the TwitchCon situation, explain how a prosecutor or a plaintiff's attorney would approach bringing the liable parties to justice in this case, and who should be the most concerned about lawyering up. So everybody just calm down, and let's sort out the TwitchCon drama before it gets any uglier.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kip has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing.
After the streamer
Damn, why are we talking about Jesus?
Shen Indigents released the video of the assault on Twitter, it amassed millions of views. It prompted TwitchCon to put out a statement.
Assault is different from battery. Please know the difference. Not necessarily. It really depends. Every state has like different definitions for fucking assault and battery, and there's overlap and just different states. Yeah, it really just depends on the local statutes.
claiming that they had immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, and that the safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. But Emery wasn't buying it and posted a scathing response on Twitter. According to her statement, a similar incident occurred the previous year. A stalker was harassing her, compelling her bodyguard to grab his arm and forcefully bring him to law enforcement. Twitch's response to the incident was to ban her go-to bodyguard.
There was a stalker, and he held him by the arm until police got there, and because of that, he was indefinitely banned from TwitchCon.
She goes on.
Like, don't ever make me side with Twitch. What did I say before about this? I understand probably why Twitch didn't allow this. If you're not employed by Twitch directly, you probably wouldn't want to keep a guy like this around because of the liability, right? Because you can't have people assaulting people, even if they say that they're private security. Like they would have to be like employed or hired by Twitch in some official capacity to do stuff like this. That'd be my guess for this. Like I understand why they would do that, but I mean, like ideally Twitch, one, they wouldn't permaban him. You'd have a conversation or something, and then two, you would have your own adequate security so stuff like this doesn't need to happen, right?
Placed a lot of blame on Twitch for failing to protect her, especially because there were several TwitchCon security guards nearby who did nothing to help her when the incident occurred. These are facts that do not seem to reflect an organization that truly places safety and security as its highest priority. Further, according to Emeru and the video evidence, the man was just allowed to walk away.
The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply unsettling. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and security were on site. That's a lie. That's literally a lie.
She said she only heard about him being detained hours later, and that TwitchCon only apprehended him because her manager pushed for it.
They're trying to find the guy. They haven't found him. I'm like, what?
She claims to have learned that Twitch was only going to give the attacker a 30-day ban from using the site. That is, until her manager objected to the anemic punishment. And then a few days later, Emeru issued another statement telling her viewers that she talked to the police and they were working on a warrant, but were being stymied by Twitch's failure to cooperate with them.
When I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through.
Now we'll talk about Twitch and the liability that they may face in a moment, but plenty of other influential streamers echoed Emeru's alarm bells against TwitchCon's lax security, including the VTuber Iron Mouse.
How many times does bad have to happen in order for people to start taking it seriously and start waking the fuck up and start protecting people and start offering better security for people? What if that was your sister? What if that was somebody from your family? Imagine the person you care about the most going through that.
If you don't know why it matters that Iron Mouse is calling TwitchCon unsafe for creators, then good for you. You know the touch of grass. But for the rest of you men of culture, you know that VTubers and three-dimensional streamers alike have a reasonable expectation that Twitch will protect their identity and ensure a reasonable level of safety from all the degenerates in chat. These are the most critical factors for them to do their jobs as entertainers. So Twitch is not off the hook here. But the extent of their liability depends a lot on what a thorough fact-finding investigation discovers about the TwitchCon situation and what crimes or civil torts Emeru's assailant actually committed, which are not as straightforward as the internet would have you believe.
Sorry to interrupt y'all, but assault by a toxic parasocial fan is a great reminder that now's probably a good time to wipe all your personal and private information off of the internet. Because your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsoring Incogni. Because Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet by searching online, reaching out to data brokers and websites directly on your behalf, and forcing them to remove your private information. If they resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. But what makes Incogni truly powerful in taking back control of your privacy is their custom removals feature. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and people search sites. Now, I've been using Incogni for years now, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of
Special attention to what the guy does.
Not discounts as long as you use my code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So sign up for Incogni, or I'll see you in court.
Okay, let's watch the clip again. Paying special attention to what the guy does and when. Emeru alleges that in this moment, Thirsty McThirstface here tries to kiss her. The internet was quick to proclaim this as sexual assault, and this is totally understandable. If a random guy charges forward, grabs you, and tries to forcibly kiss you, that really seems like sexual assault, and in some ways it is. The problem, though, is that California's statute on sexual assault is pretty specific. California uses the common law term battery to refer to an assault that results in some form of touching. So California's sexual assault criminal statute is actually titled sexual battery. California Penal Code section 243.4, subsection E1 states the following.
Okay.
Any person who touches an intimate part of another person, if the touching is against the will of the person touched, and is for the specific purpose of sexual arousal, sexual gratification, or sexual abuse, is guilty of misdemeanor sexual battery, punishable by a fine not exceeding $2,000, or by imprisonment in a county jail, not exceeding 6 months, or by that fine and imprisonment. Now, 6 months in jail or a $2,000 fine seems pretty insufficient for sexual battery, but that's not the only problem here. Under California law, the attacker has to touch an intimate part of the person, and the law defines intimate part very narrowly, as the sexual organ, anus, groin, or buttocks of any person, and the breast of a female. In her statement after the fact, Emeru said,
and then he grabs my face, and he leans in, and lips puckered, tries to kiss me, and I start screaming.
From the angle of the video, it's hard to tell where the attacker's hands were, but since Emeru didn't mention that he touched her anywhere but her face, we're going to assume that that's the only place he touched her. So he grabbed her face and tried to kiss her. Does that qualify as sexual battery? Well, under California law, an attempted forcible kiss wouldn't qualify as sexual battery because the attacker has to touch an intimate part of another person. In fact, even if the attacker had managed to kiss her, it may not qualify as sexual battery because lips and faces aren't included as intimate parts of the body under section 243.4. His actions were offensive, threatening, and unacceptable, but because of the technicalities of California's law, he likely won't be liable for sexual battery or attempted sexual battery.
Why is he quoting California law? Because that's where it happened in TwitchCon, right?
It's important to note that sexual assault laws are really jurisdictionally specific. Soccer or football fans may recall that a few years ago, the head of Spain's National Soccer Federation.
Is that not insane? What do you mean? I don't know. Why would it? I don't know. Is every single thing sexual? It's the way the statute's written.
Forcibly kissed a member of the women's soccer team after their World Cup victory.
Rubiales kissing Hermoso on the lips, a kiss she said that was not welcome. The Federation chief brushing off initial questioning about the event.
He was later convicted of sexual assault by Spain's High Court. So if TwitchCon had been held in a different state or country, Emeru's attacker potentially could be charged with sexual assault or an attempt to do the same. But this happened in California, and that's that. For what it's worth, prosecutors probably wouldn't have a hard time convincing a jury his actions were principally motivated for the purposes of sexual arousal. Sure, he could always argue that he was just so enamored with Emeru's wholesomeness that his cringy kiss attempt was nothing more than G-rated affection, a type of I did it for the mouais offense. But come on, that doesn't pass the smell test. Again, if you don't know what that word means, good for you. But what about non-sexual assault and battery? Well, our favorite floor man and de facto Jesus of the internet had this to say.
There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night with Amy Rue being assaulted by a rogue lunatic fan who just walked completely unimpeded past the line at her meet and greet and unconsensually hugged her and looked like tried to kiss her, which is textbook assault.
So is this textbook assault? Is this battery? Again, under common law, assault is generally the attempt to touch someone, and battery is the actual touch. California Penal Code Section 240 defines assault as an unlawful attempt coupled with a present ability to commit a violent injury on the person of another. There was clearly an attempt to kiss her, and obviously the attacker had the ability to follow through with that. He was only stopped belatedly.
It depends on the state, but generally you can technically assault somebody without touching them. It's not always the case, but usually battery and assault, the difference is if you actually make physical contact or actually hurt somebody or cause an injury. But an assault can be, like if you walk up to somebody with like a bat and you're like, I'll fucking kill you, and you're like getting in their face, but you don't actually like touch them or hit them, you can still be charged with assault depending on the place. Sometimes they combine it, sometimes it's different, sometimes they don't have a battery charge.
The present ability to commit a violent injury on the person of another. There was clearly an attempt to kiss her, and obviously the attacker had the ability to follow through with that.
I get this point, but it feels like a bit, well, actually, no, fuck you. If you want to talk about crimes, then talk about the crime. If you want to just talk about bad actions, then just talk about bad actions. Stop trying to steal all the normative weight from other areas of things just because you want to be cool and bad or whatever. Like, don't do that. If you want to talk about crimes, then talk about the crime. If you want to say, oh, he did a bad, disgusting, gross thing, then say he did a bad, disgusting, gross thing. Fuck off. It's such a loser mind mentality. Stop.
He was only stopped belatedly by Amaru's security guard. But does a forcible kiss qualify as a violent injury? As it turns out, California courts have a long history of agreeing that a forcible kiss does qualify as a violent injury under California's assault law. In a 1907 California Supreme Court case called People v. Bradbury, the court quoted a criminal justice manual that stated, the kind of physical force is immaterial. It may consist in the taking of indecent liberties with a woman or laying hold of her and kissing her against her will. Since then, many California courts have affirmed this. A California appeals court found that violent injury doesn't just include bodily harm. It includes any wrongful act committed by means of physical force against the person of another, even though only the feelings of such person are injured by the act. This means that the person who was attacked doesn't have to prove actual physical harm. They just have to show that there was an attempt and ability to cause some kind of harm. So it seems like Amaru has a pretty strong case against her attacker under California's assault law, which carries a maximum penalty of 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. That's a misdemeanor and highly likely not to result in any jail time or minimal jail time. But she also may be able to claim battery. Under California Penal Code Section 242, a battery is any willful and unlawful use of force or violence upon the person of another. This one seems pretty clear cut. Amaru's attacker forcibly grabbed her body. She may not have been actually physically injured, but the law doesn't require that, just an unlawful use of force. Under California law, battery carries a maximum penalty of 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. So not much different than the penalty for assault. Now, before you go on thinking that California doesn't take assault and battery seriously, these statutes are not that different from most jurisdictions, and they simply represent a base level of criminal liability. In any assault or battery case, the factual circumstances can, and often do, enhance the severity of the punishment. A prosecutor likely has a case here, and Amaru has said that she is pressing criminal charges against her attacker.
I am pressing charges against the guy with the police.
So to get a criminal conviction, the prosecutor will have to show that the attacker is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which doesn't seem super difficult here since there were dozens of witnesses and the video that you just saw. But Amaru may also be able to pursue a civil lawsuit against her attacker, which would be even easier to win because there's a lower burden of proof. She only needs to show that he's guilty by preponderance of the evidence that is more likely than not. If Amaru does decide to file a civil suit against her attacker, she can claim actual monetary costs she incurred, like therapy, increased security expenses, legal expenses, disruption of her normal day-to-day activities, etc. But she can also claim punitive damages in a civil suit. That is a certain amount of money she feels entitled to because her attacker did a crime against society itself and ought to be punished for it. And she can also potentially make a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Entitled expenses, legal expenses, disruption of her normal day-to-day activities, etc. But she can also claim punitive damages in a civil suit. That is a certain amount of money she feels entitled to because her attacker did a crime against society itself and ought.
So I don't know what the norm is on this, but I don't think you're allowed to generally, I think it's usually looked down upon to ask for punitive damages in a complaint. You can be awarded to them if the behavior of the person is particularly egregious, but I don't think you'd normally sue for punitive damages. I could be wrong on this. Somebody tell me if I'm...
Be punished for it. And she can also potentially make a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress. To do that, she had to show that her attacker intentionally and recklessly did something that caused her to suffer emotional distress. Generally, the person's actions have to be outrageous to meet this threshold, but grabbing and forcibly kissing a stranger sure seems to be outrageous. And Amaru wouldn't be the first female celebrity to file a civil suit against a convention attendee who broke.
Wait.
To do that, she had to show that her attacker intentionally and recklessly did something that caused her to suffer emotional distress. Generally, the person's actions have to be outrageous to meet this threshold, but grabbing and forcibly kissing a stranger sure seems to be outrageous.
Is outrageous a legal term here? I don't know if I like that. They have to act purposely or recklessly, causing the victim emotional distress so severe that it could be expected to adversely affect mental health. The defendant's conduct is outrageous. Okay. I wonder if outrageous is something you wouldn't ordinarily like expect somebody to do. Like if somebody walks up and asks you for your order at a restaurant, that's not outrageous conduct. But I think when it comes to intentional infliction of emotional distress, like it has to be a thing where it's like you're very obviously and foreseeably going to cause, like it can't just be like you walk up to somebody and you say like, oh, hey, I'm gonna fuck your mom, and the guy's mom like just died yesterday, and or something like that. It's like, oh, you had no idea. But like if you walk up to somebody and you, I don't know, how could you intentional infliction of emotional? If you're doing things, it's like you're either intentionally doing it or you're not just negligent, but you're so reckless in your behavior, then it could rise to that. But it can't just be negligence. And it can't be with you having a different purpose. Yeah.
To suffer emotional distress. Generally, the person's actions have to be outrageous to meet this threshold, but grabbing and forcibly kissing a stranger sure seems to be outrageous. And Amaru wouldn't be the first female celebrity to file a civil suit against a convention attendee who broke the rules. During a 2013 meet and greet, DJ David Mueller drove Taylor.
Like grabbing somebody and kissing them against their will, I feel like that would rise to the level of recklessness or purposeful, right? Like if you know that a person doesn't want to be kissed for you by you, and you walk when you grab them and kiss them, That's not just negligence. I feel like that would, personally, I feel like that would easily rise to the level of recklessness. Like you're acting incredibly reckless by grabbing a person and kissing them, a stranger and everything. I feel like it would easily meet all the elements of this.
That caused her to suffer emotional distress. Generally, the person's actions have to be outrageous to meet this threshold, but grabbing and forcibly kissing a stranger sure seems to be outrageous. And Emru wouldn't be the first female celebrity to file a civil suit against a convention attendee who broke the rules. During a 2013 meet and greet, DJ David Mueller groped Taylor Swift's backside. When Taylor complained and he was fired from his job, he sued her for defamation. She countersued him for assault and won a jury trial, which proved that unwanted touching is indeed assault. So if you're the creepy Twitch guy and you're watching this, you need to lawyer up ASAP, because you're likely to face 2 separate cases, one criminal, one civil. And frankly, the lawyers on the other side are better than you can afford. But maybe you can ask your mom for...
Recklessness is that you know and don't care. Negligence is that you don't know but you should. Okay. Negligence is that you don't know but you should. Recklessness is you know and you don't care. Okay.
Some cash when she brings her dinner down to the basement. Now, many of Emru's fans have also urged her to sue Twitch for failing to protect her, and Emru herself had some pretty scathing allegations against the company. But how much is Twitch actually liable for failing to protect her? Well, it depends. As Emru's manager noted, Twitch was pretty negligent.
She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now.
Commenters on Reddit and Emru...
Purposeful means that they weren't basically having a seizure when doing the action. Wait, is that true? One thing that I don't know, I just don't know the answer. I don't do criminal stuff. Although I don't know why I said that, because it applies to civil stuff too. There's a difference between something called it's specific versus general intent. When it says the defendant acts purposefully, is that the general intent of just kissing somebody, or is that the specific intent of kissing somebody to cause them emotional harm? I don't like this matters sometimes because for some crimes you have to prove like a specific intent, meaning you knew the outcome of like that particular action. But in other crimes, you just have to prove the general intent, like you intended to do the action. But I don't know when this comes up or not. I don't know if this is called out in statutes or if it's a common law thing. I don't know the answer to that.
It's 2 separate cases, one criminal, one civil. And frankly, the lawyers on the other side are better than you can afford. But maybe you can ask your mom for some cash when she brings her dinner down to the basement. Now, many of Emru's fans have also urged her to sue Twitch for failing to protect her, and Emru herself had some pretty scathing allegations against the company. But how much is Twitch actually liable for failing to protect her? Well, it depends. As Emru's manager noted, Twitch was pretty negligent.
She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now.
Commenters on Reddit and Emru's channel...
The sentence implies general intent, or it would say purposefully in order to cause harm. Okay.
Agreed. If I were Twitch CEO Dan Clancy, I would lawyer up now and prepare for a lawsuit, because it looks like Emru has a pretty good case. Let's pull the video back and talk about why. So this is our first problem. This guy just walked right past the line and no one stopped him. And here's the next problem. No one from event security intervenes once he's grabbed her. And the final problem, even after he grabs her, event security apparently just lets him walk away. Civil liability in this context centers around the question of whether the defendant had a duty to the plaintiff. Generally, people aren't legally required to protect others from harm caused by third parties, but there are exceptions. One is the special relationship rule. If a special relationship exists, a person or business might have a duty to protect someone from others' conduct. Courts often find this in situations like a shopping center, restaurant, or bar, and its customers or tenants. Because of this, business owners must take reasonable steps from others' conduct. Courts often find this in situations like a shopping center, restaurant, or bar, and its customers or tenants. Because of this, business owners must...
Why do they spell restaurant wrong?
It's like a shopping center,
restaurant. What? What's going on down here?
Restaurant or bar, and its customers or tenants. Because of this, business owners must take reasonable steps to keep common areas safe from likely criminal acts. One of the most important parts of this is foreseeability. If a criminal act is foreseeable, then the business has more responsibility to try and prevent it. And as many people online have pointed out, Twitch had plenty of reasons to believe that Emru might need some extra security. At a prior TwitchCon, she'd been followed around by a fan who stalked her around the venue. And that's why her main security guard was banned, because he'd intervened on her behalf and muscled the little simp into the arms of the police.
2 years ago, where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he asked him to stop the whole time. My guard asked him, the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't hurt him. He was just holding the guy until the con security came.
Also, kind of crazy that Twitch banned that guard forever, while, at least according to Emru, they only banned her attacker for 30 days. Also consider the fact that in March of this year, a stalker followed Emru around and made death threats to Emru and fellow streamers Valkyrae and Senna on camera during a live streamed event. Because of this, several prominent streamers like Valkyrae, Pokimane, and QT Cinderella have said they weren't sure they wanted to attend TwitchCon because they weren't.
There's generally 4 levels of mens rea: purposeful, knowingly, recklessly, and negligently. Okay.
Sure they would be safe there. If a business knows about prior criminal activity, courts have said that the business needs to provide heightened security. So legally, Twitch ought to have known that she needed extra security and should have provided that. But courts generally weigh this foreseeability against the burden created by additional security measures. And hiring security guards is considered really burdensome because it's very expensive. So California courts don't usually require ordinary businesses to do that. At a large event like a convention, though, the crowd size and fame of the featured creators tips the balance in favor of requiring the event host to hire security. And as a lot of commenters noted, the parasocial relationships created by Twitch heightens the threat even more. Twitch's best defense is that it did hire security guards and screen the people in its meet and greet line. But as Emru pointed out, the event security guards did nothing when she was attacked, and screening meant little when each meet and greet attendee was allowed to bring an unscreened +1. So even those measures were pretty lax. Twitch's guards let this guy just walk right up past the line of registered attendees. Then they did nothing when he grabbed her in front of a room full of people. The only person who acted was Emru's own bodyguard, shoving the guy away from her. So I bet some of you might be wondering whether he could be liable for manhandling the goofy goose.
She's never suing Twitch, brah. I mean, I feel like you could get a lawyer on contingency to just send him a letter, no? Wouldn't Twitch want to settle something like this pretty easily? Maybe? I don't know.
The honest answer is, it depends. To review, for assault, there has to be an attempt to commit violent injury on a person with the ability to follow through. And for battery, there must be a willful or unlawful use of force against a person. For Emru, she has a strong case that she was the victim of both assault and battery. But what about the other guy? Let's watch that clip again. That looks like a pretty serious shove, but it also looks pretty justified. Remember, though, that Twitch banned Emru's other bodyguard for forcibly restraining a rabid fan at a prior con. So maybe Twitch thinks this is the assault it needs to punish. This was definitely a use of force under California's battery statute. But under California law, like most jurisdictions, there are some scenarios where assault or battery is allowed, such as self-defense or defense of others. California's jury instructions for assault specifically state that if someone acts in self-defense or to defend a third party, that's not assault. The jury instructions for battery are similar, with one additional caveat. If someone uses force to defend themselves or another person, they can only use force that is reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. So Emeru's bodyguard couldn't say, pull out a gun and permaban the dude from this mortal coil. But shoving him away seems pretty reasonable under the circumstances. It was necessary to get the man to let go of her and back off, and it didn't cause any injury. Some might credibly argue that more force would have been warranted. On the other hand, if he hadn't acted, could Emeru's bodyguard, like Twitch, be liable for failing to protect her? An ordinary bystander wouldn't typically be liable for failing to intervene in the situation, but a bodyguard might, because bodyguards have a higher duty of care than the average person does. They've been specifically hired to protect that person. So if they fail to do that, then they're not just bad at their job, they're also potentially civilly liable. This generally means that security guards have to use reasonable care and attention to protect people and property, act responsibly, and help keep the environment safe. From the video, it's pretty clear that Emeru was being attacked. As Emeru noted in her public statement, she screamed loudly. Any reasonable bodyguard should have interpreted this as a situation where they needed to intervene, just like her bodyguard did. It was his job to protect her, especially against such an obvious threat. If he hadn't acted, especially since he was standing so close, he also could have been liable. So Emeru's bodyguard is probably in the clear. He did his job. But still, probably a good idea for him to lawyer up, just in case. Lawyers need work in this economy. Twitch, if you believe them, are also taking the situation seriously and have promised to do a full investigation and review their security standards and practices accordingly. And Emeru's got a long road ahead to fully resolve the TwitchCon situation, but it wouldn't surprise me if she decides to bring suit against Twitch. This was, after all, her last TwitchCon ever, as she proclaimed during the fallout.
Regardless, like I said, I'm done with going to TwitchCon. Probably done entirely with convention streams. I feel like it's just time, you know. And I think that's probably true for a lot of streamers. The climate has, really changed.
And who knows, maybe we'll all be treated to the surreal sight of Iron Mouse taking the witness stand. But there's just one more thing to address, because in all the fallout of this, something else came out. In her October 25th video, Emeru talked more about the TwitchCon attack, but she also made some other quite serious accusations against her ex-boyfriend, fellow streamer, and OTK owner, Mizkif.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kip has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing.
Fans have long speculated that these two dated each other, and it turns out that they did, and it was a total mess. In her video statement, Emeru claimed that she had already talked to a lawyer. Good for you, Emeru. This is one of the most important steps for anyone in an awful situation like this. She accused Mizkif of engaging in a bunch of scary behaviors, including sexually assaulting her one night on a couch when she was crying and he put her hands down her pants. Let's pause on that incident for a second. This took place in Texas, so the law's a little different from California. In Texas, the relevant statutes are Texas Penal Code sections 22.011 and 22.012. Section 22.011, sexual assault, requires penetration, but section 22.012, indecent assault, can just be a touch to an intimate part without someone's consent. It's gross that we even have to talk about this, but unfortunately this is the world we live in. Like California, Texas specifies what is considered an intimate body part. Putting a hand down someone's pants would definitely qualify as indecent assault under section 22.012. And Texas's 10-year statute of limitations for indecent assault shouldn't be a problem. So if she wants to make a police report, she can. And she can also follow up with a civil suit, which again requires a lower standard of proof. Emeru also made a variety of other accusations that he manipulated her, screamed at her, threatened her staff, and threatened to engage in some kind of weird...
Okay. What is this? Mizkif has filed a suit against OTK. Come now, plaintiffs Matthew Ronaldo, and Mizkif Enterprises LLC, collective plaintiffs complaining of and about Emily Beth, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Emeru, OTK, Asmongold, and other companies that they own. So just Emeru and Asmongold. Natural person and resident of LA, California. LLC, sole member, LLC. This is filed in the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas. So this is filed in federal court in the Fifth Circuit. Why not throw tech to another two? Who knows? Okay, let's see. He is a Delaware corporation with its principal place of business in Austin. This is just declaring the parties to the case, the jurisdiction, the federal jurisdiction and the venue in Texas, justifying all of those things. It's probably pretty easy to do. They've got natural place of business there, nexus and all sorts of shit, and this diversity jurisdiction. They live in different places, I guess. Blah, 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 blah. All right, okay. And the amount of the controversy exceeds $75,000. Damn. For the past decade, Matthew Ronaldo has been working tirelessly to build a career in the demanding live streaming and content creation field, primarily on YouTube, a video sharing platform, and Twitch, a live streaming platform. Through years of effort, Mizkif built his online presence under the handle Mizkif, leading him to a multi-million follower presence across various social media platforms. Ronaldo's entire professional life has, during all relevant times, centered around streaming and content creation. Mizkif became one of the most successful creators on Twitch with a following of 2.2 million viewers as of October 2025. He was known for collaborating with other streamers. In 2021, he won Best Just Chatting Streamer at the Streamer Awards. Wow. The community that Mizkif developed, along with his industry connections with other streamers, his personal reputation as personal well on to develop a successful business. 2020, along with certain other high-profile streamers, he founded One True King. Okay. Wait, is that document real? I don't want to dox him here, but his real last name definitely is not Ronaldo. It's coming from court listener, so how sure are you of that? Why are you saying it's definitely not? Like 100% I don't want to put it here though. DM it to me on DGG. What do you mean? On Wikipedia, that's his name. It's listed as. Apparently in his other court case, that's what it was listed as. It was different when he got sued by that one girl for defamation. So? I mean, you can list whatever name you want in the complaint. She could have just been wrong, no? His real name got leaked during the Adriana Lee lawsuit. That's his fake sister last name that he took from her. He uses the fake last name since it's the same one as his fake sister's real last name. What do you mean he just uses it? I don't know if you can just fake your name unless he's legally changed it. No? Until somebody links some evidence, I don't know if you guys are fucking retarded. I don't trust any of you on anything. Until link me some proof. Okay. For the past decade. Oh, different name here. Matthew Misrendino. What's the proof that this is his actual name? This is a trellis thing for a lawsuit. Find me the actual filing. Give me a court reporter or give me some actual court documents. Like in this, like Maya is listed as her own attorney. Miskiff is listed as his own attorney. Or I don't even know what attorney means here. Maybe it just means party to a case. Link me an actual filing or something. This is retarded. Okay, I don't care. Did you see this JF tweet? No, I don't care. Okay. Through the acts and omissions read below, defendants Shunk, Hoyt, and OTK have, acting in concert, wrongfully and baselessly accused Ronaldo of serious criminal activity for no purpose other than to harm him, his reputation, and his business, and wrest from him control of the companies that he helped build. Ronaldo and defendant Shunk began dating in 2022. The relationship was not easy on either side. At the end of the relationship, Shunk expressed her desire to marry Ronaldo and raise children within the next 5 years. 10 months later, live stream on Twitch. On live stream, she lied and basically accused Ronaldo of psychological and domestic abuse, stalking, harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail. These slanderous accusations were made live before an audience of tens of thousands and have since been viewed in the same live stream. Shunk gives accounts of their relationship that clearly do not support the allegations she levied. For example, in her own description of the purported sexual assault, Shunk states she and Ronaldo were kissing. He tried to initiate intercourse. She made clear she did not want to, and he stopped. I let him do it. The stage reclined me and aggressively showed his hand on my pants, and I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat. What does she say? Because he's quoting here sexual assault. Did she say sexual assault? What is this quote from? Isn't ordinary in a complaint that you would have a quote here, but you wouldn't link a footnote or something? She said it in her live stream? Okay. Good luck proving it's a lie or malicious. Well, I don't know if you have to prove that it's malicious. If you're accusing people of sexual crimes, then there's one part of the defamation standard is automatically met. because I think this would be a defamation per se lawsuit. If you're accusing somebody of sexual impropriety, then you already assume that it's malicious. You don't have to actually prove that part. It's not a defamation per quad. It's assumed because it's a serious accusation, basically, to accuse somebody of that. She says sexual assault here.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues.
Okay, she does say sexual assault. The very same day, OTK sent Renato Ms. Kiff a letter purporting to terminate his interest in the company. OTK claimed he was entitled to do so based on the nature of Emery's allegations. Sick. Emery is a handle on which Fannet Chunk operates her streaming and content creation business. The letter asserted a number of purported breaches of the owner's agreement. No such breaches occurred. OTK asserted that it was reclaiming Renato's 1.1 million shares of OTK without payment. Ooh, I wonder what OTK, if they've gotten any investment or what their valuation or whatever is. Damn, they jacked his shit. Defamation per se just means that damages are presumed not malice. Versus per se. Oh wait, you might be right on that. You're right, I'm sorry. I don't know if you would need... Okay, would you need malice here? If you were talking about defamation here, does the public figure standard, does that matter when you're talking about interpersonal stuff? I think so. I don't think the subject matter is relevant. Seriously? I feel like the subject matter should be, no? Can I ask that? Is subject matter relevant? Actual malice, public figure, defamation. I'm not going to get a good answer for this. Oh, wait, no, maybe it is. Subject matter, I don't know how reliable this answer is. Subject matter is relevant to defamation cases involving a public figure because the actual malice standard applies when the defamation is about a matter of public concern. Okay. This letter asserted a number of purported breaches. Letter further asserts Ms. Kiff owed amounts in excess of $600K to Mythic for management fees relating to purported breaches that did not occur. Damn. The letter falsely asserted Ms. Kiff violated his agreement with King, purported to reclaim his 90,000 shares. What is King? Is King a different company than OTK? Or... Okay. Further, the letter falsely asserted Ms. Kiff demanded a payment of $296,000. Oh, I guess King and OTK are no, because there's a different thing. This says 1.1 million shares of OTK, and then this says shares and money owed to King. So these must be two different businesses. But he's probably suing both, right? One True King and King Gaming Labs. Okay, it is two different things. Okay. Further, the letter falsely asserted as violated agreement. They don't may know it's serious. It's crazy that if they really sent this letter on the same day, that seems kind of fucking wild, no? They made no serious investigation or inquiry into the basis for or truth of Shunk's allegations before repudiating their agreements with plaintiffs. Indeed, Mythic King and OTK didn't even ask Mizkif for comment or any information in his possession disproving the allegations. Indeed, a few days after Shunk's defamatory live stream, OTK perpetuated the defamation, put out a statement on X, formerly known as Twitter, that it fully supports its co-owners and sister Emru and stands by her side and admires her strength in coming forward and sharing her story. In the statement, OTK falsely claimed it had terminated its relationship with Mizkif some time ago for reasons unrelated to the recent events. Hoyt, who streams under the handle Asmongold, is a part owner of OTK. Since Chunk's live stream, Hoyt has continuously defamed Mizkif on a near daily basis. He has claimed, among other things, inter alia, that Mizkif should be in jail, claimed he was abusing and manipulating others, hurting other people, and becoming an aggressor. For example, in a live stream that has since been uploaded to YouTube where it garnered 1.9 million views, Hoyt states directly that Mizkif was the aggressor and abuser in the relationship with Shunk. Hoyt has on a near daily basis briefed from the truth of Shunk's allegations. He claimed in his live stream that there was another unspecified act of misconduct. It seems like he at least has an okay case against OTK, etc., but why bring Emru and Asmon to this? Well, if he feels like these are defamatory statements that are being made that are harmful statements, I mean, it feels fair, no? Count 1, breach of contract. Count 2, defamation. Count 3, declaratory judgment. Actual right to exist. Just unlawfully divest them. Actual what is jurisdiction? Actual declaratory judgment or 28 USC 1. I don't know what that even means. Maybe that they have to give him cash for the shares that they forced him to divest? Maybe? Wait, so is Mizkif suing OTK or Emru? Mizkif is suing Emru, Asmongold, OTK, and the King Gaming Labs. Those are the 4 named parties. Oh, and Mythic Talent Management. I mean, like, just as written, prima facie, it seems it's professionally written, concise and to the point. It seems like it meets all the elements for all the purported civil cause of action. Good luck, I guess. Damn. God, everybody's suing everybody, dude. Jesus.
Hey, yeah.
What the fuck is this? Here's some evidence about the Mizkif last name thing.
Following 580 people, 654,000 followers. Is this a fact? Because we just want to talk about facts. Y'all know how I feel about him. I've personally shared it, okay? I've shared it, but we're not talking about my feelings today. We're gonna talk about facts, okay?
Okay.
So, all right, let's scroll down slowly. So, is this a fact that he said, yo, this is him messaging me, I don't delete anything, okay? And he says, yes, my parents have been getting harassed constantly. I've been trying to hide my last name for years because people have been giving death threats and showing up at my parents' house previously. Now, on the surface, this seems admirable. It's like, oh, he's looking out for his parents. But when we get deeper, there may be something different. So I see someone put it too, that this is not a fact that is his account. Was he hacked? Was he hacked right here? Okay. All right. Probably. Was he hacked? Just let me know. Just say it at the end. Benjamin Berry. Was he hacked? I just want to know, man. You know, hey, was he hacked? Okay. No, it's okay. All right, there we go, man. That's all. We just want we just want facts over here. We just want facts. All right. Thank you for recanting your statement. I really appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Hopefully you could change that 2 to a 1. It's Miss Kip's fault. We're gonna talk about that because this is not the first message I received. Let me remove this because I don't want to show you all my DMs. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to show you all my DMs. Okay. This is the first message I received. Okay. Hold on. Let me go to the top. His parents getting harassed. So, all right.
I mean, I just don't believe that he could hide his real name for years and years and years from the internet. I feel like this would be out by now, but I don't know. He also could have legally changed it too. Who knows?
Whatever happened to the Trump phones?
We're supposed to get them this week. Well, technically, we were supposed to get them in August and then September. And now they're saying October. It's the last week of October. But I'm feeling good about this one. It's unclear which of these phones is actually going to get shipped. I mean, it's not the iPhone or the S25 Ultra with a case on it. And this one doesn't actually seem functional, like there's no flash or anything. But they'll have to ship something eventually. And for the people that are saying, oh, Trump has no...
Wait, didn't they ditch the Trump phone idea and they switched it to like a iPhone skin or something? Or I feel like I read something that they changed what they were selling or something.
Nothing to do with this. It's just a random company using his name. You're kind of right, but that is the scheme. The Trump organization is letting Trump Mobile use the Trump name to advertise the phone. The Trump organization gets the money from the phone, but when they get sued for it being a scam, it's Trump Mobile getting sued. It's not the Trump organization, you see?
Okay. I got 2 more links open over here. What the fuck is this?
Listen.
They're shut down.
I don't know anything about that. I didn't see the interview. You have to ask the president about that. I don't know any of the details of that yet. I just heard about that literally. I was walking in. I don't know the details about that. I've just read it. I didn't talk with him about that. I don't know the latest developments. That's first I've heard of that. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what you're talking about with the children. I haven't seen that, so I'm not going to comment on it.
Listen.
They're shut down.
I don't know anything about it.
Based. Got this meme. New Ezra Klein video? No clue. Haven't watched it.
I said the word destiny. Oops.
That's me.
He'll say stuff like, you know, he'll
everyone.
fight Hassan with equal intensity as he will fight someone like Donald Trump. Because the way he sees it, there's like a far left and there's a far right, and they both hate liberal democracy.
And Destiny takes issue with this framing because he is, a Democrat, and he's an extremist Democrat. He's like, full throttle, 100% party line Democrat.
Why is...
And, this makes him center left. This is, the Democrats are a center left party. There are further left elements of the Democratic Party, like AOC and Zoran Mamdani, but Destiny is not, completely aligned with those people. He's further to the right than those people.
Clearly, both extremes are equally bad. Ooh.
And while agreeing with the rest of my political analysis, this is what always happens. It's always like, everything else you said is good, but when you mention me, you didn't read my lore iceberg. This is sort of the problem with mentioning streamers. I'm trying, as someone who is doing political commentary, to create a map of the political landscape in such a way that everybody's going to be able to look at it and agree with it. And this is an impossible task. And I'm running up against the impossibility of this task every time I try to do it. We are living in a totally post-truth time when everyone is in their separate bubble with their own worldview and perspective on the world. And so in an attempt to try to connect these worldviews, it's basically impossible. And yet, I think it's a fun intellectual exercise, and probably the most objective thing to do is to try and...
He totally butchered your reaction. You had 180 opposite. Yeah, I thought I said that. I thought his take for the most part was pretty good on everything. I thought that's what I remember saying, but maybe... Destiny, you actually agreed with him, LOL. I don't know why he deceptively edited this. Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
Fail to describe it in terms that everybody can agree with. So, that's the part of this analysis that Destiny would take an issue with here. Saying Destiny's name on the internet is like saying Voldemort's name out loud. He immediately feels a disturbance in the Force and magically pops in your chat, like Rumpelstiltskin, to immediately rebuke your entire measly existence. I couldn't have said it better myself. Damn. Look, no hate to any of the streamer guys as people. I do hate their medium. I think they have a bad medium. I think it's satanic. To be clear, I'm not letting myself get off scot-free here. This whole thing is satanic. I'm in a glass house. I'm not going to throw stones, all right? And even someone in Destiny's chat acknowledges that this is a real thing, that the center left and the center right have to come together against emerging threats like the center left, center right coalition in Germany.
This is the center left / right coalition that formed in Germany.
They have to engage with this, and they have to be like, oh shit, there's a lot of threats to liberalism right now.
They have to handshake on 90% of things because they're fighting the larger polarization around them.
So is Destiny the best example to use as a reactionary centrist? I don't know, and I think to myself, is it useful to use political streamers as examples of these emerging ideologies, or should I just try to not mention them? I'm
still working that out. I think I probably will just keep mentioning them, and I'll keep having to learn more bullshit about their respective lore icebergs, which is poisoning my brain. It's really pure slop. Okay, one last thing about that reaction. He's always talking about Hassan. Talk about me, motherfucker. You're reacting to me. It's always Hassan. And when Hassan's talking about something even adjacent to Destiny, it's always about Destiny. These guys love each other. Talk about me.
You vaping?
Oh, sorry. No, this is just my Foom. This is my sponsor, Foom.
Is this a plug?
Foom is a really great product. It helps you get off of vaping. And
you're right here. You're right here, bro. This is.
Oh, it's not. Wait, link me my reaction to this. I feel like I agreed. I thought I agreed with almost everything J-Rig said. I think I usually compliment him when he's doing serious political analysis. If anything, the reason why I don't usually watch it is because I usually just almost over-agree with everything. I'm so curious with if there's a... Fuck, if anybody has it. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. How likely do you think it is that you just have some hardcore Destiny haters in his audience that linked him a clip that looks like you disagree with them? Well, I would hope he would watch the... That he would watch...
Are you familiar with Destiny?
Most
you know
of
that guy?
Somebody say... Stop! 16 minutes, bruh. I'm not gonna watch
Are you familiar
myself.
with Destiny? Do you know that guy?
Somebody say Destiny?
Yeah, I know of him.
Yeah, so he's a streamer. He'll say stuff like, he'll fight Hassan with equal intensity as he'll fight someone like Donald Trump. Because the way he sees it, there's like a far left and there's a far right, and they both hate liberal democracy. 10, 15 years ago, if there was a fact...
Why is... I said this before watching J-Rig's serious videos. I feel like he has like a good understanding of like the political spheres and scenes and understands. Is that really that hard to say? How he figured that out? Or I mean, I just say it, I guess, right? Yeah, both these people, liberalism, good job.
Fascist or communist saying, I'm going to overthrow the government. The liberals...
Oh, he cut me like I was disagreeing there. I was complimenting him. I was frustrated because J-Rig has a really good understanding of this and it seems like no one else does. No, why did I get cut there like that?
Wouldn't even talk to those people. Like, it's not important. It's not like that poses any real threat. No one believes that. It's outside the Overton window. Now because the Overton window has sort of drifted to the left and the right.
This is the center left / right coalition formed in Germany.
They have to engage with this, and they have to be like, oh shit, there's a lot of like threats to liberalism right now. We're surrounded by enemies on the left and the right. We have no choice but to sort of react to the extremism that we're
liberals always side with fascists
seeing in order to create a world where we can kind of go back to normal or whatever. And so it's a lot more conscious. Like before, you'd be like, shut up, that's just the way things are. Now you have to justify why why things are the way they are. And actually, I would probably argue that is a good thing.
Destiny isn't Israel's supporter.
Like we shouldn't just take for granted that all the ways. Yeah, I mean,
the Nazi sucker face.
Yeah, we shouldn't take for granted that all the ways that we've been doing.
Clearly, both extremes are equally bad.
Oh my god. Oh hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
Doing things before are the ways that we should still be doing things. We can't just like wave our hands away and be like,
do you own this channel? I don't.
Right now, because there's all kinds of problems.
They're getting worse. I agree. Yeah.
They're getting worse, and the left and the right are both pointing to very real problems that people are having. And so I think this has been a good development for liberals and centrists. I think that like having to explain the way why the way things are the way they are. Like I think a lot of the reason extremism thrives is because no one explained to them why we do things, and so it just seems like this completely like insane. Like what are we doing? Like this guy. Yeah, it feels very arbitrary. Yeah, and I think that this is a good development in my opinion because even if liberal centrism survives the next 15 years, even if we are still a mostly middle class consumer based society, I think that because there's these threats to liberalism, almost like a virus or something, it's gonna have to fight off.
Liberals are showing what they think. Look at the Democratic Party. They're doing nothing. Well, Trump's just wiping his ass with law. Guys, he was fucking cringe. I wonder what and now the thing is, I wonder how cringe chat's gonna start to go as Asmongold solidifies his position in Twitch over Hassan.
And but the liberalism of 15 years from now is gonna have to be different because something has to change. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a big extreme uprising where people die, but it might be like, hey, I don't know, like we do ABI, we do land value taxes, lots of radical centrist ideas might have to emerge. Make taxes easier, like
okay, now I disagree. Yeah, no, I see. So, base. I just think it's a little maybe I'm being here, but I find that to be, I think when trend lines start moving in a direction, it's hard to stop it. Not a big so, I think fair. I think something like that to be true. It's like 10 years ago, the book theory of center right. Someone would be because the fight the larger is it gonna change that much? Like Hassan will exert control. Hassan has control. Hassan has control over Atriarch or anything like show. Right now, they're podcast with him. Ludwig is out of covering any drama related stuff, and now sponsors are turning down Hassan showing up at events. So
why aren't you doing the streamer games? AT&T is part of the sponsor.
Like said, Ludwig was able to exercise so much control over. Why is Atriarch chats with somebody else? You have almost for sure heard the most unhinged shit imaginable. So like from Nazis, you'll hear that on like a race mixing, open borders, fucking the only exception to that as of recently is the it's all like unhinged shit. Oh, Atriarch chat. I don't think Atriarch covers any of my content directly, so anything that his chat has heard about me is probably gonna be unhinged. The only exception to that as of recently is the H3 crowd. Which I'm gonna be honest, feels kind of weird looking at our community and they're not all instantaneously fucking unhinged and hateful. Kind of feels nice to see somebody else attacking us on it. It doesn't have to just be me and my community and my rhetoric and my tweets and my everything else all the time. Feels good, man.
Because they're fighting the larger polarization around them. Like someone would be, compared to Donald Trump, most people take it wrong. Before they fought to death, the idea is yeah.
Does the political debate track? This perfectly sums up exactly what you said. Oh, I remember this a long time ago.
To be honest, I didn't know that much about Destiny. I was like all that before this. I found the argument.
I use it for the party's argument very
pretty unsatisfying.
I think it's older than a year, right? Looks like it's reposted. But
I guess the last thing I'll say on that is like, the example I use is my mentor, Jim McCullough, is conservative. He is center-right Canadian conservative. When he talks about just like less taxes and liberals are bad. It's very, the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party sort of been very close to each other, right? So it's like, it's not a big deal. But like, yes, he's center-right and he's conservative, and he talks Destiny, center left, more like a social democrat type. They own basically everything because they're not threats to each other anymore. The threats are bitches. And so that's kind of the example I would illustrate that. Yeah, like Romney and Obama had a lot more in common with each other than AOC and Fuentes. So
that's right. Well, I don't know if you know this.
Destiny is not center left. LOL. I know, right? How is he center left?
Worried for your content in the future because every one of these political problems is being hashed out and figured out in my chat right now. The Socrates of the world have debated everything. I figured it out. They paragraph length typing a reference to the politics. There's a big whole care about streamers.
That's not really there.
Using geopolitics as a lens to constantly engage in that.
Yep. Wait, do I have an absolutely true button anywhere? Fuck.
Of course.
That's not really there. That is true though.
They don't really care about geopolitical changes. That is a real deep interpersonal trigger drama. True. Someone discussions about personalities of people.
Right.
Although I will say that is largely because of this guy. Bosch has exited the again when Ethan's unhinged personalities. During the talks about Hassan Roll, he's like unhinged creepy, perverted, pathetic personal attack. Yeah, they're retweeting calling for the CPS stuff. I saw that. I don't know how normal this is. I feel like from her porn account.
Yeah, it's like this content wise, like it's so weird. And also more principled left. You'll have a lot of people who are like, I'm using the drama content to inform people about stuff. Right, like that's kind of the way they do things. This thumbnail here is a little bit misleading, honestly, because Destiny and H3 are what we call center left. Bosch is like libertarian, very far libertarian left, like libertarian socialist, who don't bring quadrant. Hassan is like arguably a.
That's decent. Yeah, that's true. What's about Hassan? Oh no.
King of Red, the authoritarian left, he's much more of what you would call a tanky. And then.
That works.
And the rest of these guys, so they all have very fundamental ideological disagreements between them. But I just sort of use.
What? A what?
Just illustrate like
Jesus. None of these people have any political capital at all. Not a single one of them have provided anything meaningfully politically useful or idea or philosophy or he hasn't. Hanky.
these people.
Oh my god, it's like a civil war in his chat. Watch as a one issue voter and his issue legalizing sex.
I mean, being a political streamer, like man, that's
This is kind of true, except I don't think mean anything to each other.
draw no positive line between any of these people. And part of this, I think, is because like when you're, I mean, being a political streamer, like man, that's
This is kind of true, except I don't think mean anything to each other. I don't think anything.
that seems like it's real brain rot, really.
Oh yeah,
you know,
probably the worst people in the world. If you talk about politics on stream, you are, I would say, scum. You know, that's what I would say.
I mean, I've met a lot of political streamers. I know a lot of these people, and yeah, it's like it rots your brain, and it sort of makes you really defensive and really aggressive. And
I don't think it has to. Just to make I was making a joke of myself, no expense, but I don't think it has to. I don't think it has to rot your brain. Maybe I do some political streams. And my brain is wrong. So I guess your correlation is very strong.
Like the issue is that just these people aren't that smart and aren't willing to do that much research. Vosh used to, although I think he's largely given up on that unless he changed. Like Vosh used to have like a whole ass document about you know, what he would keep track of research and we would debates and shit. Hassan is an idiot and he doesn't care to educate himself. He's doing something fundamentally different than politics. He wears politics as an aesthetic. He's a slop streamer. That is what he does. But the issue is that like you can't even really blame these guys for doing it that way because that's kind of what unfortunately Trump has turned real world politics into. Like Trump is not like a politics guy. He's a drama slop guy. Like listen to what he talks about every single global.
I'm kind of curious because I take time and it's very caustic. I'm curious what you do to like not rot your brain when you're talking about politics.
I skip a lot of streams. Very inactive.
I think honestly, I think something about doing it all day, every day, 12 hours a day. I think
like a subspecialization, but his main is like I can't even say actually. I also think it's helpful that for Atrioc, I feel like Atrioc, it's like his main isn't politics. Politics is just like a subspecialization, but his main is like I can't even say actually because I don't watch his main channel. I feel like he has a much broader base of things that he covers, and then politics is the thing he's been dipping into more and more. But he's not like 100% fixated on it like me or Hassan right now. So he avoids all of the most radical audience when it comes to politically related stuff, and then as a result of that, he avoids like the interpersonal drama cringe shit from a lot of these like online politics people. Just they are like the worst people, the weirdest and worst and cringiest. Ugh.
A lot more. I don't honestly. I think one of the reasons I don't is I don't comment on anyone else. I don't want to do that. I don't want to get in talk about anybody else. I want to talk about my own thing.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, not to like, but yeah, I think the problem with the incentive structure is to do that as much as possible.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, I would say that I think my viewership is doing pretty good, and I've never done. This is the first even.
Do you
all kind of
on the left, do a political issue. All these things create.
We just love the fight.
For one, they kill each other, right?
The scariest one, but also.
Are there any other struggles you face?
Wow, nice stealing all the content. Jesus, that video. Okay, I feel like I didn't even disagree with him a single time. Whatever. Good investment of my time.
What the heck is that? What the hell? Oh, hey.
Well, I don't know. I can watch this on stream. What is this?
Oh, hell.
Okay. Every single county in Virginia shifted blueward tonight. I feel like we just always do good on special elections. Trump clothes are just, or I just read somebody, you're wearing the same clothes as me, am I? Trump fans are sycophants. They don't give a fuck about special elections. If Trump is not on the ballot, it's a cult, dude. They just, if Vance is going to win, oh my God. Imagine if Vance changes his name to like JD Trump. That'd be the only way to do it. U.S. airspace may be closed if government shutdown continues. What does that mean? May be closed if it continues. Wait, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warned that U.S. airspace could close in affected areas if the shutdown persists, compromises safety, air traffic controller shortages. Oh. Delays are already widespread due to staff callouts, but full closure remains a last resort contingency, not current policy. Flying still operational, though expect more disruptions as the shutdown ties records at 35 days. Damn. Uh-oh. Grog, is this accurate, LaMail? Dipshit. What the fuck is this nasty ass fucking website? What the fuck am I looking at right now? What the fuck is this? Oh, I shouldn't call them special elections. These might not be special elections, sorry. They're just off-season particular elections or whatever. My safe space. Oh, my space, my safe space. Hey, we're Democrats in the House and Senate. We love DEI, transgender for everyone, and handing out taxpayer benefits to illegal immigrants. We couldn't care less if our men and women in uniform get paid or if our neighborhoods are safe. We just love playing politics with people's livelihoods. What is this? What? don't even know what this is going to be. Okay. So I can buy my Trump-sponsored ivermectin. Okay. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. We'll do more prep shit tomorrow. I love you guys. Be careful. We're going to catch you. Be careful. Oh, connections. What's the poly market on Prop 50? Dock, air, pilot, leaf, sheet, mid, electric, slide, zip, drive, direct, film, TIFF. What's a TIFF? Coat, rhythm, guide. Are these like file types? MIDI? Is this Microsoft Word or something? Or Works? Or I don't. Zip and TIFF? Okay. Air guitar, electric guitar, rhythm guitar, slide guitar. TV guide, TV film, TV direct, a TV pilot. Fuck. Pilot episode, episode guide, episode pilot, episode direct, direct episode, direct. You can coat something, a sheet, drive, leaf. It's like fucking hybrid cars. It's like a Leaf, like a Nissan Leaf. Is that a real car? Or am I just pulling this out of my... Oh, a coat, a sheet, a film covering. Fuck, what did I do before? Hold on, I should have it. Is this what I guessed before? TV, this. And it's coat, sheet, film. So it's not this, so it's either this or this. Steer. Direct steer? Steer drive? Oh, to direct, to drive, to guide the pilot? I guess. Whatever. Film. Sheet, a leaf. What is a leaf? Is a leaf a type of covering? Thin layer? Okay, I don't know. All right, I guess. Gold leaf on food? What about the gold leaf I put on your mom? Oh, got him. Okay, be careful.